Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to week 3 of the 2016 European Challenger Series Spring Split. I am still Richard Polscam, and I'm still with James Stress O'Leary.
I was having an identity crisis. I was wondering, was it going to be Spawn next to you? Was it going to be Rusty? Wasn't too sure, but anyway. It's EU Challenger, of course it's going to be me.
Why not all of the above, honestly? But we've got a packed schedule today, so let's take a look at what's coming up on the show. First off, to open up the day will be Copenhagen Wolves taking on Millennium.
After that, in our second series of the day, SK Gaming take on Inspire eSports, and Mouse Sports versus Humo will round out the day.
And before we get to the games, let's quickly run through where the teams are currently standing on the leaderboard. So at the very top, unsurprisingly, Millennium undefeated 6 points, followed by Copenhagen Wolves and Inspire eSports with 4 points apiece, followed by Humo on 3 points right in the middle of the pack.
At the bottom of the table sit Mouse and SK. Unfortunately, both of them are yet to score a point here in Challenger Series Spring Split. As always, though, if you need a reminder of the CS changes, roster swaps, any of the lineups, and the schedule, you can find all of that information and more on lolesports.com.
Yep, so make sure you check that one out. But that does bring us to our first series of the day with Copenhagen Wolves and Millennium. So let's get straight to those lineups. On the blue side of the rift, it is Copenhagen Wolves with top lane Wicked, jungle Troven, with mid lane Soren, AD carry Panoy, and then his support Sir Nukes a lot. This is the Wolves which tied 1-1 with Inspire and had the lead in both games, so it looked super good last week. This is also the one where they run the Lucian and the Lulu comp in game 1, and Panoy got that pentakill, had the one-on-one duel with White to finish that one off. It was super cool to watch.
It wasn't too much of a duel in the end, though. This is the kind of pentakill that Panoy will look at every time and be like, well, I'm getting this 100% of the time, pretty much. Like, looking at everything he had up, he's still got heal up at this point, and still has heal, Oh, didn't need it. Not even close.
I mean, like, he dropped down to like 20 HP before the last auto attack came in to give him the lifesteal, so I don't know.
Man,
like,
look, that's confidence.
Calculated.
It's like, I'm not using this. I'm not using my summoner. One thing that you spoke about a lot about last week that I was thinking about at the time, but it didn't really sink in 100% was Sir Nukes a lot when it comes to his support pool. You're like, you know, he's only played Trundle, and I'm like, okay, seems legit. Then I went in and looked, and I'm like, oh yeah, 4 games of Trundle every single time, and the guy's looking like a beast on it. 0-5 and 39 is looking pretty good. He's one of the players that we've seen come into Challenger this split, and now we're wondering how they're going to do. I wonder, is Trundle a worthwhile ban? Maybe. I would say so at this point. Potentially, it's one to take away from the Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is I want to see him play something else.
That's
true. Like, I want to see him play like a Thresh or like a Morgana just to see what he can do on the other champions, because we saw Masterwork do it and he was great. But speaking of Masterwork and his team, onto the opponents, it is Millennium. So let's take a look at the rest of the roster. In the top lane, Kaze with jungle Dyoko, mid lane Pretty, then Hansam and ADC, and as we were just talking about, Masterwork in support. Millennium last week, business as usual, really. Took the 2-0 over Mouse. Game 1 was incredibly quick. Take a look at the game times. Their average for the entire league so far is 30 minutes and 5 seconds, and then the average for the league as a whole is 33 minutes and 53 seconds. So almost a 4-minute differential between them and that team.
And that 4 minutes is all from just how crisp Millennium are. Working as a team, they have very efficient team fighting, very efficient objective control from that, and that's why they managed to keep that time shorter. To put it in context, Millennium are doing in Challenger right now what Gamers 2 or G2 Esports are doing in the LCS now, as G2 have around about that 30-minute mark as well for their games. So, I mean, it's very interesting that we're in this situation where Millennium, they're winning pretty quickly themselves.
Yeah, that's very true. So yeah, moving on to also the bot lane and Hanshammer specifically. First game, yeah, it was super good in the vein, but the Draven though, even though he didn't like do too much in that game because he was basically just farming for the entire game, that was represented in his adoration stacks, which he cashed in, and then resulted in 1,488 gold, which we believe is a record, but we still have to check that, as there's been many Draven players over the world, but currently we believe it's winning. So, yeah, it was very impressive.
I did my best to try and check it. The comparable one is Cops one from, I think it was Qualifier Season 3, which was like, I think it was actually only 12 gold less, or 11 gold. It was like 1477, something like that. So it's an unofficial record in our eyes.
So the difference is, like, now, because Adoration, you stack up more since Season 3, so he kind of, like, got more from that, but he's still got more gold, so that's what counts. Anyway, going to move on to our pro player prediction for this week, and this time it comes in from Kickers, who then said, I am certain Millennium will take the win 2-0. Their teamwork and synergy seems to be on a high level, and the players are individually strong as well, and I honestly have to agree with him.
Confident from Kickers, and he says that Millennium look confident as well, says they're probably the best team in Challenger right now, which I mean, if he's confident they're going to win against Wolves, who, along with Huma, are arguably like in that bracket around.
Yeah.
He's confident in Millennium. To be honest, if I was, gonna put a statement out there with my name on it of all of these 6 teams, I'd probably be like, Millennium are probably the ones that are doing very well. But we've seen it before in Challenger. We saw it last year, even with Team Dignitas EU. Now Splice started well, dipped, came back strong at the end. So it's not all about weeks 1 and 2. It's about being consistent and going through the playoff bracket as well.
Yeah, and it's also like even getting like early wins is really good, because then you don't necessarily like coast over to the end of the split, but it definitely makes it easier. Like we even saw Giants like in the LCS where they got a bunch of early wins, and then later on it was just like, they could lose some and then still be out of relegation or stay on the top side of it. So definitely important to get those wins regardless. And we are now into picks and bans. So conveniently timed. Let's take a look at those ban champions coming out. This is 6-2 with Jin enabled. So we may even see a Jin today. We did of course see those Sven highlights getting those pentakills. We'll see if we get any in Challenger, but of course, competitive play, very different world from solo queue.
So we've been talking a little bit about that. We're not expecting it to be like you have to pick Jin. We probably don't even expect to see Jin in any games, but there is the potential to see him AD carry in mid. It's a very low chance in our minds, though. But there are a high chance of support bans right now. None of them being Trundle, though.
No, not yet. Morgana and Thresh obviously aims at masterwork. When Ham on both champions, he is also a big Alistar player, so that's still open for him. But Alistar being like a very competitive pick right now, may even be taken away with them, especially with Corki being taken off the field, taking away a lot of these priority picks. Gangplank as well, obviously, on the red side, and then Kalista back on the blue side will be the final ban. So I wonder what that shifts priority for the teams as we wait on our final ban.
Same thing we saw in LCS this week. Kalista banned, Corki banned. It's either first pick Lucian from the Wolves or Millennium get it and they'll crush the 2v2 potentially. I mean, this is Pinoy, so I'm not as convinced the 2v2 is going to Millennium, even though they have won the last couple of weeks just straight up in those 2v2s. Kindred, as I think you already alluded to, is re-enabled for this.
Indeed.
So that is why she's banned.
Yes.
They are banned.
They are banned as the last ban from Millennium. And I believe that was, the instant lock-in of Lucian, as you correctly predicted. That will be that first pickup now waiting for Millennium. I would just see an Alistar here, honestly.
This is where it forces the hand, because there's a lot of OP picks available. In the LCS, we ended up in this situation as well, where you have like the Poppy, the Graves, Nidalee if you're running poke compositions, but with the Corki gone, I'm not too sure we're going to see that. You just see a lot of these power picks here. So Millennium get 2. Wolves then get at least 1 more from it. So it's not the end of the world from Wolves. You now have a decent bottom lane, and you're only giving away 2 picks. And we have seen the Alistar as you predicted.
Yeah, Alistar comes out, even though the hover was there with Graves, but I mean, it was hovered, but I preempted it with Masterwork with his champion pool being those 3 champions that we've seen so far.
You are actually correct, boss. Don't worry.
But looking at Copenhagen Wolves now, Trundle is still open.
Well, yeah, that's it. Although I don't know whether I'd want to run that.
Well, there's a couple compositions last week and didn't have to run the Trundle, but did.
I'll concede that point, but I feel like Trundle right now in the support role is so much stronger when he's just facilitating other people, right? With the Nidalee, with the Corki, and Ezreal if you're running it. Like, that tends to be where Trundle's strength is. So I don't think the Wolves are probably going to go that route, just because it would just be a little bit of a weird one, I think, synergistically right now.
Maybe. They lock in the Victor and the Lees. Of course, that was very early on into the draft, so they could actually go anywhere with the Lucian. It just depends which direction they go.
That's true. That's true. I forgot Lucian. We've seen him in the top lane.
Yeah.
Cabo shot. I've got to adjust that in my mind that Lucian is a flex pick.
I've been spamming so much Lucian recently.
You're bad.
Top lane.
Stop
it's so good. Like, I'm actually seeing the light. It's legitimately good. But then you go against Quinn and then you die. It's like, oh, okay. But Elise was picked up alongside Victor, I should say. So pretty obvious where those ones will go. Victor mid lane and then jungle Elise. Could be the Lucian top lane, we don't know. But assuming it's either one or the other, we could have another AD carry being picked up here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Millennium could just look to hold their top lane pick. But they haven't locked Poppy in yet. Sorry, the screen was glared over it. So they don't actually save their top lane pick. They're going to save their mid lane pick. Now, seeing the Victor is available, I wonder what that's going to prompt. Because there aren't too many picks right now that are that dependent on like the enemy top and mid and support, which is, I assume, what we're looking for. Like, you've not got too many mid lane picks that are like, well, I can't do this into this. It's not like the old days where you'd have an immobile mid lane. And it's just like, well, if they're running engage, I can't do anything to it. Sure. So I guess you just want to round out exactly what it is, see where the composition lies. They have got Alistar Misfortune, which is a good setup for any kind of team fights. Yeah,
I'm looking at like team fight picks. Prettiest champion pool so far has consisted of like a Nivea or Orianna. Orianna could be great here with the Alistar and the synergizing with the front line. A Nivea would work, like you would just farm out the mid lane, which is hovering right now. But I mean, I don't know how it would operate in team fights versus like an Orianna that we've already seen from him, which could be good. But he could go anything. He's just swapping randomly at this point. Last pick was Braum, by the way, coming in from Copenhagen Wolves. So actually a new support, so I'm happy. So,
yeah, well, a new support for Sir Nukes-a-Lot. Not a new support just in general. I've seen a lot of Braum, especially here in Europe. Hybrid from G2's Braum has been exceptional. Now we get to see,
a lot of Braum,
does Sir Nukes-a-Lot have the same level of Braum? I'd love to see it if he did. But over on Millennium, they do round it out with one of Pretty's picks that we've seen before, with the Orianna. So that's a team fight comp, if ever you've seen one. However, there is the potential for this to go quite wrong. Because the Poppy ultimate makes people untargetable. So we may see the Poppy ult Shockwave with combination, where the Shockwave goes off right after the Poppy ult, and it doesn't actually work. So we'll see. We'll get to that as we head into the game. But there's pretty strong team fight and burst setup from Millennium. Yeah,
it's true because it's actually almost all burst or instant burst, except the Misfortune with the 3-second channel. But the rest of it could all just miss.
Yeah,
in that instant. Looking at the other side, Alessandra was also picked up, so that'll be going to the top lane.
Yep.
So wave clear pick. That will be going up against Poppy. So yeah, that's fine.
And what exactly Copenhagen Wolves have right here is the ability to control all of their waves pretty easily. You've got Lissandra, who's excellent at it with the teleport now. You've got a Victor for mid lane. You've got a Lucian who can clear bot lane very quickly and get back and just control and make sure your side waves are in the right place. So Millennium will have to engage at some point. If this game devolves to the point where we have a lane swap and an ARAM, Millennium will have to engage pretty heavily, but they have Alistar, they have the follow-up. It shouldn't be too much of an issue as long as their warding is correct, but Copenhagen Wolves could look to control and slow this game down quite significantly.
Millennium so far we've seen just be a really good team at just like one, closing out games, and two, finding opportunities to do so. Like in a lot of the games where like, you know, poker composition kind of stall out, they've found opportunities to like force an objective or something and just like accelerate the game past that hump that you usually hit with some compositions. So if there's any team that can make this work, it is definitely Millennium. But make sure you join the conversation on Twitter and tell us if you think they can pull it off. Hashtag MILWin or hashtag CWWin as we get into this one. And we can see those full compositions being brought up as we get into our first game of Week 3 here at the European Challenger Series. Copenhagen Wolves taking on Millennium. Probably our closest game today, I think, in terms of previous results.
I think so. Well, no one's really close with Millennium, is the thing. Millennium are running away with it right now. So You're as correct as you can be, Pulse.
Okay, I'll take it.
It's fine. It's not a bad start to it. But
all right,
anyway,
ship it.
As we head on to the Rift, I'm wondering now, if Millennium end up in standard lanes, I think they'll be happier, because it allows them to at least try and take control of the 2v2 like we've seen time and time again. And then from there, they become this very difficult pack to actually fight. Misfortune Alistar, if they start going mid lane, that kind of thing, you have to respect them and back away because they have so much damage that it could be difficult for Wolves to stand in front of it. But that's running ahead of ourselves. We have to see how this game starts.
I actually wonder what masteries everyone's running on Copenhagen Wolves, because almost every single member is running biscuits, apart from Trovan. So I wonder actually what they're setting up, because they must have at least points in the middle tree, Cunning. So actually an interesting one there. Elise just hanging out in the jungle. Not too much happening in this early game. I do want to touch on the bot lane though. Pinoy Nukes-a-Lot versus Masterwork Hansama. We haven't seen the bot lane from Millennium really be tested, because they went up against a tilting Holy Phoenix in week 1, followed by a weak bottom lane week 2. Now against Pinoy and Nukes-a-Lot, who are a very strong bottom lane. Pinoy, great individually. We even saw it last week with the Penta, which wasn't even just last hitting targets, it was like legitimately a good penta. He was like dueling people and actually outplaying people.
Yeah, that is very true. I'm looking forward to it, to seeing this 2v2 settle for sure. But they are up against Lucian Braum from Pinoy and Sinuxalot. A lot of you know, potential when you look at the catches in the lane. Just hit that Winter's Bite, the double tap passive to follow up. But they've got sustain, they've got damage in the lane themselves from the misfortunes. So I'm not too overly worried about either lane running away with this 2v2. I think we actually may see it fall back to just little bits of harass and nobody actually going fully aggressive unless Masterwork can find a Q flash. I think that's probably going to be the situation that busts this wide open.
Very possible. We're generally seeing actually a lot of Alistairs, even early on, go for Lucidity into Distortion, which both gives them the cooldown reduction on their combo and also reduction on flash, which is really important, so you can actually make those happen more often. You want to get the Distortion before you go for your first big play, so you can get the cooldown reduction on your second flash. So that's why we generally see it fairly early on, but it does hold the rest of your build a little further behind, so you don't get like the face of the mountain, but that's not the most important active compared to actually getting the engage off in the first place.
Yeah, that's true. In the bottom lane, Hansama and Masterwork managed to hit that level 2 early and pressured, but actually fell back after the first combo from Masterwork. You saw it on your screen. Just because they don't feel confident going all in this early. Ooh, Troven had an opportunity against Joko there. Not that often that you'll catch a Graves going into lane to gank and actually catch him in a situation where you're not against a wall. So there was potential, but Cocoon dodged out by Joko.
Yeah, even in that one-on-one trade, I'm not sure that Troven wins the prolonged trade, because even if he runs away, he's going to get hit by end of the line. Joko has a point in W now as well, so you actually had to get in melee range, and then he either disengages or you die. And then Elise got some damage shaved off in 6-2 as well, so I feel like Graves wins that regardless, even if you just get the Cocoon. But yeah, he had a chance to deal some damage and maybe burn the health pot that was remaining from Joko at the very least.
My eyes are going to be pretty focused, though, on what Wicked's doing this game, because the last couple of weeks have been a bit up and down for Wicked. He has had some good games. His stat line generally is quite positive, but I haven't really seen him have massive impact on the champions he's been playing. And I'm just kind of wondering where exactly he sits in the pack of top laners that we've got here in Challenger, because we do have a fair amount of top lane presence, and we haven't seen too much out of Kaze yet. But he's been quietly there, and I'm wondering now, is he the kind of player that's going to step up and beat one of the old guard of the LCS?
Possibly. Kaze hasn't really needed to do anything other than be like a standard top laner, because a carry either comes from Pretty or Hansama or Joko turns up, and Kaze just needs to not die in lane and just be a front line and then win. And in this game, I don't think we're going to see too much different on Poppy. Definitely against the Lissandra matchup, he's not going to snowball out of control. And will most likely just be a front line for the heavy burst damage that's going to come in from Teamfight's Trom. That trifecta we already talked about, so yeah, maybe next game we draft something more interesting. It's kind of like the scenario with Werlip we had, where he picked the Maokai, and it's like, well, just pick a carry again, and the next game you went Fiora and just killed everyone, so I wonder if Kaze has potential on carry champions, because so far we've seen him on Poppy and Tam.
Well, I feel like you can carry on Poppy quite spectacularly. I think to put Poppy in just like an only utility tank kind of area, I think overlooks a lot of the damage and crowd control that Kaze brings to the fight that can actually... Oh, that's... that bottom lane trade. You're not going to see that too often, but you can see Sinuxalot isn't on the trundle. Not to say he's a one-trick, but that just should have hit the mark. That Q should have hit.
Yeah, yes, it should. But going back into the Poppy point, I think it's very interesting just as a debate, because there's multiple Poppy builds that we see, and you can go with Poppy. But generally, the main one we see is like Sunfire into Iceborne Gauntlet, which is a decent amount coming in from the Sheen effect. As the mid lane goes toe-to-toe, Soren just hits level 6, as does Pretty. Soren is actually kiting back and forth and just taking auto attacks, but he's actually baiting for Troven to come in, lands the repel, and will be following up onto Pretty. And now goes into human form, looking for the Neurotoxin, but it's not quite enough damage to finish him off. Did burn the flash, however. That was a flash burn for a heal in the mid lane, and Troven burns nothing other than time. Joko now closing in from the bottom side. Shouldn't be able to get this gank off, as Soren, all he needs to do is simply walk away. Does force him away from the farm, however. Top lane, Kaze is going to get ulted by Wicked as he's out of mana, so just doesn't want to get in range of Kaze so he can get locked down by the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that focus on bottom lane for a second. I was going to say, keep in mind the Steadfast Presence won't block it, but as you rightfully said, if he uses the Claw, the ult will deny him the ability to go across to the second point of it. So, was necessary to get out of that.
Correct. Yeah, it sort of hurts him because he has his teleport and won't be using the second teleport of the game, or rather the first teleport of the game, to go back into his lane. He'll want to use it to roam if there's a skirmish that opens up. And now, because the first ultimate from Lissandra is a fairly long cooldown, it's actually quite big because it means during the next 2 minutes or so, Wicked, if he teleports in, he only has his snare and a bit of damage versus having the ultimate to lock down a single target. So, hurts a little bit. But so far, this early game has been fairly quiet.
Vision control out for Wolves. You can see it is all around the shallow entrances to the jungle from Millennium. So they've got good read on where Joko is, but Joko's kind of spent a lot of time farming. He's only been going around for counter ganks ever since he had to dodge out from the gank from Troven. So Joko's not really too hindered by that. He's going to be happy just to farm up. He's hit 6 now, so has that big burst potential that you would expect from a Graves. And now is able maybe to look a little bit more aggressively. He knows they've got a pink ward topside. In on the engage onto Wicked.
Joko coming in from behind. He has his ultimate, and Wicked is lining himself up. Joko also has flash, so it's very easy to line up end of the line. In fact, he's clearing out the minion wave, so there's nothing to block. And preemptively, Wicked jumps in with the E, but he's just slammed against the wall, and that's a first blood. That was not well played, but in the mid lane, Soren is getting chunked down by Pretty. Following up, will be going into gravity field and getting stunned out. Soren has to flash away, burning that summoner. Now Joko is invading into Troven's jungle. Troven goes into the top side, maybe looking for a dive, but Kaze's low on mana. Joko, however, knowing the enemy jungle is in the top lane, goes and steals the blue by himself. May even donate over to Pretty, but actually walks back into the middle lane.
So that was very clean by Millennium on that gank topside. So when Kaze went in initially, he was outside of tower range on the first little aggression he went onto Wicked. That allowed Joko to get into the jungle behind and sit in the tri-bush and get in behind the wave. Again, clearing the wave so the minions push in. They took almost no damage, maybe even no damage from the turret at all, because I think they actually hit Wicked into the wall away from the turret. So it just very clean, very crisp from Millennium. That's what we've come to expect.
That also lined up so well because mid lane won by itself in the one-on-one. Top lane won because of the gank set up by Joko, and because of those both things happening simultaneously, as Kaze is just aggressing onto Wicked, again gets the slowdown. It meant he could go into the enemy jungle uncontested and just take away the blue. That always never happens. The jungler just being able to waltz into the enemy jungle and take that one away. Also, Wicked is getting absolutely bodied in the top lane. Kaze is just trying to line up for another E, and Wicked jumps away, pops the ultimate on himself for a little bit of healing. Kaze thinks about jumping back in, but uses the E to jump back to his minions. But yeah, Wicked is not having a good time in top lane.
No, he's really struggling. I mean, yes, he is up in CS, but it's what you'd expect from Alessandro right now. But it's ever since now the Sheen's been picked up by Kaze. He's got the cowl that he's had for a while now, so he's just able to take full control of this laning phase from now on. Kaze is going to be able to sit in front of Wicked. All Wicked can do is push the lane out and force Kaze to deal with a stack of minions, and then the lane pretty much resets and Kaze starts to push.
Yeah. Wicked, I feel like, is mashing a Ring of Frost a little too quickly, because he hits it and is already slowed from the Hammer Shock, so he tries to walk away, but Kaze's already still on top of him, so it's actually kind of negated. You want to wait for a second when Poppy begins chasing you after using Hammer Shock, and then you get away and take less damage, but it's almost like a wasted spell in that sense.
Oh, Wicked. He's going in aggressively.
Not really the
he's
time
got
to do so.
here.
Has to flash away. Troven is here to deal the damage onto Poppy and jumps after using Repel. But Joker's returning the damage of ended the line on the auto attack, trying to body block. It is not enough as Troven flashes out. The ultimate comes across and it's not quite enough damage. Collateral will not finish them off. And Wicked also slunks away, but Joko lining up against the wall. Troven turns around. Can this be the 1v2? But the Spiderlings will finish him off for the shutdown. A 2-for-1 over to Copenhagen Wolves.
Spiderlings MVP in that situation. Joko just wanted to get that auto through, but couldn't. Man, that was a good read by the Wolves to be able to take that 2v2. I don't think they know Joko was. I don't think they knew Joko was up there, but even so, they were able to take the engage, made sure that they put the damage down onto Kaze at first to get that kill, and forced Joko to kind of come back in aggressively. So we're going to take another look. the Cocoon landing on Kaze this time makes all the difference, because even with the Cowl just regenerating him plus the potion he was using, he just couldn't go through the Ignite. Sorry, not the Ignite, the burn from red buff on that. Joko at this point desperately trying to get himself into range to take out Troven as well, and Spiderlings ruin the day. He knows he can't turn an auto.
Yeah.
He doesn't even start the animation because it wasn't worth it at that point.
That's one of the saddest things in a Lee's Graves matchup. If you don't land the end of the line to clear out the Spiderlings against the wall before the trade starts, you will always hit Spiderlings. So you actually can't auto-attack Lee's until you cleared them, and that's like 1 or 2, and that's most of the trade gone. So one of the horrible things about that matchup if you don't line it up perfectly, but still got that 1 kill on the top lane, 2, 1, and 0. All these kills going over to Joko has accelerated them into Swiftness Boots and the Warrior Enchant and an extra longsword on top of that, and has also given 1 pink ward. So see if he can actually get some value out of that one. Top lane, Kaze is looking to be dove, Setfrash presence, and a little more movement speed so he can juke the Cocoon. And top lane is slowly being sieged in. Troven's actually sticking around. Kaze is quite difficult to dive.
I think that's a bit of an understatement. He has the hammer as well, so he's going to be able to just, as soon as somebody starts coming into that lane, just go, well, you're going straight back out.
Yeah, it's pretty much suicidal to dive a Poppy with Keeper's Verdict and E. Like, if she hasn't just, like, used E on a minion, then it's just like, you are not going to make that dive happen. Pretty sidesteps as Troven looks for another Cocoon, so going to be backing away from that one. Mid lane, Soren should be able to clear out this pink ward while the pressure's being provided by Troven. And now we do reset. So Millennium a little bit ahead in terms of gold in this game and picked up the first dragon. So they have those combat stats coming in from there and are slightly ahead in some of these lanes. Kaze putting some more damage onto Wicked. Getting a range for another hammer shot just before he backs away.
I mean, that shows you how far ahead in Kaze's mind he is. Ooh. Bottom lane, there's an engage onto Pinoy.
Yeah, Hans Sammer tried to get the double up onto a minion, but I believe it hits Nukes a lot and didn't RNG onto Pinoy. Wicked is stepping too close to these minions. Okay, now he's waiting. Now he's using Ring of Frost. That's the right timing. But Keeper's Verdict, another hammer shock. The ultimate from Wicked. But Kaze still has his E. The follow-up from Joko. Another hammer shock for the kill. And Troven lines up for Kaze and Joko to deal the damage. Now Joko does have to reload and Troven walks away. Another kill, 1 for 0 in the top lane. I'm
not sure shotguns are really the best thing to try and deal with spiders. Like tiny spiders, if I'm honest. You're probably going to do more damage
to your floor or, yeah.
But I'm having flashbacks to that episode of Simpsons where he's trying to change the channel because he joined the gun association. But anyway, top lane, really nice combo just to set up the turn on the engage. But I was kind of trying to explain that in Kaze's mind, that's how far ahead he is he trades through the minions anytime that Wicked is within range. He just goes on him straight away, charge into the queue, makes sure he gets the damage, and then walks away because Wicked can't trade damage effectively as long as Kaze's got the buckler on as well. Because he just moves into the buckler, gets the shield, and what does Wicked do? He can't trade.
Yep. That was actually really sick in the bot lane, even though nothing came of it. Masterwork waited until the last second where a concussive blows wore off, and then chose that moment to jump in with the headbutt pulverize combo, knowing that they couldn't get those 4 stacks instantly and therefore would win the trade, and bot lane had to back away. So just something small that was just nice to see there by Masterwork if you didn't catch it. Back into the top lane though, there's been... Gonna hold for a second. Hans Sammer has to flash away. Masterwork will block this damage. Ultimate from Sir Nuxalot. Maybe able to get this kill onto Hans Sammer. Concussive blows and the auto with the empowered damage is enough to take him down. Troven now into the fray, but so is Kaze. And Pinoy drops low. Hammer Shock will take him out. The claw comes in and a lockdown onto Kaze. Should be enough damage as Nuxalot is trying to come in here, but there's the double kill coming out. Troven almost goes down. And Wicked with the last auto attack is not quite enough. Mid lane, the one-on-one solo kill onto Pretty. Picks up the kill. But Joko's here. The ultimate is not enough to finish off his target. Now he's out of mana. Lands the 2 auto attacks. The heal, the flash, the jump away by Wicked. And he is still alive, popping that potion as he walks away. That was so messy. 5-5 in total. Oh my god, I thought Kaze maybe had another kill there on Troven, but Troven managed to get away. All the meanwhile, Soren just solo killed Pretty. I'm pretty sure we'll get a replay of it at some point, but you know, Wolves threw a lot at that fight, and they actually come up fairly big from it. Millennium managed to hold themselves at a decent point ahead, but it does give Wolves some gold. Now Millennium have evened that up by taking a tower for themselves and have extended their lead.
But man, that was nearly a massive play from Kaze.
This is not good from Masterwork. Will use the Squad of Crab as the taxi service to try and get away. Does have the flash, but doesn't have his ultimate. And won't have to burn the flash as the assistance comes in from Joko. He will walk back into mid lane. So we're going to see a repeat of
this is a mid lane kill. So the... okay, that was pretty clean cut. Laser over the wall into Chaos Storm. Following up. Okay, that's just a little bit of a weird read by Pretty to decide to go aggressive there, knowing the Chaos Storm radius over the wall.
It was also the fact that Soren had a flash was the big thing there. In this trade, Kaze gets locked down, but he's quite tanky. Keeper's Verdict gets interrupted by the Cocoon, and Soren's coming in with the laser. Joko turning around as well, but he doesn't really have the damage to deal with this. And Shutdown comes in for Troven. Just being caught out there onto Kaze, so bot lane will be taken as a result of that.
Well, this was the Wolves recognizing that Alistair was mid lane, so whoever was bottom lane was likely only 2 people, and if they send 4, they know they can take the 4v2, and they were kind of just banking on Hans Semmer being back. I don't know whether they had vision while he was recalling or something like that while we were in the replay, but that was a good read by the Wolves, making sure that they can take out objectives on the bottom side of the map just to even it up from what Millennium just took. But Troven is having a decent game here, probably above decent actually. Troven's having a pretty good game. And he's doing it on a side of Elise that we don't commonly see in Europe recently. Recently, European junglers have been going for that Runic Echoes, have been going far more towards AP in their masteries as well. This time it's Strength of the Ages on Troven's Elise, plus the Cinder Hulk as well on that Tracker's Knife. So he's looking to be just tankier. It's something that we actually see a lot more in, I believe it's LCK. We see a lot of their junglers going for the tank setup. So just a little different to what we normally see in the LCS.
Correct. There are some junglers who are running Strength of Ages, but it's varying from around 15 to 25% when you look at the different junglers from AD all the way over to Bruisers. So there's some people who run in the LCS, but not everyone just yet. It is mainly Runic Echoes and the more damage-orientated build, as you pointed out. Joko and Kaze moving into the top lane here. Pinoy and his support are heading up. So is Troven. This will be the engage. It should be a 3-on-3 once everyone arrives, but Pinoy's locked up from the Keeper's Verdict. Joko does not really get in range to help his ally. Masterwork will just take away this ward real quick. Mid lane looking to rotate. Lots of movement going on right now. I don't think anyone's going to get caught out. Pretty should be able to take away this pink ward. And Wicked is free to push down the bottom lane. Doesn't have his TP though. So something to keep in mind if they get caught in the trade.
So we ended up in standard lanes. We were talking about the 2 versus 2 from Millennium. How good would it be? How good would it be compared to Pinoy and Sir Nuxalot? We'll take a look at the farm difference between the two. 196 to 154 at the 20-minute mark. Oh, but it's Pretty in the middle lane that may be caught out here. Troven holds the cocoon
and lands the lands the cocoon, but it is cleansed out by Pretty. So burn the summoner. And the fact that Pretty doesn't have his flash as well is pretty big. It means next time he's get caught by any CC, he is basically dead. Masterwork is here to peel for him. Nuxalot on Braum. Pretty decent so far. I think we have to revisit this in like 10-15 minutes to really judge whether it's better than his Trundle. And yeah, just blue donation coming over. This should be the second dragon going over to Millennium. I don't think they're going to contest, just with timers on their buffs, timers on everything in their jungle, with Wicked being in the bot side of the map as well, and Pinoy being kind of in first. Millennium will just take this one away. It's not the biggest deal. It's very rare you get to Aspect, and you don't really get combat stats from 2, 3, or 4 dragons. The other one gives you movement speed, which is nice for rotations, and a little bit in team fights, but it's 5%, so it's not the biggest deal. This could be potentially greedy from Joko. Cocoon does not land. He already used the quick draw, so he wouldn't be able to get over the wall. Where's the ultimate? Worth the try. I would have gone for it.
So one problem right now that Wolves have is there's a little bit of redundancy in their movement on the map. And by that I mean that Millennium had the wave pushing in towards them bottom lane, and Kaze was just kind of sitting there farming it out and wasn't pushing all that quickly. Middle lane wasn't going anywhere because Victor's clearing it out anyway, and it had been pushed in top side for Lucian. So Wicked was just kind of standing mid lane looking to try and set up a pick. And the Wolves weren't actively working on their vision control at the same time. So there was just this moment on the map where the Wolves actually weren't doing too much. However, now they want to go aggressive. They may have found Hansama, but it's Sir Nuxalot that's caught.
Masterwork comes in with the combo, and now the TP out from Wicked actually cancelled out for the cooldown as he goes into the bottom lane, and Kaze is pushing. But now Kaze has the TP advantage. Wicked still has his ultimate to interrupt, so that's there. But Kaze, if he just breaks vision for a second, or more accurately 4 seconds, then he'll be able to teleport away and get into the fight. Mid lane is now being pushed in from Copenhagen Wars. Pretty, I believe, should happen as wave clear, definitely with Joko. And Pinoy tries to respond with a little bit himself from the culling, but at rank 2, it's not going to be tearing up faces. Actually sitting on 2 items though, both AD carries are. So typically I build Essence Reaver into Rapid Fire Cannon, gives you the crit to synergize with the Essence Reaver. So fairly cut and dry in the item build so far.
Man, you've always got to think about that Graves wave clear. You're like, it's a jungler. Don't worry about that. Junglers don't have wave clear. What are you talking about? Oh.
Q. Just one shot the
end
wave.
of the line.
Right.
Yeah, nice. Okay, forgot about that. That plus an Orianna works out a treat in the middle lane. Or, to be honest, and most champions plus a Graves has enough wave clear to hold a wave off something. As long as it's not a committed push. As long as it's not like 5 people running at the tower, you're probably not going to sit there if they're looking to fight you.
It's still difficult though, because even if they dive the Graves, he has smokescreen, and getting disorientated underneath a tower in the middle of a smokescreen is really annoying. Blind is one of the most annoying things in the game.
One problem that Millennium do have right now is they can't actively control 3 waves. At least not without everybody from Millennium being mid. Ooh.
Joko is going to get chunked down to half before jumping over the wall. Has Hex Drinker though.
Oh, double knockup, but it's not enough for an engage.
Just chunking the tower. Again, culling, just used for poke. Actually got a lot onto Masterwork.
And what I mean by they can't actively control 3 waves is they can have the Misfortune go top, which they've done twice now, but it does leave an opening in that middle lane for a fight, because Misfortune has to run down. Yes, she has extra movement speed, but it's not really fast enough to get right into a fight. You have Poppy in the bottom lane with teleports, and that's okay. But it just means that they have to bounce between top and mid and can't really commit to any kind of 1-3-1. They're stuck on a 4-1, which is normally fine. But the fact that the Wolves have such good side wave control means that every time Millennium push out top, somebody just goes there, like Wicked goes there and clears it, or Pinoy goes there and clears it. And it's very quick for them to actually deal with that and come back to the middle lane.
It's time for ZZ Rot. That would mean that the wave would always be pushing away from them. But there's no one really on this team who could efficiently build a ZZ Rot, so. Banner of Command, though, could be okay on Masterwork coming in here. It would be maybe a few minutes out, but would solve the issue as you place it down every couple minutes. And then if you set it for a play in advance, would allow you to do that.
And the biggest problem overall with the entirety of this lane setup and side waves is that it's the Victor is the linchpin here for Copenhagen Wolves. Is Victor doesn't have to move from mid lane and can always deter a push because you clear the wave out so effectively. So what it means Millennium will be forced to do in the next few minutes is engage with the Alistar Orianna combo. And they're going to be forced to go either under the turret or behind it. So they'll need the right vision control for that, unless Copenhagen Wolves make a mistake and push forward and get caught. And that's where Millennium will struggle, because they won't gain enough ground on top and bottom to actually make this game completely winnable for themselves. They have to play a vision, an objective game, to try and get that team fight to go against the Wolves.
Additionally, as Hansama almost getting bursted here, Master will knock away Soren with Headbutt. Additionally, if they get into a team fight as well, it's actually fairly difficult to kill half of the team. Wicked will pop his ultimate on himself. Trowan could just jump in the air with Repel. Nuxalot is going to be fairly tanky. Soren and Pinoy are going to be fairly far back, and they have disengaged from Nuxalot's ultimate. So it's actually fairly annoying to get the full burst off from Millennium.
And so Nuxalot is just going to stand in front of the bullet time.
Yeah.
He's just going to, everyone gets behind him, and it's very difficult to utilize the full extent of that ultimate. Yes, it's a massive cone, and he's only got a shield.
But if you stand right in front of Hansama...
Oh, yeah, if you stand
but
at
then
the
Kaze keepers verdicts him and knocks him away.
Oh, the multi-faceted counterplays here.
Soren catches Hansama again with the laser, the death ray. Kaze and Pinoy maybe going head-to-head here. Kaze has completed his Iceborne Gauntlet, so Pinoy does not deal damage to him anymore until he starts picking more damage items up. Probably needs another damage item to really start chunking through Kaze. Once he hits those 2 items there from... What was that?
Well, I was going. Yeah, that's correct.
There was a sassy way of agreeing with me. Like,
sorry, I didn't mean to sass you. So in my head, I was like, "That's right." But he has got a Spirit Visage, so it's not the Sunfire Cape. So he is a little bit squishier than he normally
that is correct.
would be.
Pretty.
You could say, if it was correct.
Yeah, if I was on point there. Nuxalot getting knocked into the tower by Masterwork and knocked up as well, but Masterwork has his ultimate. He's fairly low as he pops it. The ultimate from Pretty is more just trying to save his ally more than anything as Nuxalot drops slow Handsammer with the ultimate coming in from the side. Collateral damage finishes off Nuxalot, and now Soren and Troven may have to split up. Panoy is sticking with his mid laner, and that is a 1-for-0 over to Millennium, and I don't think there's going to be any follow-up though.
Man, Handsammer couldn't get maximum damage from that because he stopped just shy of the lane, which meant, yes, he was safer, but couldn't actually hit people with that ultimate properly. He got a lot of damage down onto one target. Kaze is going to teleport in. Can he cross the distance? If the Wolves stay, they certainly can follow up. Oh, that is a good smoke screen.
The trap is being closed in. Soren has to flash away, but I don't think it was even worth this situation. It will pop his ultimate. It's just not enough to take out Joko as he walks out of the fight. Masterwork and Kaze leading the charge, trying to cut off Panoy. Troven's there, might be able to land something to CC of Kaze, but he's going after Panoy. He's trying to stick to him. Meanwhile, Wicked is getting taken out. Kaze finds his quarry, takes him down, and Troven is probably going to drop as well. He's being chased under the tower. Masterwork is taking up the tower for Poppy. Nuxalot has respawned from base and is looking to assist, but there is no one to assist.
And that's what we talked about. Millennium have to team fight. They have to get these fights and engages from Masterwork and Kaze, and they get one. It works out very well for them. They've got 3 members still down for the Wolves, so they turn their attention to Baron and do have a fairly quick Baron clear right now. When you look at the Poppy damage, you've got the Misfortune damage as well. Now the ability to clear waves to the Wolves just got that much harder. Obviously, you're going to have that added resistance on some of the minions now against the magic damage.
Yeah.
This is not the first engage. This is the second follow-up with a good smoke screen. So that, by the way, is such a good W by Graves. Because of the way it now reduces vision, there's no way the Wolves can see effectively what is coming from the bottom side, so very difficult to like flash reactively outside of that situation. From here, Millennium have the ability to catch up. They have the extra movement speed, the dashes, the ability to stop Panoy from dashing away at first as well. So Millennium just know that they can take this trade for as long as the Wolves block out the, or at least halt the engage at first.
Now Troven might be able to get away here. Just have Nuxalot and the rest of his team to assist him. Poppy is such a depressing champion to run away from because he doesn't deal like all of the damage instantly. It's just like slow and hammer shock and then slow and then I'm dead. It's just like, you don't think like the first combo is going to kill you and then you carry on trading, and then once you want to run away, you just can't. Soren, the ultimate coming out. Nuxalot's trying to block the ultimate, but it's taking so much damage by himself. Panoy jumps in, is already picking up one target, takes down Pretty, and the flash comes backwards from Handsammer. He burns both his summons for that, but Kaze wants blood. He comes in with a Keeper's Verdict, but has been CC'd up coming in from the groundy field, and it's this one-man army with a shutdown. Moving on to Panoy, looking for the triple. Scumbag Masterwork picks up the kill. 4 for 1. Kaze taking the team on his back, and I was wrong at the start of the game when I said I don't think he could carry.
I was going to say, I don't know what you mean by Poppy can't carry, man. This is what a Poppy does when she starts running away with the game. The thing is, Kaze's been able to win the 1v1 for like the longest time in this game, and that translates into his ability to just cross through the jungle with nobody able to stop him, and he has just been unstoppable in this game. The rest of Millennium have just been putting out enough damage that then Poppy comes in and goes, oh, well, I'm going to clean up a couple of these kills here a little bit. And Millennium, with this Baron buff, are just so difficult to force away from towers. And this is the problem, is like Soren steps forward to try and get damage down onto the carries, but the damage in response from Millennium is way too much to deal with. Even with Wicked having a really good flank in from the side there, appearing behind some of the backline. Look at how strong Kaze is, how tanky he is. He just is able to soak up time from Wicked and Troven and then go in for the kill here for the double.
Yeah, color me impressed. Like Kaze, literally the one-man army. Just killing everybody. And went for 2 armor items. It was actually 3 AP damage dealers who were hitting him in the last fight and just couldn't kill him. So yeah, also picked up the Giants, but on top of that, so just has an absurd amount of health, absurd amount of resistances, and a Merc Tread, so he's more resistant to CC.
Yep.
And yeah, Poppy.
Not only that, though, on top of all of that, Masterwork has wind speakers. So it means as soon as he pops that heal, it's like, oh, have some more armor and MR. Like,
and because Kaze is, I believe, the highest level in this game, yeah, along with a lot of the solo laners, because wind speakers applies on your highest level. So Kaze being level 16, it will give him level 16 version of stats. That's almost around 20 MR and armor, which is just so much, and Nuxalot, even at the start of the engage, has been shoved out of the fight. Kaze is just going to dive the turret and set up Pinoy for the kill. He goes down, and Soren, looking to be followed after as well, drags him into the fight, and Masterwork is just dragging all the kills into this game. Gets 2 in there, and the tower, and that with 3 kills, and now they're just looking to pick up the game. Sir Nuxalot, nothing really he can do with Wicked, who's been zoned away, and Millennium, after that Baron, have just opened up the game and closed in on Copenhagen Wolves. They want the kills. This is just Millennium style right here. If there's a kill to be had, we'll take it before the Nexus. 31 minutes, and Millennium pick up the win.
That went from being a close game for the longest time to just Millennium winning. Like, Millennium had the 1v1 advantage in the side lane, and they had the 2v2 advantage, which was just from CS, but they just found the engage. That's all they needed to do, was as the Wolves were stepping forward, catch them out. Wolves went for an engage themselves, and then kind of that play where Kaze runs up from mid lane and just goes aggressive over the wall. That's it. All that Millennium needed was to get Copenhagen Wolves into a fighting position, and they knew that they'd win.
Pretty much, because Copenhagen Wolves were able to stall them out on like a 3-lane setup because they're always able to push back the waves. The Baron stopped Victor from instantly clearing up the waves because of the resistance to AP. And then, yeah, they actually just went for the fight, and it was like, hey, you want to fight? We'll give you one. And then they just kind of won because like all those disengage tools are really good when you're running away, but when you're running into your opponent, you can pop the order on yourself, but you're still in the middle of the enemy team. You can repel up, but you're still in the middle of Millennium who are going to kill you. So nothing that we could really do at that point. And
just an example of like how these champions that are a mix of tank and damage, the Poppy, the Graves, you add alongside that the Alistair, and he was talking about the wind speakers takes the highest level. So Quickshot did a Telestrates segment, a breakdown of some of the masteries, and at level 18, which is where we were getting closer to, it's actually worth like 2,500 gold. So it's a little shy of that because we weren't at that level 18 cap, but that's a lot of added effective gold that is in that team fight, just onto everybody. It makes everybody tankier. So you've got the damage, you've got the tankiness, and then the Alistair tankiness as well. Like, you just can't kill it. Kaze tanked the tower for so long at the end.
Quite dumb. So in team fights, when you're all clumped up and you hit on everyone, 2,500 gold. At the point, it didn't really matter because they were like 10,000 gold ahead anyway. But like, had they been more even, then it's still a large chunk of stats to have. So it was really impressive. Anyway, that's it for game 1. So we'll be back with the conclusion of Copenhagen Wolves and Millennium's best of 2 after this short intermission. Welcome back to the European Challenger Series. It's almost time to dive into our second game between Copenhagen Wolves and Millennium. First game, pretty good by Millennium so far. There was a stall out as Copenhagen Wolves were able to stop them for a while, but then Millennium just kind of found the opening and won the game.
Yeah, just kind of won.
That was the TLDR.
Yeah, if you didn't catch any of it. It was another impressive game by Millennium once it opened up. There was a period of time where I was wondering if they would struggle, just from the fact that they needed to get an engage. Like, if they didn't get any of those engages, I don't think that that's an easy game to win. You end up in like the ARAM situation and then the Baron dance situation, and it's like all of these things that take a long time. But thankfully they had Alistair and a Poppy.
Yes.
So
if
you
like, wanted
engage,
well, you got it. Yeah. That was a very intense point. There was music playing underneath you, so I was getting really into it.
It's okay. We can be hype here.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, so I just want to see what happens in the next Champions Night, because like if they just go for a similar composition, they're probably going to repeat. Like when you had the top lane matchup, like Wicked was ahead in farm, but it's difficult to quantify like a person who has more pressure than you and more trading potential than you, because even though they have less CS, they're able to push you away. They can make plays on you. They can set you up for the jungler. They can just like dive and roam and whatever. So it's kind of difficult to quantify that. But Kaze had whatever it was.
and that's the deceptive thing, though, right? Is Lissandra. It's just like, well, she's going to be higher on farm. She queues the wave. She gets free abilities every so often. You know, it's very easy to farm with Alessandra, even from somewhat distance behind. But it was those points, as you're talking about, when Wicked steps up to the wave and it's too far past his turret. That's when Kaze goes straight through the minion wave into a cannon setup in the back and just goes, oh, I'm just going to trade on you because I've already killed you once and this is how this is going to go. So for the next like 20 minutes, Wicked's like, yeah, I don't want to, I'm not going anywhere near Kaze. This is not a place I want to be.
No, like one time he had just ult him. It was just like, he just came to one and it was like, well, I got to burn this now because there's a Poppy on me. And that's like the depressing thing I was talking about. Like once a Poppy gets on you, you're not running away unless you burn like so much on him. And speaking of the Poppy, we do have a replay. Is the mid lane fight where Kaze just goes ham and it's the 1v3 where he just like killed everyone by himself.
Literally everybody at this point. I mean, Sunuksalot is kind of hopefully blocking just in case Storm wants to come around behind him. But at this point, even after the flank from Wicked, which was a good flank to begin with, then the Poppy shows up, brings the hammer down. Two people go into the sky, and from there, I mean, Kaze is so tanky. These turret shots are doing hardly anything to him. Like, this is like the 4th, 5th turret shot. Not even phased.
It truly was hammer time. Kaze bringing down the hammer in that one. But yeah, Poppy, good champion. I did say at the start, I was like, not sure Poppy can carry this one. And then like...
You always think that. You always think that. That's why you got to ban Poppy in solo queue.
Yes.
Okay? Like,
okay. So if you have like a tank composition against Poppy, it doesn't do that horrific amount of damage. Because what the problem there is like you had Alessandro, you had a squishy backline, you had a Victor, your jungle was a Lee's, like
she was
building a little bit of tank elite, but didn't have that many resistances. Yes, went for the strength of ages, but does not have the same resistances if you went ham on like a Rek'Sai and just built resistance on him. Like Elise is going to be a little bit squishier just by design. So, I'm going to use that point to back up what I said at the start of the game, despite Kaze killing everybody.
Well,
so pick a tank composition if this happens to you.
Hindsight's 2020. So at the end of Champion Select, when you're running Lissandra, Victor, Elise, you should pick a tank setup to deal with the Poppy.
That's dodge.
I like it. That's some good advice. Go back in time and fix.
There you go. Or ban the Poppy. That's also good, which was your suggestion.
Well, I think they should ban the Poppy, to be honest. Millennium could first pick the Poppy if it's available. I wonder, we obviously have 5 more bans to go before we can actually start looking at it. But what I mean is that if you don't ban it, it is a pick that could be in that first spot. It's not just like a champion like Braum.
Yeah.
Almost no one first picks, although it was first picked in LCS once.
It was.
We looked at and were like, don't agree with that.
Not sure about that one. Yeah.
Was it Giants?
I think it was, yeah, because they had that curious draft. In fact, they have a lot of curious drafts, but...
It may have been. It was one of the teams that's on the bottom half of the table, at least.
I think it was Giants. Gangplank will be banned on red side. Corki rant over, by the way. Corki on red side also banned away. Kindred will be the next one from Millennium. They banned that last game, but these are just like all meta picks right now, like just, the OP list, which is just being banned away. And just looking for the last 2.
Kalista ban probably coming up from Wolves, I would imagine. Oh, maybe Millennium, because they feel confident in the 2v2 anyway. Ooh.
Lucian, okay.
That's a different one. So normally we'd see the Kalista banned here. So Wolves, what this is doing is Wolves have to ban Kalista now, otherwise Millennium first pick it. and Millennium just auto-win the 2v2. So what Millennium is saying is, fight us on our second tier AD carries. And Hans Sama goes, well, I've got Vayne and Draven.
Yeah.
And Misfortune.
What have you got?
Fight me.
Yeah.
You better have something.
He could go like the Forgiven route now, where he went Caitlyn, because this exact situation happened to Forgiven, where they banned Lucian, banned Corki, banned Kalista, and it was like, well, Caitlyn.
Yeah, he goes, I'm Forgiven.
Yes. I can do this.
This happened to me this time last year around IEM Katowice.
Yeah.
And, SK fell apart because of it, so I went out and played other champions. Like, that's what happened.
The Forgiven story. But he was very good on that. He actually goes for a very greedy build where he maxes E after Q, so like doesn't even put a point in trap, and then does like a little bit later, then maxes it last.
That doesn't surprise me.
No, because like the entirety of NA goes for trap second, so yeah. We may have a Caitlyn here, maybe Pano will bust out something crazy, but Graves was the first pickup, kind of not really a surprise here.
Yep, first pick into the jungle leaves Morgana is available. Wolves could look to take that away if they don't want the Trundle.
Yep.
They played Braum in the last game for support, and Wicked did lock in the Poppy as well.
Okay.
So taking it away, now we get to see what Kaze would play into the Poppy. Commonly, we have seen a whole bunch of Fiora, but it takes time for Fiora actually to get into the situation where you can out-duel a Poppy. Takes that third item roughly. Second, third item is where you can actually start to fight her.
Yeah, just because of her kit in the one-on-one, Poppy just generally wins that before you itemize because, well, lunge gets blocked if you time it perfectly with W. Ultimate is really annoying because it's all like instant CC. It's difficult to riposte. You can't see like a wind-up, so and like melee range, there's nothing really you can do unless you're a god and can just see the future. Ooh, okay, Lulu and Misfortune picked up for Millennium.
That's an interesting one, because normally you'd see a Lulu with something that, not that requires more protection, because Misfortune is still fairly low mobility, but normally you'll see it with something that scales better than a Misfortune does.
Right.
MF has very good damage, especially in team fights like we saw in the last game, but generally a lot of it comes from her ability to just hit multiple targets, either with her ultimate or with just that love tap passive. So interesting that they want to run from, I would assume, the mid lane with the Lulu. I don't feel like Lulu into Poppy is a matchup that I'd really want to take all that much, just from Poppy's damage output alone. Like, Lulu should do okay, but I just think it's not a matchup that you're ever going to win.
I don't think Lulu ever dies in that matchup because you polymorph as soon as she comes in, and then you don't have a dash, so you just run away. But
at the same time, I don't think that's a lane that you can control.
No,
like,
certainly not. But you don't die, so
well, that's a bonus.
Yes. Nidalee and Caitlyn both locked in. Okay. So yeah, going to Forgiven route this one, so we can expand on that one later. Nidalee also picked up for the jungle, so more like kind of siegey right here, with like the Braum putting up the shield and then pushing with a Caitlyn long range to siege towers and a Nidalee poke. Then front line with Poppy as well. I wonder what they pick up last, like maybe like a Wake Clary mid, something like that.
Possibly. At this point, I'm looking over at Millennium's comp. What is it we're looking for? We're looking for support. Unless that Lulu is going to support, but I don't think so. We've only seen that in... God, I saw it the other day on a... It wasn't NALCS. Ah, it was... came after NALCS. The Collegiate. Yeah, they were playing Lulu in support. So I don't think we're going to see that. It is... Oh, of course, Masterworks. Morgana is up. Of course. I mean, it's his favorite champion. Or at least, yeah, one of.
Yeah. I want to see him play more Thresh, but like whenever he has the choice, he always goes Alistar or Morgana over it, so...
I mean, there is a reason.
Yes, but I want to see like the cool plays that he brings out. Even if it loses in the game, I still want to see it. But yes, there are reasons. Morgana with Lulu here, like you just put it on someone who's jumping into the front lines and they just simply refuse to die, so... Yes.
Yes.
Fiora also picked up onto Kaze, so I do actually get to see him on the carry this time. We see him a lot of time Kench and Poppy, so now we see on something that is like a carry.
So another wave clear mid laner, or the same wave clear mid laner for Soren. No real surprises there when it comes to a mid lane matchup. We've now got Lulu into the Victor, so good luck out pushing that Victor without an engage. This time, no real hard engage from Millennium. No Alistar or anything like that. Looking at it, they actually banned it out themselves. So that's one thing we didn't really talk about is Millennium weren't confident enough to first pick the Alistar, or at least didn't want to hinder themselves that much and give over other picks to Wolves. So they actually banned it out. That is going to reduce their engage potential significantly. And the Wolves on the other side, they've got a Braum, they've got a Victor, they've got a Caitlyn. Those are all champions that you don't really want to try and engage into without some kind of massive ultimate.
That's true. If they get engaged on, it's almost better for Millennium in the setup, but it's kind of... Yeah, it's odd because like it's kind of coming in from like a binding from Masterwork or something. Like it's kind of difficult to make that happen. Either way, since this split has been the most competitive that we've seen so far in Challenger, we've had plenty of big plays coming out from our team. So this week, our play comes from Rank R, who tweeted, "A pentakill for Pinoy helps Copenhagen Wolves secure Game 1 against Inspire eSports. So this is your Week 2 Challenger big play." And CosQ is taking so much damage from the Lucian, though. The culling is used and jukes him away. Maybe he can get the kill. Stops the ultimate with the 1v2, the triple, the quadra kill in for Pinoy. Can he make it the penta?
Oh,
he's going up against Woolite. Goes for the one-on-one. Woolite, he gets it. He shuts him down for the pentakill.
Holy pentakill. I thought I was going to say something else there.
Yeah, me too. Well, you didn't,
Close.
So yeah, hashtag saved. But no, that was good. That was actually really cool to see. And as you mentioned earlier, he held the heal. So
yeah. And went through a Hex Drinker. It may have even been a more. I didn't catch it there. But
well, if you spot a big play going from these plays, make sure to tweet at us from with the hashtag #CSBigPlays, and your tweet could make the broadcast just like Rank R's. And yeah, I want to see more big plays. We actually had quite a lot so far, so I think it's kind of easy, this split, because last split it was like, we've just followed Sencooks around, and he'll make like, he'll just make a play a game, and then it's just like, tweet that one in. Yeah.
Well, he even started doing that in the LCS as well with his LeBlanc plays, but nevertheless, we are getting ready to head into Game 2. Millennium do lead this series 1-0 in a best of 2, so get on Twitter, make sure you use those hashtags MILWin or hashtag CWWin. We'll check up on those as we get through the game.
Nailed it. All right,
Got it.
It's a game. Millennium and Copenhagen Wolves, second game of this one, swapping up the sides in this best of 2. Millennium currently 1 up in this one. And opening up the game, there's not too much that's out of the ordinary. Top laners both going for the potions, so sometimes you'll see Fiora go for Doran's blades, so maybe a bit of a change there, but ultimately not that big of a difference in the early game. Looks like Hanso got some damage onto Pinoy though. Won't really matter because it's so early on into the game.
So this isn't really an in-game thing, but one thing I noticed
Why
Millennium...
Why are you saying in a game then?
Well, no, it is.
Okay.
One thing I noticed Millennium didn't really do in the last game was BM. Because the last 2 series, they have been pretty BM when they've got ahead. Just, you know, throwing out the emote spam. Yep. As we said, we're on Tournament Realms, so sadly no Mastery emote. Can't get that on here, I'm afraid. Or at least there's no solo queue to get games. You could just play a whole bunch of queue up for normals. Just like, but for this week of Challenger, I've got to get rank 5 Mastery on Bobby so I can emote spam. But
probably worth. But yeah, you're totally right. We didn't see it. Mainly, Dioko is like one of the big offenders on that one, and didn't do it once. Maybe that's a sign of them concentrating more
possibly
against Copenhagen Wolves, because that first game was more intense than many of the other games that they've had. It definitely stalled out for a little bit.
I think also when you take into account that Troven was like 4-1, which did have a little bit of an impact on exactly what was going on with the Wolves when it came to who had the damage, who was able to do what in fights, because Troven was really tanky, sure, but it wasn't helping the Wolves win that game at all. It was nice, but maybe would have liked to kill on Wicked or a kill on Soren.
That would have been nice, yes. Bottom lane was being poked in by Pinoy. Top lane is just trading back and forth. I really like that our observers were following the early route from Troven, because he's going for the full clear. Yeah, and he's placing down the traps tactically at the start of the game, which allows you to go for those camps and continuously reset. And because the way Nidalee jungle works and you reset your auto attacks and animation cancel a bunch with your abilities, mainly out of Cougar form, you clear the jungle exceptionally quickly, but you have to set them up and kill the camps in a very specific way. Troven missed one of the traps, or rather one of the small minions jumped in an awkward place for him, so he got it a little slower, but this is nitpicky. This is like speedrunning the jungle and missing a couple frames type thing.
So do we donate to save the animals in the jungle, or
I'm not sure actually?
Because I don't think you can save George the Suicide Frog, unfortunately.
No.
That one's not savable. But we'll I guess, you know, hashtag save the animals.
Yeah, I think you kill the animals for the frames here, but you definitely get it for the gold. 70 gold from that Squirtle Crab. Whew. So killing the animals right in this one. Pinoy taking a bit of damage, but right now Pinoy is getting so much damage onto his bottom lane from Handsama and Masterwork. Top lane just going head to head. Wicked is getting the better of this trade for now, but now Kaze with the follow-up.
No. Oh. Here's the changes to Fiora in action. You can see that Kaze was able to predict the timing of the Vital showing up on the bottom side. It got normalized this patch, so it'll either be top or bottom on one side and then alternate, so it can never be on the same side twice. So you can't get RNG'd out of trades. It gives the better Fiora players the ability to predict trades incredibly effectively.
The way to think about it is like if you're on red side, then the upper and then the one towards like east are the ones where it alternates, and then to the bottom right. So it's kind of like you just look at the map and that's where it can spawn. But yes, it means that people like Kaze is able to predict, and as soon as it comes up, instantly proc the Vital. It does mean that you can like play around it in the same way. But it just means like the people who've been playing a lot of Fiora versus like a Wicked who doesn't play a lot of Fiora, like you have the slight edge in the current patch until people catch up.
Yeah, it will just take some adjustment. Kaze caught out on the other side, but he's got his jungler around anyway. Bottom lane though, it's going differently from what we've seen in the last few games for Millennium. Not winning this 2v2 because you're playing Misfortune into Caitlyn, which, if you've ever tried to do, is not an easy one. Troven going mid lane, though.
Well, Pretty jumps away. Takedown comes out from Troven, and he'll actually flash out. So, takes a bit of damage, but ultimately flash for flash.
Yeah, Troven thought he may have been able to get the kill there, but didn't follow up with an extra auto. Couldn't get it to proc the extra damage that he was going to get. So, a little bit unfortunate for himself there.
Teleport now coming in from Pretty, just holding back one of those minions, and not too much. So Soren has a slight lead in the mid lane. There's a couple minions going towards Pretty, so he'll even up just a little. Bot lane, Pinoy opts towards the pickaxe on his first back. I assume to keep up the pressure that he's been accumulating so far in the early game, so he can continue to stay ahead of Handsama, who went back and went for the longsword. So that will give him that in that sense, but usually you go back and pick up the BF sword for the big spike, but to keep up the pressure in lane, it kind of makes sense in this scenario. Yeah,
Pinoy was about 100, 150 gold short of the BF sword, so he actually wasn't able to go it. So he had to make the decision there of does he back for the timing, or does he back, or does he stay in lane greedily and continue to try and farm his way up. So just a conscious choice on his part. Didn't really have to back, but I guess would be interesting to check if he was low on mana or something. I'm going to go back and double check, actually. Yeah, he was low on mana. Wanted to just replenish his potions. All that stuff that's good for laning.
Top lane, Kaze jumps in. Riposte comes out. Nothing really to riposte other than the slow. And it is level 6, though, over Wicked, who will be hitting level 6 very shortly. So Kaze, if there's a chance for him to all-in Wicked, it is kind of now. Unfortunately, the wave is pushing into tower, so not going to happen at this very instant. Joko is in the upper jungle, so if he wants to contest, there's the possibility. However, he is Graves, so he clears pink wards very, very slowly.
I love it how you just get full vision of the Graves. Well, he's clearing our pink ward.
He's going to be there for 20 seconds.
Oh, it's so frustrating to do. It's the same now, by the way, with Jhin. Clearing a pink ward is frustrating because you only get 4 shots.
Yeah, so it's like a 1. It's like, no!
Yeah. Oh, however, Lulu's caught on the other side. What I was thinking was maybe if, it would be OP if his 4th shot, double shot award, because then he'd only take 4, so you can't normalize it to have somewhere in the middle, but it is very frustrating. Maybe if it, didn't consume the crit or something like that, might be
But
fun,
then you could just hit wards and be turn up into a lane, it's like, well, I have a crit
that's
to
true.
you know?
That's actually really true. I remember when...
look at that binding onto Pinoy, and now the follow-up from Handsama. New slot blocks it with Unbreakable, but that was such a sick binding from Masterwork. I actually don't know how he finds these bindings. I don't think they're possible to hit, and then he hits them. Yeah,
he hit 2 of them in lane last week to win the 2 versus 2. And that was with the Vayne lane as well. Troven is in this bottom lane. Masterwork smells something's up, but has been forced out by Pinoy. Good flash out from Masterwork.
In this case, shouldn't have followed his nose into the bush.
Yeah.
Where Troven was there.
But what it does give is Joko the ability to go topside now and take away a buff. So is there, just on the respawn timing from Copenhagen Wolves' red buff, they already know they're winning at this topside duel against Wicked, so it's not like he can come across and clear. The only person they've got to be careful of is Victor roaming out. And that hasn't happened just yet.
Kaze, he had an opportunity to go for a Vital, and Wicked actually reads it out there. Because this matchup is really interesting, Poppy versus Fiora, because as Fiora, you have to predict Poppy's CC spells to use Riposte, but if you line yourself up against the wall, Poppy will almost certainly go onto you. So you can line up the Riposte. Now Joko comes in, the flash comes out from Wicked and keep his verdict. He'll probably let it just time out.
Or not.
Or not, okay. Usually in that situation, you'll let it time out so you get the extra cooldown reduction, so you can use it in the future, rather than just burning it and then wasting the cooldown for basically nothing.
So the real key thing with this matchup that ultimately ends up giving Fiora the edge, past the scaling and all that goodness, is the fact that Steadfast Presence has like a 20-second cooldown. Right now it's 22 seconds, and Fiora's lunge is only 10 seconds, and that has another rank before it goes down again. So it just means that you can never Steadfast Presence every lunge. So you can do it the first time, and then try and run away, maybe get your ult off and defer the aggression from Kaze, but some point, somewhere, somehow, Fiora is going to lunge on you and get that first Vital.
Yeah, it's an inevitability. Inevitability. It's gonna
it's
happen.
Inevitable.
It's gonna happen in the future.
Inevitable. Oh dear. Well, it was inevitable that was going to happen at some point. That's the Rift Herald going over to Joko. Trovan gets pink ward for his troubles, but he may actually be forced away by Joko here. Ooh, engage out of the bush from Masterwork.
Forces the flash from Panoy. Ultimate from Flash, that's basically it. And we'll block the ace in the hole. Nuxalot gets CC'd up with
Finds another binding.
Of course. I mean, well, why not? Bot lane is getting heavily out CS though. Panoy is definitely ahead of Hansama, but it's not a crushing difference. It has resulted in basically the difference between a pickaxe over a longsword before he goes back, so he has more gold to spend.
Something we haven't touched on yet that just kind of showed itself is that Pretty has teleport in this game as well. Not running any kind of defensive or aggressive summoners, just going for that utility of teleport. Allows Millennium now to slow down any kind of multi-lane pushes that Wolves were looking for. Problem is, Wolves probably weren't looking to do that all that much outside of Wicked. It now, however, gives them the ability to defer Wicked's push twice with a teleport to his once. So it means if Wicked ever shows on a side lane and doesn't have his TP, and either Lulu or Fiora's there with theirs, they just kind of laugh and start a fight the other side of the map, which we highlighted could be difficult without that primary engage of Alistar, but a binding from Masterwork seems to be on the cards just in general this game as another one lands.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a Morgana player who reliably hits bindings, I guess you don't need the Alistar, but yeah, it's...
I still prefer the Alistar.
Yes, but I mean, it's a little more reliable as Masterwork takes all of the poke. Joko ends up winning the one-on-one battle with Dragon. Has gone back to base, picks up the Warrior enchant. And this game, we have the Runic Echoes going on to Nidalee. Don't really see Nidalee's go for Strength of the Ages all that often, just want the extra early AP. Most junglers also like to go for Assassin on AP junglers specifically, so you go for those trades. Doesn't help you in ganks, but does help you dueling the enemy jungle.
Hansama rightfully, you know,
Like
understanding the damage from Pinoy. Got it.
That feels bad.
Yeah, I mean, Trovan kind of knew he was getting that. Now he engages on Pretty.
And Pretty pops his ultimate and will return with a bit of damage with Glitter Lance, and Soren zones him away with the Death Laser.
Ooh, Hansama actually stayed bottom lane.
He missed the binding.
Hit. Now he's going to get punished for it. Oh, Nuxalot. There's so many options he has.
Oh, he chooses the wrong door, and Panoy will take a bunch of damage. Master will jump back in and use the Soul Shackles. Shouldn't get the stun here, but he does get it on Nuxalot. That's First Blood. Hansama responds with one of his own. Both AD carries pick one up, and now Trovan coming out. Nuxalot tries to get a concussive blows, finds it with the Trovan, jumping in with Flash, and picks up the kill using Takedown. 2-for-1 over to Copenhagen Wolves.
Good job that Trovan showed up, otherwise that was a big blunder from the Wolves in how they engaged that. I mean, Nuxalot had so many options there. He could have moved out of the bush, tried to use Winter's Bite to kind of soak the Black Shield up first, then ult on a target that doesn't have the Black Shield on. He actually just stepped out and was like, hey, I'm ulting you. Better hope you don't have Black Shield available that you haven't used anytime soon. A really weird engage, but good job that Troven was here. Like, this was Sunuk walking out of the bush, then getting it. Then the binding landing on Pinoy was exactly what Masterwork is looking to do in every one of these fights. It's just lock down the Caitlyn, stop her from doing much. So Hans Sama at this point has the flash available, but doesn't actually flash out. I think he's saving it there in case a spear comes, that he can just dodge it. Didn't predict the flash W from Nidalee, and at that point was too focused on the Braum.
Well, Joko may be caught out here. Wicked is closing in. And misses to keep his verdict massively. That was like at least a second. Troven drops lower. Pretty is dropping even lower. Has the ultimate very shortly. Might be able to assist Kazi and Joko as they make their way out of the jungle. Meanwhile, Masterwork roams up from the bottom lane to also provide his assistance. And Pretty going with the Catalyst. Once he levels up, we'll get some of that health back. The red buff has been picked up by Troven.
Okay. Let's take a moment, settle, and we're back to Masterwork in the bottom lane.
Okay, Masterwork going down here, clearing out this pink ward. I was like a psychologist,
Stop for a sec. Kaze is going aggressive on Wicked. I'll take the play-by-play for now.
Perfect.
Don't worry.
We'll swap.
Pretty's picked up the blue buff. He's going back mid lane. You really don't want me play-by-playing for too long on this game, but okay. Oh, that binding again. Like, come on.
Nukes a lot. Does not land his own Winter's Bite, but Troven's here. Big spear onto Masterwork and the lockdown ace in the hole for the long-range snipe. Hans Sama has to jump away, and Troven lands another Q. Does not choose to follow up on it, though.
Hans Sama was like, well, if you've taken one tower shot, you may engage further on me and take another, so I'm just going to E myself here.
Yeah.
Some people look at that and be like, best make it rain ever. No, it was actually fine. Yes. It's actually just to get that slow and the extra damage. Went to Troven there and did the red buff. So
very close.
Was close. Soren maybe looking to engage on Pretty. Had that big burst of movement speed off the Q. Wasn't to be.
No, it was not. That ward was also not to be. And Troven really wants this one. Nice sidestep by Pretty, but Nukesalot being here may deter them. It should, yeah, 1-for-1 in terms of wards, but it was a Trinket versus a Tracker's Knife ward versus a Pink ward.
Yep.
And now just setting up for a potential Dragon in the future. Pick up the Scuttle Crab, and Troven goes onto his blue buff. So not too much happening here. In terms of the whole game in general, 3-1, Copenhagen Wolves are leading this game. They were leading the last game very slightly for a little while before Millennium caught up and won. So they were winning up until they lost.
Yeah, they were. But in this game, one thing I want to kind of look at, Kaze, is going for the, I'm going to just try and win every trade regardless of how tanky I am build with the Ravenous Hydra, not opting for the Titanic Hydra that we've started seeing first on Fiora a couple of times in the EU LCS, something that started coming up the last couple of weeks. So just interesting, he's like, well, you're Poppy, you can deal a decent amount of damage, but I'm just going to lifesteal all of it back and have that faster push as well with the clear from the Tiamat active. Not quite the same as the, sorry, well, Tiamat's in both. The Hydra active as opposed to the Titanic Hydra.
Titanic Hydra is technically worse for Fiora because it gives you an auto attack reset, but it does not combo and cancel animations, which you really want. Mid lane, Nukesalot has been CC'd up by the binding. Not quite enough damage. Soren does not land the ultimate and just gets the residual damage. Wicked in this 1-on-1 against Kaze. Should be able to trade back a little bit of damage. Misses the riposte. Keeper's verdict comes out. Kaze is 1-on-1. Kaze up for the E, and now pops the ultimate. We'll be able to get a bunch of health back. Jukes backwards and not proccing another Vital. Maybe the right decision, but it has put Wicked on the run. Mid lane, Joko dropping low, pops the ultimate just for the knockback it gives. Oh,
Troven's going top. That could be a dead...
He parries the takedown.
Very well.
Oh, and now he jumps after Troven. He gets knocked back by Wicked, but Kaze's still on the hunt. He's already used Lunge and does not have enough movement speed. Pretty even came with the Whimsy. but it was just not enough.
Yeah, that was one of the teleports he used there from Millennium. They threw a lot to try and get that engage to work properly, but you can see just how much damage Kaze has on this Fiora. Once again, trying to carry Millennium's solo lane effectively, and Millennium right now just are behind in this game. Copenhagen Wolves are ahead, but that is going to turn around as this tower falls.
Yeah, tower goes down and equal gold, exactly. And now Dragon goes over to Millennium. This will be their second one of the game. Last game, they also controlled the Dragons, but ultimately did not really matter. Hansam and Joko being locked into the pit. It's a big engage by Nuxalot. The Glacial Fissure comes out. That was the Dragon going over to Hansam. I actually think that was the E, the Make It Rain, after he died. Actually picked that up.
Wow, yeah. The posthumous award.
Well, he got it. Troven will get out of there.
But we're starting to see Pinoy come online with his damage now. Still a while away, but he is 3-1. Has that rapid fire cannon. So what we're going to have to look out for is the same thing that Fnatic used in their game. I believe it was against Elements this past week, where it was like, well, we've got this Caitlyn that's going to hit you from like 1300, and you're probably just going to die against it because you get that headshot extra as well. Like, man, it's so difficult when a Caitlyn gets like that 4th item, and then, well, she's just gonna wreck everything.
She is. And Pinoy, I liked how he itemized. He only just completed the Infinity Edge now. He went for the components into Rapid Fire Cannon, and then using that as a multiplier to complete his Infinity Edge. That is the optimal way. It gives you a nice kind of, instead of an instant spike, you actually gradually go up in terms of your power. So it's just slightly more efficient in terms of itemization. So if you do that in solo queue, make sure to build BF Sword and Pickaxe, and then go for your Rapid Fire Cannon, and then finish the Infinity Edge. What does that mean?
That's just me going like, I'm just going to build like 4 Infinity Edges. Don't worry.
The Jhin build?
The Jhin build. Oh, I hope we see some Jhin. Even though nobody's doing that at the moment because it's highly inefficient. Like, if this game goes to 50 minutes, I'm going to one-shot whatever I touch.
Yeah, like Gypsy was in like a 70-minute game. It was like, this is the perfect item build. It was like, well, yes.
Of course.
If you have all the gold to spend.
This is a bit of a troublesome situation now as Troven is looking for the bottom lane. Gank does get the spear. Oh, that could be a dead Kaze.
Heroic charge. Kaze with the riposte slows down Troven. That's enough damage, and now he's got the healing pretty with the ultimate Kaze as well. He'll be surviving just long enough. Dragged into the gravity field, but now trading onto Wicked, who has been polymorphed and is slowed down. Joko trying to finish off the backline. He's also taken out. Top lane Pinoy. Oh, the Piltover actually finishes them off, and it is 1-on-2. It is shut down by Masterwork. The red buff is not enough as he pops a potion to stay alive. A 1-for-1 in the top lane, and then 2-on-1 over to Pinoy.
All the meanwhile, I think Millennium are just going to come out that little bit further ahead from that. I believe they get shut down gold from Pinoy going to their team there, as Pinoy hadn't died since his kill streak. At that point, 4-2 on that Caitlyn. Gives them the extra gold. They get the fight in the bottom side, which, by the way, Kaze got out of alive. Just with enough time from Pretty shielding, using the Whimsy on him to get that extra dash. So this is the bottom lane fight again. Watch for how Pretty is moving across the map. He knows Soren's going to beat him there, but all they have to do is kill Troven, and they get the heal to come back in there. Pretty even flashes in to get in range to keep Kaze alive that little bit faster. From there, it's just the return damage from Millennium, and this is where we jumped up to the top side, so we didn't catch the end of that fight. Pinoy just, man, between that ignite from Morgana and the pool, a lot of damage.
Is a lot of damage. That's what a 2-item AD carry does against a 1.5-item AD carry. The spike you get from 2 items is really, really big on particular champions like Caitlyn. And then you hit like another spike in a couple items time. Like, knowing how to play around your spikes as an ADC and just any champion in general versus other champions is such a big deal in League of Legends and is sometimes overlooked.
It really is. That's really where one of those big differences comes. You know, we were talking to Vanda on a different topic here on the LCS about support itemization. Very quickly to touch on it, we've got the Frost Queen's claim actually completed by Masterwork because they're relying on these solo catches, like potentially this one going a bit away from them.
Ultimate in from Joko, finish the Steric's Gauge, and that'll be giving him an extra bit of survivability, but Pinoy should be able to finish him off here with the last auto, like the headshot coming out of the bush, but Masterwork now coming in, turning it around. Kaze should be able to finish off Pinoy as well. Comes in with the last Piltover Peacemaker onto Hansama, is ultimately not going to take him out, and Joko with the 1-for-2 as he goes down, taking out Pinoy and Nuxalot. So Millennium catching up and getting ahead in this game, over 3,000 gold ahead of Copenhagen Wolves now.
Oh, they got another binding, but this one they can't do too much from, but it's slowing down Copenhagen Wolves from getting to this turret. Keeper's Verdict was just used.
Yeah, it was used on just one caster minion. Troven will be backing off, and the tower is dead. They actually just had that tanked up by Kaze, so the minions are staying alive. And that's an inner turret taken away. This is quickly snowballed out of control.
And you can see what Millennium are having to do here, or at least trying to, and it's working for them, is the same thing they did against Renegades Banditos in the qualifier, which is reactively play around what their opponents are doing. Wolves going for these solo catches, and Millennium, with their double teleport, their ability to cross the map pretty quickly, they're just saying, okay, well, we can turn these fights. As long as we don't die right at the beginning, we can actually turn these engages. Like, again, they've put damage down onto Troven, much more damage than Copenhagen Wolves just put out with 4 people.
Really just well played by Millennium. They find advantages in places that other teams don't usually find them. And it's kind of weird to play around or flash over the wall. Troven will sidestep very nicely, but Hanshammer should be able to follow up with a kill. That was 2 flashes burned for that one. But a kill is a kill, and Millennium usually do find pressure off taking small advantages. Maybe they can make something happen in the mid lane now.
Well, where we may see that come into effect now is if Pinoy is able to just get free auto attacks down without flash. Very difficult to break the auto attack radius of a Caitlyn as she's chasing you down, especially if she can manage to get a red buff. Oh, binding onto Soren.
Ultimate comes in, and there's the bullet time. Joko looking for the follow-up. Doesn't quite kill him. Wicked now comes in and knocks up Pretty with a Keeper's Verdict. He has not used the ultimate yet, but now Wicked jumps in. That last possible moment baits him with the wild growth, and Joko, he's not going to go down. He already has the spell shield coming up, and now Kaze, once again, I feel like we saw this last game, is just going deep. This time will be shut down by Soren, but of course Masterwork is there, so he's gonna land the binding on you. Spear does not connect onto anyone from Millennium, and that is another inner turret going down with a 4-for-1.
Oh, it may not be done yet. They're looking to push, but at first glance, oh, Joko.
Troven wants it.
I feel like Wicked actually helped Pretty with that ultimate, making him untargetable under the tower. Oh, they bait him onto Joko.
The heel bait, man. Track the summoners.
Whew.
To be fair, that was the second to last summoner from Millennium. But
is their bag of tricks empty? Nope, I don't think so. Right, that was a long, extended fight, and it all comes from that first binding. So Hanshammer gets his ult, pretty much free reign onto Soren until Sir Nuxalot kites back. Joko couldn't quite connect with the collateral damage to finish off Soren, so that's what extends the fight. You can see Wicked. The tower actually died, so he didn't help Pretty out that much. That timing was what I wanted to double check on, and we got our answer on that one. Kaze, once again, diving into the tower. I mean, he's even fine that Soren picks him off there, because the rest of the team fight is already a done deal. That's already Millennium coming out ahead.
So far ahead now, like over 10,000 gold. That's all over the last like 5 minutes. Like Copenhagen Wolves had the advantage in the early game. Absolutely insane.
I think it's very telling of the level that Millennium are at compared to the other challenger teams, when you can see that they're not only able to play while ahead, which, you know, is typically easier, but also from behind when it comes into the early game. Like, they weren't ahead in this early game. Pinoy was heavily up, but now he's just kind of having to run to his base because there's a Fiora that's chasing him down, and Copenhagen Wolves are now firmly on the back foot. And it's all from Millennium turning this game around off a couple of reactive plays.
Kaze's flash just came up, so next time that happens, he will kill Pinoy. There is no question about it. Pinoy, that was actually a really good timing flash from him. He did it just as the lunge was going to connect. So because it didn't connect, it didn't give him the cooldown reduction, so he couldn't stay on top of him. But now Nuxalot is coming in for Troven, with Troven. And Joko is just so tanky. He's picked up his core with Moore and Sterax, meaning you just straight up cannot be bursted. And once you have the lifeline passive coming in from Moore as well, you just get all of your health back. You just go to a camp and just farm, and then have full health again.
That passive is it's pretty strong. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, Keeper's Verdict.
Here, stop Baron. Ah, thanks. I didn't even have to quick draw.
I mean, it was funny, but like that highlights a problem in this game. Wicked's Keeper's Verdicts have been very hit and miss, and mostly miss in this game.
I mean, there are only 2 options with it. I guess there's hit, miss, or hold. It's like
true.
a game show.
Well, he didn't pick the right one on this one. Kaze will blow up Troven. He's actually just going 2v5. He dies, but it looked awesome for a small while. Masterwork looking for the disengage as Pretty comes in as well. The two AD carries are on Baron. Ultimate coming across Handsauer. Oh, this is intense. They should be able to pick it up though with the smite as Wicked comes in. Nuxalot following after, but they just walked right into a bullet time. And Masterwork is trying to land one last binding to line someone up.
It's got
gonna be on
Pinoy.
Pinoy. 3-1, and now the chase continues. Handsauer sped up with the Whimsy. He'll be chasing onto Nuxalot. One more auto attack over the wall, but no vision, unfortunately. Timing out from the red buff, not quite enough. But now with the siege coming in from the mid lane, Millennium almost certainly will pick up the win.
Oh man, if there was one hope left for Copenhagen Wolves, and that was their Fed Caitlyn on Pinoy, and one binding pretty much is ending this game. They had the Baron buff and were probably going to push pretty quickly anyway, but that is going to be the end of it.
Pinoy, you were the chosen one, and Millennium now in this 1 versus a lot. They're just going to kill the Nexus. They don't even go for kills in this one. They just want the 2-0. Millennium stay undefeated.
Whew. You look at the Challenger roster right now, and we talked about how, you know, maybe the likes of Copenhagen Wolves were a step up on some of the middle of the pack teams we had last split. The same with, you know, the likes of Humor are definitely, you know, another team that are looking to be that. But Millennium, they look more dominant in this split than Origin looked in their split when they were in Challenger. Spring split 2015, Origin were dominant, were very good, but had some long games. Yes, the meta has changed, but Millennium are looking very clean and very crisp. However, there is a big difference between Millennium and a World semi-final team, so I'm not ready to write that check yet. Just want to put it out there, when you look at Challenger performances alone, there is a comparison to be made in Challenger.
Yes, the Challenger comparison to Challenger Origin.
Yes.
And Origin, what they didn't have was team play. They were a bunch of very, very strong individual players who were just destroying everyone before the game really got going. And then you had these longer games as they tried to close out games. Now Millennium have all of that. They have the full package.
It does now allow you to look forward, though, with the team, right? Because when we saw Origin in Challenger, they had their issues. There were games they got stalled in, but Origin went away and worked on a lot of their issues there. I now am very interested, very intrigued to see what happens with Millennium given time. If they stick together with the same roster, with the support, it makes you wonder, where is the skill cap here for a team? Because I don't think you can really judge that until you've had a team that's been tested. I don't feel like Millennium have really been tested outside of the Renegades, Banditos games, and that was only the early game looked shaky for Millennium, and they seem to have shored that up here.
That was almost compositional as well, because like the way the early games were, if you fall behind with like, a composition that the Renegades Banditos were running, then, you know, like you shouldn't run a composition in the first place. They had enough skill to make it work in the early game, but then couldn't follow up. And it's true, like when you have a team like Millennium were doing now, undefeated, same with like Fnatic when they went 18-0, they never really got tested until they had that string of just going up against all the strongest teams. And when we were interviewing them, you know, they were saying like, now we're actually learning stuff as we go against these harder teams. Still picking up the wins, by the way.
Yeah.
But then they're not, you know, they weren't tested until that point, and then they got better. And then they developed into playoffs, and then, you know, beyond, and that's what turned them into such a good team at the end.
So I don't have final confirmation on that, but I think a third 2-0 win here almost certainly gives Millennium a spot in playoffs no matter what happens. I would have to go and double check, because if SK and Maus do win all of their games, again, have to check scheduling, they can catch up to 9 points, but I think with the results shuffling around, Millennium are almost definitely in the playoffs.
Correct. It will actually depend on like the next 2 games today to actually determine that one, so that'll be very interesting. It
will be. But for Millennium, it seems to be more of the same. For Wolves, glimpses of what we've seen in their wins. Pinoy looking very strong in Game 2. A lot of that was because of the matchup, but still knowing how to pressure that is the other half of it. Is you can have a good matchup, but if you don't actually execute properly, it was good. Troven had a good Game 1. Decent Game 2, was in the right position multiple times for counter ganks and the engages bot lane. So Wolves is still looking pretty strong, just not as strong as Millennium.
I mean, that's it, really. Just not as strong as Millennium, but when you put them up against Inspire, against SK, against some of the bottom teams in the middle of the pack, they usually perform really, really well because they outclass them. And usually from the advantage they had in the early game, they'll be able to snowball that, close out the game, fine. But then Millennium were able to stop them, stall them, take a fight, and then snowball on top of that, which is just like, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, talking about AD carry once again, Pinoy, he was also forced onto like a B tier AD carry as well because like they forced a lot of bans on him in Champion Select, then went with the Caitlyn, then still had a good game against Misfortune, against a bot lane who's just been doing incredibly well against everyone else. So yeah, I mean, still props to Pinoy. Like, you put them against the rest of the teams that they have remaining in their schedule, and I think they'll do fine. Like, most likely going to see Copenhagen Wolves in playoffs as well.
I do feel, going back to something we talked about earlier, Sir Nukes-A-Lot this week didn't have as good a week. I'm not willing yet to say because it wasn't on Trundle, because I still feel like the guy has, you know, a lot to give. We've seen a lot of decent plays, but we've also now seen a couple of weird engages. To be honest, that was a lot of what was just creeping into the play from the Wolves. Like the ult out of the bush where he walked out and showed himself and was like, surprise! Ah, no, it's a Braum ult. The same with like Wicked's ults from Poppy. There were just misplays on some key abilities from the Wolves, and it made it so much more difficult for them. Like, if you don't have those abilities hitting or even available, how do you ever make team fights work or even skirmishes?
Yeah, actually, that bot lane trade was actually so funny with Nukes-A-Lot when he walked out of the bush, and it was just like you could freeze frame it, and then it was just like one of those games with multiple choice with like, you know, causation stuff, and it's just like, do you A, go for ultimate, B, Winter's Bite, or walk up and hit them?
I feel like
he was just like, oh, let's go.
I feel like ult is almost never the good option there, unless it's out of Fog of War. And even then, you'd expect a decent Morgana like Masterwork to be able to just reaction shield. It is tough, but I kind of would expect it. So I don't know. I think you got to try and bait that Black Shield out first. You've got to throw out Winter's Bite or something. Maybe he thought it was baited out. Maybe it was like right as the cooldown
who would
went.
ultimate out of the bush? You know, it's
just
just
a
like,
warning.
So the ultimate mind games. It was just like, you didn't think I would do that. But yeah. Unfortunately, right. But either way.
Oh dear, it's it was a funny situation, circumstance. You're being. What? Your inability to talk has now like crossed the desk.
I know, I've lost it, so it's just onto you. I just passed it over. Perfect. Now you just need to meet someone else and then pass it over to someone else. Maybe not Masterwork, as you're about to talk to him. So we're going to get that interview up very shortly. Hello, Masterwork. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm fine. Thank you.
Well, it was a very impressive win to start off the day. And just to start off, how did you find that game? Because it looked like Copenhagen Wolves versus the other teams you've been against tested you a little more. How did you see it from your perspective?
From both games?
Yes, from both games.
To be honest, we struggled early games, pretty much at the bot lane. And we just, in the end, we just managed to just stall the games and don't give them too much. And we tried to go for the objectives like Drake and Herald. And yeah, luckily we managed to catch them a lot of times. And we just go in and yeah, we just get an advantage really easily against them. And I think if they if they practiced a bit more, they would know that we can play like this. So yeah, I expected it to be a bit harder, but yeah, they still played pretty well.
It seems like yourself and Hans Sammer in the bottom lane get a lot of bans and attention towards you. I mean, game 1 you had supports banned, AD carries banned against you in game 2. How does that affect you guys? Because you don't seem too bothered. You seem to have big champion pools.
To be honest, I take it as a compliment. They fear our champions. So basically, they banned 2 of my champions the first game, but they can't outban me. So I can play way more than these 2 champions, and I don't think they know this. So I just think they feared these champions a lot, and yeah, we just take all the champions, and it's no problem for us.
Well, it's interesting you're talking about your champion pool there. So far, we've seen a bunch of different champions from you, but when do you choose to go for like something different? Because you generally default to like an Alistar or Morgana when it's up. We saw that one Thresh game from you, which was actually banned out in game 1. So when would you pick like a Thresh? When would you pick up like a Trundle, for example? Because so far, we've loved seeing on Thresh, you basically made a highlight reel the first time you played it.
Okay, well, to be honest, it depends on what AD carry we're going to pick. But most of the time, Thresh and Morgana works with comps our coach is building. And well, to be honest, we don't need more than these champions. Like, they are the champions I'm most comfortable with. And we don't really have a situation where we really need a change in the supports.
Seems Pretty straightforward, to be honest. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But one last question for you, Masterwork. Millennium are a team with a team house. You know, you guys have got a lot of support. Is that the key difference between you guys and why you're so good and compared to the other challenger teams, or is there something that maybe we can't see? Is it the way you work together, perhaps?
Well, a gaming house gives us a great advantage, to be honest. Without the gaming house, 2 of our players would have huge internet issues. And even besides that, we just build up a great synergy. And for our coach, it's just way easier to explain things and to understand what we need to learn. So yeah, it's really good for us.
Well, so far it's really just been coming together, undefeated so far. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us, Masterwork, and congratulations once again on the win. We'll talk to you later.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And very confident words, just in general from Masterwork.
But who can blame him? I mean, like he's got the proof to back it up, and yeah, can't really ban him out. Talking about so many bans being thrown towards him doesn't really phase him. He's got the champion pool. So.
I mean, they played Draven, they played Vayne.
Yeah, exactly.
It clearly doesn't phase Hans Sama either. It's like, yeah, okay, I'll take this.
But it's cool to see like the organization behind them as well, because I know them specifically as a team. They had a gaming house even before in the qualifiers, and they were all together. And even in the qualifiers, looked so strong. So just even moving forward, having the infrastructure there is really important, and it's just great to see more challenger teams taking that approach. Anyway, with match 1 in the books, we're going to set up for our next series between SK Gaming and Inspire Esports. Stake 5, everyone. We'll be back in a minute. Hello and welcome back to the European Challenger Series. While the team set up in the lobby and prep their picks and bans, we're going to take a look at the lineups and jump straight into it. So, gearing up on the blue team for Game 1, it is SK Gaming in the top lane. It is Morsu with jungler Dokgo, mid lane Suno with AD carry and support of Vardags and Unlimited.
Yeah, and this is a lineup that are struggling a little bit, but on the other side, they face a lineup on the red side for Inspire eSports that have done a little bit better. In the top lane, it's Sartorius, jungle is Maxlaw, CosQ in the middle lane, Woolite is AD carry, and Wendelboe is the support.
Inspire eSports had a rough start to both games versus Copenhagen Wolves, but they did manage to net a win in the second game, and it was all from that one fight top lane into Baron, and then it just like all snowballed from there. It was just that swing. You could see it if you went into the extended match history. It was like right then. It was like. That was a like visual representation of what happened.
That was kind of well timed.
Boom, let's go. Champion slate. So now if the teams just instantly lock in a ban, then we'd keep up the flow.
Just go
SK
all the way through.
Is going to take all of the time to ban the champions. There we go. That was what we wanted. The snappy ban from Inspire. But Kalista followed by Twisted Fate. Suno, as long as he plays for the rest of his life, apparently Twisted Fate is just going to be banned against him every game. Graves and Gangplank will also be banned away, but the problem is, usually when you have a target ban against a specific player, you can leave up something big and you can prioritize, but then they never make anything happen from those big picks.
I mean, one of the biggest problems that SK have right now is they can't rely on their 2v2. Their 2v2 bot lane just has lost pretty much every game so far. They have to ban Kalista because Vardags, in the game that he got it, wasn't impressive on it. It just is a liability for the team, and this is going through pretty quickly. So Corki rendered out the bans with the Alistair.
And it's pretty much to be expected past the Twisted Fate and Kalista coming out there, which means that will be a first pick of Lucian.
Yeah, and that's the same situation. We've had Kalista banned, Corki banned, so you want to at least get yourself what should be a winning 2v2 lane matchup with the Lucian here. Seen a lot of Lucian Janna recently, which kind of wins the matchup but doesn't win the game. Just because you need engage potential from somewhere else. It's very strong, don't get me wrong. I just wonder now, with this SK duo setup, how are they going to fare against Woolite and Wendelboe? That is what we're going to have to answer as this game goes on.
Well, Janna's taken away, so they didn't get the combination of Lucian and Janna. We saw that last time run against Hansar and Masterwork, and Hansar and Masterwork ran Vayne and Morgana against it and still won.
So, pop quiz time, Pulse.
I'm ready.
Pop
Let's
quiz.
go.
What does a Lulu and a Janna being in a game usually mean a team comp is going towards?
Protect someone?
The right answer is hard. No, it's not hard engage.
Damn.
Yeah, protect. I mean, this. If ever there was a protect the AD carry setup, first rotation, this would be it. Also, Janna Lulu is with quite a lot of things up, like Poppy was up that we've seen. Looking at other Graves' banned, so they could have looked for a jungler like the Elise, like the Nidalee. Both are up still, so SK didn't prioritize that either, but really interesting, kind of weird first rotation. I'm not sure I like it. Depends on what Inspire are going to go. Do they go for like the Trist that we've seen from Woolite before?
Maybe.
Or something like a Vayne?
I mean,
I don't like the Vayne.
It's a lot of eggs in the Woolite basket, I feel. It is. I mean, like, he used to have problems with just, like, going full imp and just running into the enemy team and valking into them and just dying. But now he's generally been pretty good about that, like, in the Challenger Series at least. So they also are able to buff him up. He's been a big carry for them multiple times. So I can see it. It's just weird seeing it so early into a rotation.
Yeah. I guess you want to deny the Janna going over.
Sure,
stop the Lucian Janna presence.
And then you want to prioritize the Lulu. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
And there's the Tristana lock-in as well, so Tristana and Rek'Sai for the jungle.
I don't know how much I like that. Just from a pace standpoint, right? Because we've got very quick games, and Tristana takes a while to get into the game. You're also against a Poppy and a Braum. And now two very weird champions that SK have locked in. Not super weird, but the Rise is fine. That's Zac jungle coming from .go.
It is. We've seen one Zac game, I believe, in jungle in the EU LCS, and then multiple top lane from Freddy. Rise makes sense because late game scaling to match up the Tristana, but then the Zac. I mean, Zac is good in the jungle because you have these gank paths that are very difficult to judge because he just takes different ones than every other jungler.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, we'll have to think about that in a second once the compositions get rounded out.
I feel like though this Rise pickup does give a little bit of time over to Inspire just to get the Tristana working. It also gives you a threat against the Tristana later into the game if Trist ever jumps in on a Rise without, you know, chunking him down first. You kind of just blow him up. The Tristana won't be able to survive too much out of that. And if ever there was a Protect comp, normally you'll see Shen with it as well. And that's exactly what we see out of this top lane. Second Shen, I believe, here in Challenger Series for the top lane.
And it was also from Sartorius.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, he went Shen and then Shen and then Gragas.
Yes, yeah. He's been playing a lot of Gragas, playing different things to everybody else.
Yeah, I like the Shen top still, honestly. He still deals a bunch of damage. He doesn't have the Vorpal Blade to long range farm anymore, but like the ultimate's still there, the taunt's still there. But this is just an all-in on Warlight composition. I was like, maybe they'll run like an Olaf top, and then they'll have like, you know, two threats, like we saw in the LCS when they had like Oda sitting on like the Olaf, for example. But instead, no, it's actually Capuchard. But yeah, it's very interesting. So it's all Warlight.
Well, I mean, it should be fairly difficult for Warlight to die in this game, even in the late game.
If he does,
you have
then...
Rocket Jump, you've got the Lulu, you've got the Janna, you've got everything to protect him. On the other side from SK, though, they do have a decent setup when it comes to actually getting a fight started with the Zac. They have disengage from Braum as well. So this is a very weird set of champion select for the first game of this best of two.
It is. Well, there are the full compositions on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Jump on Twitter, get it involved, and use the hashtags, hashtag SKWin and hashtag IEWin. I'll be seeing what you think about these compositions and where your heart lies as we get into game with SK against Inspire eSports. And these are some very interesting compositions. Once again, you see Morsu on Poppy go for the Corrupting Potion. Generally what you see on most Poppy starts. Suno going back onto the Sapphire Crystal as a start. This is something we used to see a very, very long time ago. Back when Rise essentially just scaled from mana more than AP than anything else, he would go for that one first, because it both gave him more damage and also more ability to spam spells. It's a little different nowadays, but we still sometimes see the build crop up.
Yeah, it's still something we see out of the mid lane builds on Rise. Slightly less prominent on top lane. But certainly still an option. The real effect of that is that it reduces your back timing the first time for tier fairly effectively, although sometimes we see Catalyst first, so either way, that first half of an item is picked up a bit quicker for the Rise.
Going for components always speeds up your item build. It's just about your early laning. However, you are against a Lulu, who is running teleport, so...
means she can auto-attack you to death, because she does have a fair amount of trading potential, but the actual kill pressure isn't there. So, let's watch this man go through the jungle. Zac means he shouldn't die this time in the early game. Doggo had a very unfortunate game last week on Nidalee. Didn't run any armor, and died to wolves. So, that shouldn't happen on Zac. Has the health regen from standing on the blobs. Has a fair amount of tankiness himself, although not early on.
Well, it's like last game when we saw Trovan in the jungle on Nidalee and we called it a speed run. That's where you would reset after dying to wolves right halfway through the speed run. So kind of unfortunate from .go, but this time he should be fine. If anything, he'll pop into his passive, so there's more insurance against it this time.
That's a good point.
If the blobs start getting killed by the camp, it's fine, because Morsu can then teleport on top of the blobs, keep him alive, and save his allies.
That's why he picked it, man.
Yeah, 2 teleports as well.
Yeah, able to survive twice. Bottom lane trade, though, onto a Tristana Janna, so good luck with that. Does trade damage down. One of the ways of trading against the Janna, though, is you either wait out the shield, and just allow them to stand there with the shield before you engage, or you burst through it. So Braum Lucian is one of those lanes that can very quickly go through the shield from Janna, You just land that Winter's Bite, the follow-up. They're stunned in place, so you deal a massive amount of damage.
While we're talking about mechanics, and while I was joking about it, there's actually like a really dank play where you jump in as Zac, go into the passive, and then you teleport on the blobs with 2 people with teleport, and then you join the fight, and then you have 5 people down there. It's so there is that possibility. Alternatively, you can just use a pre-set up ward.
Who made that play? I'm gonna go in and die, and then you can TP on me.
Well, you don't die because you go into passive, but then you come back together and you dunk them with the double teleport play.
That's like the old frontline Karthus strats that you used to see, like very old CLG run. I think, was it like hotshot to play like Karthus top?
Oh,
double tower shot onto Morsu.
He kind of got blocked there by the minions. He got nice positioning, so Morsu slammed Sartorius against the wall and then backed away. But yeah, they formed like a wall.
You shall not pass.
Yeah, the way minions work is they're kind of like Legos, so they like fit together. And when you see a wall of minions, you can't go through the Lego. You have to like go up and over or around.
There's just no mechanic for like stepping on them for making it incredibly painful.
It would hurt and you take damage, but you would escape.
I guess that's what the tower shots were, to be honest. But
yeah, stepping on the Legos.
That's actually fairly significant though. Like, having the minion block now force Morsu's flash in a matchup where you're melee versus melee with a taunt involved means that Morsu has to respect the possibility of ganks, but it's bottom lane.
Max saw the knock-up onto Unlimited. He may even be dropping here as Woolite lines the final auto-attack up on the E. Explosive charge is not quite enough damage. The heal had to be used by Vardags though. Triple summoners in from the bot lane from SK versus 1 from Woolite. Zac was thinking of jumping over the one to Cosq, but he's a little too far back.
I want to go back to something you said, and ties into what we just saw. .go did not kill the tunnel from Maxlaw on purpose. Zac has a lot of ease getting into areas of the map where you know, the enemies haven't warded, so you can find these very obscure gank paths from areas that typically are in the dark and in the fog of war very quickly. This time, however, he is warded heading into the top lane. Sartorius will know he's there, but .go had Razor Sharp. He'll clear out that ward. Maxlaw's around as well, but what it allows him to establish is 2 deep wards to protect Morsu. And that was the whole thing about this play. .go goes Tracker's Knife, puts 2 deep wards, will now find the Rek'Sai, and Morsu knows exactly how he has to play this laning phase without flash for the next couple of minutes.
Sartorius actually landed a Taunt combo onto Morsu before, even though Morsu had Steadfast Presence up and then popped it after the fact. That's why he managed to get a lot of poke onto Morsu. He had to burn through all of his stacks on his Corrupting Potions. So Sartorius just finding some nice angles up there. And once you get in a one-on-one trade with a melee laner in top lane, Shen just wins once he's got the taunt, because he has the extra damage from Twilight Assault. Mid lane though, Suno's dropping low, he's only level 5, and Cosq's level 6. Maxlaw looking to finish well with the Prey Seeker. Not quite enough damage here as .go comes in to fill in the blanks in the mid lane. And Sartorius uses the teleport to get back up the top. And everything is back still and quiet on the Summoner's Rift for 1 second while Sartorius goes onto Morsu. Again, too slow, the Steadfast Presence, and Sartorius gets another Twilight Assault through Morsu. So they're absolutely destroying the puppy in the top lane. He'll have to go back.
Yeah, it's another situation where it's like this knock-on effect from Morsu losing that trade earlier. He hadn't really gone back to buy. Now he's gone and picked up Balmy Cinder.
Every time, and Morsu now walking into the minion wave while he had some aggro took a little bit more damage, and Sartorius is still level 6. Morsu just chugged through every single one of his Corrupting Potion stacks.
Wow, that's going to make this laning phase incredibly tough now. Those wards deep in the jungle are going to expire soon as well for him. So as soon as they lose track of Rek'Sai, Morsu has to give the utmost respect over to Inspire. He has to basically say, well, I can no longer be in this lane while my flash is not up.
Like,
still down.
4 in a row, Sartorius lands the Shadow Dash, and this is an animation. He's doing it from max range. The last 3 have been from max range. There is time to reaction Steadfast Presence. The first one he couldn't, but Morsu has just been a little slow, honestly, and he's taking so much damage from Sartorius because of it.
Yeah, he really is having a tough time in this top lane. Like, it's now opening a CS lead as well, as you alluded to, with those potions gone. He's not able to sustain himself up in this lane. No teleport available. His flash is still down for another 15 seconds or so. So not like he's going to die in the next 15, but certainly Sartorius is up to level 7, has his ultimate available for a while now. Bottom lane there is a trade, but nothing really is going to come of that. So this is a good start for Inspire, just from how they've put this Poppy behind. And remember, Inspire are running a composition that wants extra time to get into this game. They need to get the Tristana up to 2 items before she's really effective.
So, Vardex and Unlimited has traditionally been the weak spot of SK. Suno has been one of the shining lights kind of keeping the team together, but has just kind of fallen a little too far behind in a lot of these games. It almost feels like this composition from Inspire is trying to exploit the fact that they feel their bot lane is so much stronger than SK's. They can snowball and then have this unkillable Tristana. But right now, he's just kind of even with the bottom lane. Vardex and Unlimited just holding their own, so they need to get a little bit more to make this composition work. Dotgo is going to clear out this ward as Maxwell was just hanging out there. Denied the Raptors. Unlimited treading off here. Vardex with the ultimate will be blocked up a little by Wendelbow. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. Oh, Maxwell once again in the jungle, and as the E used by Dotgo, he'll smite the red to actually get the extra health here for the trade, but he just doesn't have any real damage to return onto Maxwell. Now that the Rise comes in, that's smited away by Maxwell. So he takes the red here. Yeah,
I mean, he was fighting Maxwell and the red buff at the same time, so it's nice having that health come back to Dotgo, but he just lost it all. Unlimited bot lane.
And the teleport from Sartorius in the top lane as well. Nice timing on the ultimate from Unlimited. Dotgo is charging up and walks in, but is interrupted. Sartorius comes out with the nice E. And now, there are the blobs. There's no teleport. This is the problem. And he'll go down. First blood to Sartorius.
Oh, the bronze strats were not available right there for the TPing on the Zac blobs. Rexley even goes top and is just going to stop the push from Morsu as well. Really well worked, just utilizing the globals from Inspire, knowing they have the Shen ult up. Flash Monsoon kicks this one off from Wendelbow. Knows all he's got to do is get that Q. Was expecting it to hit Vardex, but remember, the double tap Q does not go the same distance it used to. Dotgo, what actually denies him here? It was the taunt from Sartorius. Another nice taunt out from Sartorius' Shen. And that's no blob TPs available. Sorry, Pulse.
No.
Sorry.
But however, have those teleports been up? No, it still would have been bad. But
I want to go back to the point you made about the composition from Inspire.
Yeah.
Looking to exploit the weaknesses of SK. I would almost certainly say that that's the case. They say, hey, look, we don't think they're going to pressure us early because of how their laning phases have been the last couple of weeks. So let's just pick something that we know is going to at least go even for us, because they're not going to pressure us, and then just take utility for the rest of the map. We have Rek'Sai to deal with any kind of side lane pushes. We have Shen to deal with any side lane pushes. And an extra teleport on Lulu. Like, I would agree. It's exactly what I think you need to do against SK, because they've struggled to play multiple lanes.
Trying to exploit the weaknesses here. Wendelbow putting down another ward there. Just because he won't get a chance to before the next one expires, so actually nice timing. Sartorius, that is the 7th taunt that has just landed on Morsu in the one-on-one. And we'll just punish him again with Twilight Assault. It's so much damage. Yeah. And the last auto attack with Grasp of the Undying.
You know what? I say SK have struggled to play multiple lanes. I feel like it's a step worse than that. SK is struggling to play their own lanes.
Yeah.
Like, in almost every single game that we've seen, only really Suno has had impact in a laning phase, and even then, like, okay, so Morsu's been playing Tahm Kench and tanks, so there has been room for him, you know, to just go even on a lane, but it has been going really badly for SK the last few weeks.
Really badly. Still yet to net a win. Still at the bottom of the table with Mouse Sports. I would say they've shown maybe a little more than Mouse Sports, but not by much. Like, it's very difficult to differentiate. Almost with the still there, not quite yet. I know as an organization, they brought in like a new coach. They're just trying new things to try and just help this lineup. But so far, we're just seeing more of the same from previous weeks.
Yeah, I wonder, like, this. So the Zac pick is going to become prominent later. When I say late, I don't mean late game. I just mean when you're looking for engages. When you're looking for those team fight situations where you need to get into the backline, disrupt people, and allow Rise to kind of take over. But will they get there?
CosQ may be called out. Will flash away. Sartorius did have the ultimate. Yeah, he's looking to re-engage here.
Can taunt flash if they want it, but no follow-up damage is available because it's all top lane. And this is all Inspire have to do. Is just push these outer turrets. Then the game turns into that ARAM style, and it's more difficult to actually put up with, but Inspire right now aren't doing anything inherently wrong in their movements across the map.
I can't tell if I like or dislike the fact that Kazuki flashed away and continued running. Because when you have a Shen ultimate on you, the most annoying thing for a Shen is when you carry on running away and not drop you in range to taunt. But at the same time, they were 2v3, but SK were on the back foot and don't have the damage to deal with the Shen, and Maxwell was closing in. It was really like one or the other depending on the call you make. It wasn't clear-cut in that scenario. But as a Shen player, it frustrates me. Dotgo has found Wendelbo in the jungle as they're trying to invade. They won't get this one. Dotgo thinks about charging up the elastic slingshot, but will think better of it. Maxwell jumps in, looks to try and take away the blue buff. Teleport now coming in from Sartorius. Lands it onto Suno. He should be able to pick up the kill here, and the Monsoon is not enough to help his allies. Vardex now being chased over by all of the carries. Vardex will also fall, and now Warlight is just tearing everyone up. There's the double kill. And 3-for-0 over to Inspire, and their composition just turned online.
Morsu's running bot lane. Unlimited wasn't really in that fight for much more than an exhaust and his ultimate. And Vardags ran into a Shen taunt. He just ran straight next to a Ryze that was dying next to him, and is just like, hey, don't mind me, I'm coming past. That was just a really weird team fight from SK. Good from Inspire to know that they can take that fight, but let's take another look at exactly the movements here. So Unlimited is smartly backing away. Like, he knows this isn't really a fight that they can take once this disengage comes through, so he has to actually cross through. But look at where Vardax positioned himself, right next to Suno as he was dying. I mean, if that amount of damage is following up onto a Ryze that was borderline Rod of Ages at that point already, like, that damage is coming to you next.
Yep.
Like, there's no way they go AD carry or jungle. We'll take the jungle.
It's not even like it's burst damage from Inspire, so it's not even like they just blow everything, and then it's just like, you don't have anything else now. It's sustained damage.
Yep.
So, yeah, unfortunate there. And, yeah, it's just weird. Maybe if he was playing top Lucian, where you go for, like, the anti-burst build.
I don't know. It's kind of frustrating, because it's not even like Woolite is going to get, not punished for going Infinity Edge first, but I don't think the downside of that is going to get felt in this game.
Yeah.
Because when you're already ahead, it's like, well, I finished an item that gives me these stats, and I've got a Janna giving me extra AD, and I've got my attack speed stim on my Q, and I have this resetting W. It's all good, it's fine, it doesn't matter what I build.
Correct. I would have liked to see him go rapid fire.
Yes, I would say the same. I'd like to have seen the attack speed item completed with the BF sword, as we've said time and time again.
Yeah.
But
we'll keep saying it
he has
because
got
it's
the
still
boots.
true.
He's got the boots, but
He has. He's halfway there. But you're also getting like AD from that as well, and you get the crit, so it's like not as bad.
yeah. That's what I mean, is like the small downside that is there.
Yeah.
Isn't going to become
But
evident,
it's
because there's a
still
Lulu
there.
and a Janna in this game and a Shen. And the Shen is winning his lane, he's got Sunfire Cape, he's pushing in. Which means he can't trade it with Morsu under the tower, but Morsu's not under the tower to trade with him, so...
This is still the Shen dream, when you are 2-0-2 over your opponent, or ahead in farm, and are just pushing. You're just sitting in your lane, and Dotgo goes for the engage, 5 versus 4. This is the opportunity they have. Sartorius does have Stand United, and doesn't even need to use it. 4 versus 5. Inspire repel the assault from SK Gaming. And Sartorius, he's just in the bottom lane.
He is. This is a 4 versus 5 still going this way. Dotgo is going to look to engage here. Woolite is playing aggressive. That is ballsy. Like, that right there that Woolite did would normally get him killed. If SK were confident enough to engage. Sartorius is still there, not doing a lot of damage to that turret, but it's going.
He'll get it.
It's going. Tower in the mid lane has fallen. The Shen Dream would be the next step Deadman's Plate at this point. Like I'm just going to run after you and deal damage.
No, the Shen Dream from here is Titanic Hydra. That is the Shen Dream. When you don't have to itemize against any of the big damage threats on the enemy team, and all you need is one item, you just go Titanic Hydra. It's like, and then you have to reevaluate and see if there's any more damage. It's like, no damage, Triforce.
I was going to say, is Triforce the item that comes after?
And there you go, item build complete.
Well, Pulse, there's a pickaxe.
We're there.
Oh man, if that actually goes to a Titanic Hydra, I'm gonna laugh so hard.
He kind of copped out. He went for the Spectre's Cow as well to, mitigate some of the damage from Suno and Dotco and Morsu.
I was gonna say, all he's got to do is just against the Sunfire Cape.
But yeah, but he can leave it he can leave it as the Spectre's Cow and just go Titanic now.
Right. That's probably what I'm expecting to happen now. You can't see it, but Pulse just did that kind of, the stereotypical Italian chef. At the screen at this build. He's like,
so good.
This is what I would build to win in solo queue.
So much damage. Because the way Shen works and all the items he builds is raw health, you just get so much damage. It's fantastic. And you push waves so quickly with Sunfire Cape and Titanic and any Hydra item. You just destroy waves, and because of the auto attack reset, it also applies on turrets. So you can auto attack reset, and then that damage also applies. So you start hitting turrets really quickly, and when you're in a game like this, where no one is contesting you, you just clear the wave, hit the turret, and you've gotten it.
One thing I want to look at is the item difference between supports. One support has Sightstone and the tier 2 support item for gold generation, that is Braum. On the other side, there's an Aegis of the Legion on top of that for the Janna. The global gold that Inspire have had from the turrets, from the extra gold they've had from fights, just is allowing Wendelbo to go like, okay, well, I don't even need this gold generation item. I'm just going to buy an Aegis and stop this Rise, the Zac, any other magic damage that's coming from them.
Inspire are absurdly far ahead at 19 minutes.
Yeah.
And
with the late game scaling AD carry.
Suno just jumps on Warlight. He didn't receive any shields, any help from his team. He's still standing.
I mean, that does highlight a problem, though. That is the one area that Inspire have to be careful of, is Warlight getting caught or doing something silly or, just no shields going on him. It's a team effort, but just make sure that Warlight stays alive. If Warlight stays alive, they theoretically win this game. There's almost nothing that stops Warlight, especially once he gets his second item complete.
Usually in this situation, yeah, if the AD carry dies, you're not in a good place, but with Shen building damage and Kozq sitting on a pretty decent amount of damage, also being significantly far ahead of his own mid laner, they have this mid-game spike where they still have a lot of damage, even without Warlight. Warlight is just... He's not even the crux of the composition anymore. He's just he's the final nail in the coffin. The
other thing is you can see most of the vision control now is in favor of Inspire on the top side. They've got pink wards. There is one blue ward and another one up on the river from SK. But, I mean, Inspire can just pull back and look to bait Baron. There is only one blue trinket on SK, and that is what is going to deter any kind of Baron bait attempt. Suno dropping way low.
Vardak steps up and still has this flash and heal, okay, but once your front line disengages and then you jump back in, that is just straight up a mistake. Now he has to go back with the Rise and they can't defend his turret. Inner turret goes down. Bot lane, Morsu is trading off with Sartorius. He went with Sheen. I don't know how I feel about that, but at this point, there's not much you can do anyway.
Morsu went with Sheen, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it would be Glacial Shroud would be the other option, but he's got...
Yeah.
Hang on. He's got... Okay, no, it's fine. I thought he was I was looking at his items being is that parts of a Triforce? And then realized Cloth Armor's not in there. It's okay. I thought it was
almost
is he going Triforce Poppy? No, please don't go Triforce Poppy. It's happening, Pulse.
It is.
It's actually happening on the other side.
Jerom's fist.
Yeah.
I hope this game actually lasts to the point where he finishes it, because he's pretty close. He just needs one more back, but the game may actually end.
The dream.
Yeah.
And then Dead Man's Play.
I really hope the observers show me just him clearing a wave. It's the best thing. I have a word for that, but I can't say it on broadcast.
Do I need to give you a moment if that happens?
Oh, yeah.
Because I, right now, taking a moment to clear out Baron. Getting themselves the Rift Herald Scuttler. Never done that one before. Never called the Rift Scuttler the Rift Herald.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
I always do the other way around, but I've never done that one. Casual 21-minute 3-man Baron going on here.
Sartorius actually uses his Stand United to
One
go
blue trinket is up
here. They
there
see it, but it's
too
basically
late.
Already dead. If I were SK, I'd be running away right about now.
Yeah, they're doing it.
Yep.
They are running.
Morsu is hanging around the mid lane, though. This is a little greedy. We'll be backing away now. He's okay.
I mean, this is, honestly, this game is lose lane, lose game. right now for SK. They're in a situation where if they let Inspire's team comp get to a point where the Tristana was ahead and the shields were just enough and the Poppy wasn't running wild on the Shen, like that is how this game ends up. It's like, so this is a Rise against the Shen.
Yeah, it will take a while to resolve, but I believe the Shen is winning out. There we go.
Yep. That's that just happened.
It's at the point in the game. Okay, gonna hold that for a second. Morsu, I think he's gonna knock away the minion wave. That's actually a good use of the Poppy ultimate, knocking away an entire minion wave. It actually stalls it out. Now falling back in from the jungle.
The minions are like, I don't know what is
coming
this
in from the west with
like,
reinforcements. That's something you don't see very often. But
the front one's got like a map. It's like, I don't know where we're going.
All
I've never
following the
been here
leader.
before.
It's like the cannon minion leading is like a mother goose with like the chicks following.
If I take one more step, this is further than I've ever been before.
Yep. They're now just hammering away at this bottom tower. Is just absolutely like this game.
This is for like legitimately most of these pushes are like 4v5 or 3v4 at least, and like Inspire just going. Woolite's now tanking up towers. Those beam towers. Just Woolite said like, okay, I've got shields.
I would like to announce Sartorius has finished the Titanic Hydra.
He's mid. He's pushing
He
mid.
is. He's split pushing.
Oh,
the engage comes out. Morsu. He jumps onto Woolite, but there's still a lot of heal.
Oh, Max
the
Law.
knock up mid-air onto Doggo. Woolite knocked into the team though.
Oh, no,
he may
not.
go down. There's the shutdown over to Morsu, but the chase continues.
Oh,
there's so
it's
much
Titanic
damage coming in from Sartorius. There's so much. He's just going to destroy Morsu here with the double kill. Now Doggo may be under attack, but he'll retreat to the fountain. And now this inhibitor should be going out, turning into rubble, and this game may be ending right here and now.
Sartorius needs to kill some minions just to show us.
He does. He used it on the tower, so you can see the tower destroying potential. Just ignore the other 3 people hitting the tower. Doggo jumping into this. This may be a defense. Unlimited respawns. Vardag's up in 7. The minion wave's still there, and IE decide to back off.
Yeah, Sartorius, if he stepped forward, that Sunfire Cape was just going to deal, well, aggro the tower too quickly. But, I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter. Because this game is so far gone right now. Like, this is what we mean by normally if an AD carry dies in a protect the AD carry comp, that should signal a one-team fight for the enemy. But it didn't even matter. Like Vardags, Morsu, Suno, all on top of each other. So it means every time Sartorius is just dealing damage, it's just cleaving all of them. Like,
I'm telling you, man, it's the future. All right, so it looks like he is finishing off the Spirit Visage now. I believe the next item after that, if it gets there, will be the Triforce. And then probably finished by like Dead Man's Plate or something.
I hope it's a...
That would be the item build complete. Morsu has gone for the Iceborne Gauntlet. A full item behind his counterpart.
So, I know I'm talking about Dead Man's Plate. There's actually one on Rek'Sai now. And we probably won't get to a point where we see it on Shen. Relevant, it's fine. My favorite thing about Dead Man's Plate...
What's that?
Is it came out of the Bilgewater game mode. That was the best thing. Like, people forget that. This is an item that was just like, let's do something crazy. How about a tank item that when you hit people after running a lot, it does a lot of damage. Turns out it fit quite well into the game, and now is like a staple buy on most junglers.
Yes.
I like it.
Just need to wait for Puppeteer now. That was a fantastic item.
No, what we need is the dagger. The
Mirage?
The Mirage Blade, yeah.
That was broken. Morsu momentarily jumped into the enemy team and
denied.
Tick, tick, dead. Woolite picks up the kill onto Morsu. Sartorius has not even joined the fight yet. The top inhibitor is going down, and this defense from SK is not going to last for very long as the last tower falls. Vardags is already chunked going into this last fight, and Inspire just want the win right here. There's the ultimate coming in from Doggo, but he simply does not have the damage. Following Sartorius, he'll be heading on to Suno. The damage, he will absolutely delete him, even though the kill went to Cosq. All of that came from Sartorius. And this will be the Nexus going down. Inspire pick up the win against SK Gaming.
And made that look really, really simple for them. They won their lanes, they won the game. Like the 21-minute Baron from Inspire just... I mean, it just sealed the game. Like, the only kill SK got was that last kill on Woolite in the bottom lane team fight.
Well, I mean, they got him.
They got him.
Like, they identified what they needed to do, which is kill the AD carry, which the team comp was built around, killed him, but then the game was too far gone, so everyone else did damage as well and 4v5 them. But it was at the point where they were like 4v5ing in mid and lost, and Shen was just by himself in bottom lane. Like, the game is just essentially done. And as you said, they won the lanes, and from there they just closed out very well. They grouped up and just pushed their advantage.
Because SK were relying on somewhat of their bottom lane in the early game just to go even at least. Like, make sure that you can then just stop the Tristana ever getting to a relevant point by just always being ahead from global gold that you get from the Lucian, from just, you know, moving around the map as a pack. They just could never get to that point, because the Tristana ended up getting ahead from the laning phase. I mean, Morsu had a little bit of that unfortunate situation top lane where he was forced to flash very early on from getting blocked, and that snowballed his lane away from him. I do think that maybe looking at the way Morsu was denying trades after that, I feel like that could have ended up that way, but having the flash down just accelerated it, exacerbated that problem. There were a lot of issues for SK, but a lot of good things for Inspire. I mean, Inspire with a team comp that's difficult to pull off in this matter and making it work very quickly.
And it definitely seemed like they were just trying to punish the weaknesses from SK. Like, Vardag's Unlimited is probably one of the weakest lanes that we have in the European Challenger Series right now. Maybe alongside, like, Tarek as well. Like, his lane is usually losing. But if you can exploit a lane position, build around it, like, that's just perfect. I really just like the preparation coming in from Inspire. I'm not sure if it will work 2 times in a row, because now we can see bans and target bans. Maybe they have something else, but it just looks so clean from Inspire.
It did. It did look very clean. I mean, you compare their setups to like the likes of a Millennium, the likes of a Huma. It just seems like night and day when you look at them.
Well, anyway, that's one more game in the history book, so stick with us. We need to take a quick break, but we will be back in 3.5. Morsu, I think he's going to knock away the minion wave. That's actually a good use of the Puppy ultimate, knocking away an entire minion wave. It actually stalls it out. Now pulling back in from the jungle.
The minions are like, I don't know what is
coming
this
in from the west with reinforcements. That's something you don't see very often. But
the front one's got like a map. It's like, I don't know where we're going.
All following the leader. Welcome back to the European Challenger Series Spring Split. We're back into our second game here, and first one, pretty cut and dry, honestly, as you put it.
Yeah.
Win game, win lane, win game.
You
win game,
very rarely see a game that one-sided. Like, there really was nothing that SK did in that game. They did,
like once.
it was almost as if they loaded into the game and were like, let's go next. Redo? Can we get
Remake?
a redo on this?
Yeah.
No, just but like it just seemed even from like minute 4, SK were on the back foot. Bottom lane was going even for a while, but then you look at it, it's Lucian Braum into a Tristana lane. So you would expect SK to come out ahead. Yes, there's a Janna in that lane, makes it very difficult to trade. But as we talked about it, like Lucian Braum can trade through that shield. You can trade around that shield as well. Like, that is not a 2v2 that should have gone that far out in favor without massive jungle pressure. Yeah. There was like a gank, I think, and that was from Max Law once, and he got a flash.
Sure, I mean, it was also because of like the failed gank in the bottom lane, because they jumped in, like Zac got blobbed up, and they didn't have teleports to save him, and then, you know, the lane just kind of snowballed out of control, because they were kind of even, but they were never going to win that lane, and they did have the potential to win, but I mean, again, that highlights the problem with the bot lane.
And one of the biggest issues was with that fight in the topside jungle, not too far from the blue buff. We're actually going to take another look at it, and you can just see that, like, look at how much of an issue this is for SK. Their damage dealer is already chunked out. It's way too early for Ryze to be in this. Fardax dashes in to a Shen taunt and then has to flash, and kind of flashes in line with the rest of the damage from Inspire. Like, there's no way you win that team fight with what just happened from the AD carry from SK. Like, that's just not gonna work.
It was really weird. It's like just jumping in front of a freight train. It's just like, here, take me out, and then yeah, I don't know. Just don't do that. Don't walk in melee range of a Shen.
Yeah,
it's just not good. In top lane as well, Morsu just kept not landing Steadfast Presence over and over and over again. Like every single time the taunt would just land, and it seriously became a problem. Like he started getting pressured out by a Shen even after that that first like level 1 fiasco, I guess, in front of the tower. But even so, like you can salvage that lane as Poppy. If you block him every single time when he jumps in with Shadow Dash, you can trade back onto him.
Yeah.
But if he jumps on you, gets the taunt and sets up, what can you do? It's
kind of frustrating to even see these individual mistakes from the likes of Morsu and that, because, you know, he went from being one of the challenger top laners that was just like, this guy is good at top lane. Like, we expect him to maybe even be looked at by LCS teams. This split is just not working for him. He's got Whirlib to play up against. He's got Kaze, who's come out of nowhere. When it comes to the challenger scene. They played in a couple of qualifiers, but that's it. And this guy is bodying people, just left, right, and center.
Straight up, and it's really weird, honestly. Like, Morsu, however, has been playing Tam Kench and Poppy, and like, Poppy deals a lot of damage, but she does not deal the damage.
Not this again, False. You got proved earlier.
Yes, but this statement is true. She does not deal as much damage as like a Fiora. Like, as a carry in the top lane, it's just not the same. And I would like to see him just on like another pure carry top laner that's not Poppy. And just see what he can do with it, because so far we haven't seen it. And you're right, he used to be that top laner, no matter what he was playing, usually carries, that would always just get more CS than his opponent. He would always win.
I hope we see like a Poppy Fiora matchup, and then at the end of it, I'm just going to click the damage done grab. and Poppy's just going to be off the chart.
Like, be like, whatever, I give up, I'm out. Twist of the Fate again, Suno. Everything else is pretty similar, apart from the Shen, which is banned out by Sartorius.
Lucian banned out away this time. Corki has got through for the first time today.
Well,
Inspire get their hands on that. Could be mid lane, could be AD carry. There is a lot of versatility there. I believe CosQ played it last week.
Maybe.
He has one game of Corki,
Could see a Graves rotation here, maybe by SK. What else is up? Alistair's banned. What else is available? We could go some flex picks, maybe like
Graves.
Sandra.
Poppy is up as well.
Poppy.
We've seen a lot of Braum today. Seen a bit of Morgana.
Yeah.
What did SK prioritize last time? Looking at the draft, they went Lucian, Poppy, and Braum. So if that was their priority last time, and the Lucian is up, the Poppy and the Braum are up. So if you want to run the same thing again, Braum good into Corki as well. Is good at denying poke.
That's not what I expected.
Honestly, that is one of the most confusing first rotations in a draft I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, so support and jungle Janna, Zac.
Why the Zac? I mean, you've got engage, disengage. Neither of these are top meta picks.
Correct.
So what are you aiming for with this first rotation here? Is it comfort?
Maybe,
because
like, I'm just not seeing synergy.
Neither of these two are top tier picks, which doesn't necessarily make it a bad pick.
Sure.
I just think the pacing in the draft, you've already given Corki, now you're giving over Poppy, Graves,
Yeah.
the Braum,
Everything.
which denies the Poppy. Like, there's no chance of them taking Braum now. Like, the pace of this draft is so important. That's what you see in LCS. It's like they're so meticulously planned to go, OP pick one side, taken away. So, Inspire, show us where the Corki's going, because it's going mid now with an 80 carry locked in.
Additionally, every jungler is up now for Inspire, so it didn't even need to lock in the Graves right now. It does give it over to SK for a potential top lane for Morsu.
And now with the reason the Ezreal is here is Lucian is banned, Kalista is banned, Corki is gone, Ezreal's gone, Misfortune,
Caitlyn.
Kindred 80 carry, and Caitlyn are the three that we'd see.
Yeah. Okay, so probably going to see one of the three from Vardags here. And then, like, yeah, Zac and Janna. Like, Janna's fine. Like, if you run, like, disengage with, like, a Caitlyn, and then you have some engage from Zac, and then you build a rest of composition around that, I can see that.
I think they've given too much over.
I kind of like Morsu to run Graves here, actually, against the Poppy in the top lane if it is Poppy.
Yeah, possibly. Okay.
That's okay. That's a Syndra
Syndra's
lock-in,
locked in. That's been played.
That's more of a comfort champion again.
Whoa. Sivir
actually
is
gets
now
locked
played. Oh. We have seen Sivir in, I think it's 1 or 2 games of LPL. Haven't seen it in EU LCS.
But that fits the LPL style. Like, that's how the region plays. And also, like, they've changed the top lanes as well to fit around that. They fit the whole composition around that. That's the difference with, like, that region and their style versus, like, EU LCS and, you know, the Western regions. You can't just plug and play a single pick.
So the biggest problem I have right here is SK, in 4 picks, have failed to get a top-tier pick in any of these roles.
Yeah.
And I'm generally a believer that top-tier picks are top-tier for a reason. They're not necessary to win a draft. You absolutely can win a draft by utilizing other compositions, but when they're available, champions like the Poppy, okay, Morsu didn't have the greatest game on it last game, like, these are staple picks that you have to take off the table, otherwise you're giving power picks over to Inspire.
It's complete opposites right now. Like, you have a priority pick on pretty much everyone from Inspire, maybe apart from the Agile, but it fits in here because of the draft and how it's gone. And then the Braum and the Graves is picked up.
So, what do these picks from SK do, is what we have to look at here. Is you've got the engage potential from Zac and from Sivir going forward. You've got catch potential from a Syndra. Disengage comes from Janna, and now with the Quinn locked in, you have the ability to carry from top lane. Like, that feels like they're just trying to set up for a 4-1 at this point. All of their picks have mobility, the ability to get away from a fight. Syndra provides disengage as well as Janna. So there is a clear understanding of what they're looking for here, but this is a difficult composition for SK to pull off.
This is what you call a Hail Mary right here.
This is real tough to pull off for SK. Playing disengage against Poke with the essence of engage, let's not count out Zac plus Sivir, is a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, but you can also use the Sivir Ultimate for disengage as well, but you're looking for pick. Like, you're looking to snowball from, like, the Quinn and the Zac early game, trying to start picking up kills there, then utilize the Syndra, and then maybe snowball in one of those lanes. Like, if you snowball on the Quinn or the Syndra, you can get out of control, but that doesn't happen all the time in competitive. Like, we've seen Quinn's been shut down hard in the top lane. Likewise with Syndra, both in the LCS and EUCS. Sebex, for example, has run the Syndra recently, and you can get shut down real hard. Like, it is a Hail Mary. You go in, you jump in and you get early kills and you snowball, or you get shut down at, like, the 5-minute mark and then find it so difficult to come back against a composition who have very clear goals. Like, you have Poke from mid lane, AD carry, you can zone them away, you have a lot of ways to stop a fight from happening, disengage from Braum.
I just feel like after how game 1 went, like, this is picking yourself into a corner. Like, this is so tough. Yes, Inspire will need a little bit of extra time to get the Ezreal online, but it's going to be CosQ that's the one that they have to deal with up front, because Corki mid spikes so early on in the game.
Well, maybe you can't beat them on a level playing field, so you tilt the playing field with these picks, and then you try something different. We'll see if it works. We'll see if you agree. Use those hashtags, hashtag SKWin and IEWin, and tell us what you think on Twitter. Because so far, at this current moment, I don't know what to make of it. We'll just have to see how it does in the next couple minutes, because it really is snowball or bust.
So looking at things that come from this SK comp, because I always, whenever I see a comp like this, I always try and find out, like, or try and think about, like, what are they looking for from this composition? Because there is a reason that they've been picked. It's just deciphering what they were looking for.
Yeah.
So Sivir,
the Enigma code.
Yeah, exactly. Sivir's going to have wave clear, as always, with that engage potential as well. Also, into Ezreal isn't the worst. You have Spell Shield. You have, you know, the ability to stand behind minions as well. So shouldn't get pressured out. So Sivir, Janna is a duo lane that should get out of this, at least even if not ahead. But obviously Ezreal isn't looking to win the laning phase very often. He's just going to come out of the laning phase and hope he's not behind.
Yep. Stack up your tier, build up, hit the item spikes, and then become a massive pain in the mid-game and late game. It's actually surprising how much damage blue build Ez does nowadays compared to old blue build Ez, which was like scaling off in the late game, but typically good in the mid game.
Now it's just really annoying and does damage. That's the worst part.
Actually, the worst. Well, like goes into the top side, so we're going to see a lane swap coming in from Inspire. That would put the Poppy with the duo jungle starting off on the enemy side, and because they won the vision in the start of the game on that side of the map. They just take it away.
They actually could just go up to red as well.
They could.
So the reason that they're not doing it is that they're making sure that .go isn't doing some kind of path where he goes straight over to red. So they just take one of the small camps, slow down the experience at least onto .go, and Morsu's already bottom lane, so they know .go is actually going to be fairly slow. So a bit weird, but nevertheless, that's what Inspire feel comfortable with. Unlimited's going to come through the jungle and spot that blue's gone, gives them the information that they have to have been on that side.
Meaning also they didn't take red as well, so it means they can go for a full clear rather than the fast clear. And Wendelbo actually just do a bit of damage onto .go. Not going to really end up in too much. Nice trade in the mid lane by Suno, actually. Did get the better of CosQ in that one. It usually is so hard to trade against Corki in the mid lane. Yeah,
he was getting out-traded earlier on, just before the level 2 mark, so Suno managing to turn it around. Corki mid is so frustrating to deal with. One of the champions that wasn't really hindered by the changes to Thunderlords. Of course, Thunderlords now has a smaller window to actually stack up. Corki just hit that Gatling gun, and you're good. You're good to go. Or you auto-Q auto. Again, just anything makes it really easy. For those of you that maybe want to check out Corki, there's an article on LoL eSports.
Written by some
perks. Guy. Yeah, some guy. Yep.
It's quite a good article. I want to jump back onto Suno in the mid lane with Syndra, though, as they go for this trade. He hasn't gone for Biscuits and has gone for Thunderlords, telling me that he's probably gone for Assassin. So he's looking for a more damage-orientated mastery tree and also rune setup, meaning he is just trying to win as hard as possible. That's like a confidence thing, because it's going to take a little bit more damage because you don't have the defensiveness, but you do like deal more damage, and if you outplay your opponent, you get rewarded for it. So it's just interesting what he's decided to do here.
You see the Sivir is pretty decent at pushing herself as well. Same with Morsu if ever they're together. Towers go down really quickly. Oh, CosQ, that's so painful. That's really painful. CosQ's auto attack speed didn't allow him to pick up the ranged minion as it went under the tower, and it was on like no health, and he was like, no! Lost 2 CS to it.
It's the small
worst
things.
feeling.
It's the small things when you play League of Legends, like losing that one minion because of like, you know, auto attacks.
Huh.
Oh, going into the top lane. This will be spotted out as there is a ward there. Morsu does have his flash, may have to use it. There it is. And that will be the end of that chapter.
So the was about the fact that we've got a Frost Queen's Claim build on a mid laner on Suno. So, looking for catch potential. Slow people down, easier to hit the Q stun, the QE combo from Syndra. We have seen the decline of Frost Queen's Claim, though. Obviously, with the nerfs to Frost Queen's Claim and the buffs to Morellonomicon and Athene's, it does make a little bit more economical sense when you look at, you know, just kind of value of items. You have to now compensate for the fact that it's a 90-second cooldown on that catch potential from Frost Queen's Claim. Correct. It's not the biggest nerf, but it does somewhat change things a little bit.
Yeah, you have to think about when you want to use it rather than hitting it as soon as it comes up now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it used to be 60 seconds before, and it's just like pretty absurd. However, now with a previous nerf, it goes from 2 to 5 seconds depending on the distance from them. So you could get a very short slow if you're very close to them. I'm just looking at how phase 2 of this lane swap is going. We see Inspire pushing up the top lane and moving on to the second tower. Bot lane is actually recalling from SK. I think they're behind the play.
They are, because now Wendelbo and the rest of Inspire have pushed up. They can't take this turret yet. There is a minion wave joining them, but they're going to try and cut the wave from behind. SK may just look to defend this, because they are 3v4 with the turret, which means Inspire are going to take a lot of damage on the retreat if that minion wave was not there. But SK managed to hold for now.
So ultimately, he didn't lose too much from that one because the tower didn't take that much damage. Bot lane also went down, so they trade 2 for 2 towers overall after that whole lane swap went down. So not too bad in terms of how the top laners did. Morsu is slightly ahead of Sartorius in terms of farm.
It's the experience, though, that'll do it if they return to a 1v1. Sartorius is behind Morsu. Not quite a full level's worth of experience, but Morsu is level 4 to Sartorius level 3. So that is something we got to keep track of if Inspire keep grouping around. However, this game is a lot closer and is actually in favor of SK for now when it comes to just the gold, ever so slightly. But, you know, doesn't matter whether it's, you know, an inch or a mile. It's still a lead.
Yeah, very much the silver linings, and I guess you'd know a lot about that one, Stress. But anyway, in the bottom lane...
Always looking at the bright side, that's why, Pulse. That's why I'm always looking at the silver linings of things. But Inspire right now, managing to look for a Rift Herald. They know with that tower gone from the top side and Vardag's farming out the wave behind, there's not really anything that can stop them.
We're talking about the top lane matchup. Now Morsu is getting further and further ahead in terms of CS. Additionally, he was level 4 versus level 5, which is not a big deal in that matchup. Now he's level 5 versus level 4, so has more damage on his Q in terms of trading. But there's very interesting things when it comes like to after lane swaps and you see the one-on-ones happen again, where you just arrive at different levels. And it just depends on your spikes and how much damage you can deal and how you start trading with your opponent. Right now it's fine for Sartorius, but had there been like different levels, for example, like level 2 versus like, you know, 3, that's like a big deal.
Man, look at how afraid Vardags is, though. Like, Vardags is afraid to step up to the wave. He didn't need to yet because the minions weren't too low, but without that tower being there, without the wards being there for SK, I mean, look at the topside wards for SK. They've got one by Raptor Camp, and that is it. So Vardags stepping forward there, he's right to be afraid, just in case somebody else is there, but just highlights the fact that SK aren't playing around Vardags taking, you know, any farm around the side lane.
And the fan vote is definitely reflecting the Game 1 performance and just how good Inspire have looked so far. Wendelbo even just bringing up the Unbreakable to mitigate some of the damage coming in from the minions there. That's nice to see. Maxlaw in the top lane has level 6 now. Okay,
so now Vardags is being greedy. Because look at his position on the map, like how far up the lane he is without wards. He's gone from being scared to greedy, all in a very short space of time. He knows that they can't really capitalize just from the fact that Corki's on the map. They know it can only be Graves and Poppy. What they do have to be careful of is if Corki drops back in this matchup, he gets the package and comes straight to the lane.
Ooh, nice.
Good knockback.
Scatter the weak onto Maxlaw. Kozku just lands an auto attack and an ult as he backs away. Dotgo is now in the opposing jungle of Maxlaw. He's not really in danger of being bursted down by the Graves right now. Top lane, Vardags and Unlimited. Sartorius is clearing away this minion wave. Mid lane, Suna's getting a bit more damage. I just saw top lane Sartorius not able to get a melee minion because his damage after a tower shot hits from Hammer Shock is 2 health off away getting the minion. It's one of the worst feelings when you're trying to CS underneath tower. And it's just like, well, now I need to use E or something to finish that last hit. So.
The worst feeling is a mid laner when you're like low AD, you just can't auto attack.
And then you miss the whole wave as it hits turrets. It's like, oh no.
God, I think it's Brand that really frustrates me for that.
Yeah.
It's just like,
what?
Huh.
I mean, he really didn't like that ward.
I mean, collateral damage is not the longest of cooldowns, so Maxwell's like, I'm just going to do this quick. Gets himself back out of there. So, Vardags didn't get punished for pushing up. They had good read. Okay, I'm going to rant.
All right, I'm going to sit down for this one.
I really dislike Hex Drinker before finishing your Trinity Force on Corki. So the reason Corki is such a good pick is you get the Trinity Force, you get Sorcerer's Boots, and you group immediately. And there is almost nothing you can do to stop it. Yes, Cosq has the package and he goes aggressive on Morsu. He has a lot of damage. I won't die from this.
That was actually a lot more than I thought it was going to be. I was like, I think he's good. Fast bomb, bam! And then the kill.
Okay, so I'm going to stay ranting.
So what were you saying about Hex Drinker?
Okay, so Hex Drinker, as an item, obviously is a defensive item, and it's kind of that midpoint between defensive and aggressive. The reason I don't like it is just because it slows down your Trinity Force by 1300, which slows your whole team down. There's a fight top lane.
We'll get back to it because Wendelbo has been CC'd up as Suno is now heading in 4 versus 2 on the retreat. Morsu in from the side, the roam, the kill, and Warlight is also just taken down, locked up with the CC chain. In bot lane, though, they're going to take a tower for it, so actually net gain over to Inspire. Yeah,
gold gain over to Inspire. SK do, however, get a little bit of pacing from that using the Quinn. And that Corki pushing down in the bottom lane. It seems like he doesn't even need the Triforce to be pushing. No one was against him. I'm not the only one that kind of feels this way. Just to round out the point, smooth it over, and make people maybe not hate my opinion on it so much. I was talking to Perks about it on the analyst desk when we were doing an interview with him, and he was like, I don't know what Power of Evil was doing with a Hex Drinker. Like, why would he slow it down? So we've seen it before. I just dislike it.
Specifically in that Power of Evil game, they won a fight immediately after picking up the Hex Drinker, which allowed them to pick up the Triforce. There was that small window in that game where they could have been punished for it.
Right.
In this one, it now also opens up another window where SK can punish them with a team which could definitely do it with Syndra and Morsu on Quinn.
But Cosq compensates by making a play on bottom lane, gets the first kill onto Morsu, gets the tower, and that acceleration just from the play from the package completely kind of makes up for it. So, I mean, Inspire aren't going to be afraid of grouping anyway right now. It doesn't matter that the Triforce isn't complete for them because they are fairly strong. They're not considerably far ahead like last game, but still, Inspire are in a decent spot.
I need to see how much Morsu can do on a pure carry this game, because now he's on Quinn. What's that stress?
I want to run again.
All right.
Swiftness boots on Corki. Sorcerer's Shoes are so good! Corki is like 70% magic damage. Oh, Sorcerer's Boots is so much better as an option. Like, okay, there's Spooky Ghost on the other side. I will concede that you need the slow reduction on that. I just think it's not worth getting rid of all that magic pen for.
But Swifties are so cheap. You feel so good when you buy them. Additionally, you just picked up a kill, which was the difference between going Swiftness Boots and Sorcerer's Boots. So you could have put the gold there. And now SK are pushing in the middle lane. They are not sitting down, looking for a counterplay here. They are not actually going to even take down the turret, and Satori is coming in with the flank, and Suno knocked into the team. We'll be taking a bit more damage from Cosq on the way out. And Vardags steps back into the Winter's Bite. He'll block the missile barrage with the spell shield, but now that's down. Mid lane is being pushed in here by Inspire. There's the ultimate being wound up by Sartorius. Use it on 2 members, and now Doko is alone with Unlimited underneath this tower. The tower should be taken out if someone hits it. There we go. And over to Inspire once again. Morsu is roaming in from the top side, has already popped behind enemy lines. So that was just the tower going down, and SK's play just did not pay off.
Yeah, you can see SK pop the Vardags ult to try and disengage, the Unlimited Janna ult to try and disengage as well. Like, SK just struggling with their comp. They are getting a tower though, so that'll do.
That'll do, Pig. Morsu will back away here. Ooh, Vardags has taken more damage, but yeah, so I want to see what Morsu can do right now, because he's gone for the Quinn build where you want to snowball. You go for the Ghost Blade. The next thing from here is whether he goes for Rapid Fire Cannon or goes for the Graves route where you go like Maw and Sterak's, because you can go one or the other. If you want to snowball, you go Rapid Fire Cannon, just build AD carry.
My head tells me he'll probably go a little bit tankier just from Morsu needing to survive.
Maybe.
But my heart tells me that Morsu's going flat damage, full damage, let's go.
2015 Morsu, maybe? We'll see.
Maybe that's what they need.
He's recalling, so we're about to find out.
Oh, the head was right.
All right. Yeah, Morsu used to be very much like a from the gut player, you know? Like, he follows hard, he just went in, he went for carries. Now he's just like, he's playing it smarter and doing worse.
I feel, okay, so I feel bad for Morsu from what we say, because it's like, we spend so long being like, Morsu should really play tanks. He should really play tanks. Starts playing tanks and starts building things tankier, and we're like, no, go back. Go, keep doing the other thing. Go back to the first one.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. But unfortunately, Morsu cannot win in our books. But maybe this game he could win. 2-1-0. If he can get to the point where he can pop the carries, like CosQ and Woolite are going to be not very tanky, specifically against AD for a little bit. Once Woolite hits his Iceborne Gauntlet, he will be tanky. CosQ will not really build armor for a little bit, so he's open to Morsu's burst. If you take down CosQ in the mid lane, that's a really good trade.
It would be if they can get it. It does have barrier available though. There's the Trinity Force completed. It means I'll stop talking about that now. SK. This is a sign of a team that may...
Ooh. This could be good. The ultimate pop there on the hunt. CosQ splits up the fight, but is in the back and has been exhausted. He'll jump away with the second Valkyrie, and now the chase is on. Zac goes into the Bloblets, and he'll be taken out. Ultimate coming in, the true shot onto Bardax, and he'll be backing off with his carries. But Suno has been split up nice scatter of the week with the Orb coming in there to get the CC down. But that was a 2-for-1, and another rocket hit on the way out. Again, Inspired to come up on top, despite SK having the advantage.
I mean, it's kind of frustrating to watch because for SK's sake, they seem to think that Inspire would value Rift Herald the same way that a Baron buff would be valued. That it's like, oh, they're doing Rift Herald, guys, we gotta go stop them.
Yep.
Like, yes, Inspire are walking into this, which actually makes the play valid. This is more Inspire just trying to create vision control in this area rather than stop a pick from happening. So the positioning actually worked out for SK at the start, but look at the extra damage that Inspire have. Like, Inspire have so much damage. Yes, Suno does manage to get off a kill and good damage now onto Woolite here, and Woolite doesn't want to follow up after that. But Inspire still come out pretty far ahead from that fight.
There were two things that were just mechanically really nice from Inspire in that last fight. One, the Valkyrie coming in, the package, sped up the fight, cutting off Dotgo from his team. So he had to fight alone versus the backline. And then second, Wendelbo's ultimate and also positioning. He was the only one who got hit by Dotgo, and he also stopped him in his tracks. So Dotgo couldn't get on top of the carries with Let's Bounce. So from there, they couldn't unload onto the squishy targets that SK really wanted to do, and it just kind of fell apart.
And I always get a little bit nervous when you see a package go like straight through a team fight, because it's just like, oh, and then keep in mind, it actually resets the cooldown of Valkyrie. So you always get to Valk back out. It's just, it's okay. You can get right back out of the fight.
I also got exhausted, so that made me panic even more. But
yeah, that's true. Double Hex Drinker though on SK against this Syndra is pretty good, pretty solid against Zac as well, who does deal a little bit of magic damage himself. Surprising amount of magic damage actually, if he gets onto you and starts using a lot of his abilities, but. Nevertheless, SK are in a situation where they are just on wave clear mode right now.
That's basically what is happening. Mid lane, got that Frost Queen's plane that we talked about earlier. Looks like he's just going for Death Cap now. He's just going for raw damage. Max Law pretty much build as usual. You can see all these swiftness boosts being picked up as a response to double Frost Queen's claim. Top tower being taken out. Dotgo lands again, the E onto Wendelbo, but the rest of the team is just closing in.
Oh, that is a lot of magic damage.
That is, but they can still follow up because Dotgo doesn't have any more. That's the problem, and he doesn't have his passive. He'll just die by himself. Max Law could be a pick here, or not. CosQ is coming in from the top side, and he'll protect his jungler.
Yeah, Woolite just sending out the ult, just in case SK engaged forward. Has a fairly low cooldown, so it's not the end of the world. And CosQ's just going to go back to poke mode. I mean, this is a situation where you look at like SK declined to take the Braum, didn't take the Poppy, And look at what's now like pushing it in towards them. Sartorius didn't hit with that ult though.
But he does block Morsu. The vault is stopped in its tracks, and the middle tower goes down. That is all of the inner turrets and outer turrets gone down for Inspire. SK only have their inhibitor turrets remaining now. But yeah, I just love that mechanic, that players have figured out the best way to use like Poppy ultimates now, and like one great use is like walking up to a tower, spinning up the ultimate and using it to zone. And even if you don't hit, and even if you don't use it, you just got this couple seconds of people having to respect the fact you can bring down the hammer.
Yeah, still worth it. It's like, you may as well hit at that point. Yeah. Like, the fact that you zone so many people.
Spooky Ghosts. Just kind of shows the general direction of where Inspire are. Man, every time I want to read it as Infinity Edge. It's just ingrained into me, like, over years of just seeing IE.
Yeah, I mean, I still read it as like Internet Explorer. I'm just glad that it doesn't come with like a warning at the beginning when we load into game.
Yeah.
Would you like to make them your default team?
No.
No, just no. Definitely not. No disrespect to Inspire, but if there was a team called Internet Explorer, yeah. I would be pressing no every time.
They would also run Disengage every game and just like have super slow games.
Yes, that's exactly what would happen. Luckily, they're running pokes. This is like, I'm gonna stop with this now.
Anyway, so Vardex is just browsing the top jungle right now with .go. And IE will just be zoning away, putting down more wards. Morsu is sat in the bottom lane though. Has his teleport. Problem with Quinn with teleport is that there's very few places to teleport into that you don't just get gibbed. Like you have to have like a ward off to the side, like somewhere that you can then flank or get into the back lines. It's kind of like Rumble in that sense, and even worse because you don't build Zhonya's.
This is the moment perhaps where I let this game slip away. If SK can get the drive-by from .go, he wants to go straight in.
He's going to land it onto no one. Sartorius does block it up, but then there's the ultimate from .go. He'll be CCing everyone down, but there's no team to really follow up on that. And now .go is caught up by himself, now going into his passive, and he'll be reconverging, but it's just not enough. He doesn't have the time, and Vardex is on the front lines by himself. Sartorius has been flown into the rest of the team. That was not a good Monsoon, and Suno will block some of the damage, but collateral damage on the overkill. Double kill out for Warlight, 4-4-0, and Morsu is by himself. Now they can't take the Baron. It's actually a raid boss.
Yeah, Morsu's too high health, well, too high damage, and IE don't have enough health at this point. But that is a convincing team fight going over to Inspire, and let's take another look at how this kicked off. I was wondering whether .go was going to try and drive by smite this, jump over the back with Zac and just keep on going. So there's the block from Sartorius, who has changed his name to Chris Hemsworth in this little sequence here. Out you go, Jana. No chance in that one. And from here, it's IE just having a bit of a split team fight, but they just have enough damage. Like, they can just deal with whoever they need to. Sartorius got helped by the Janna ult, I believe. Unlimited kind of just pushed him into Vardex and was like, here, take him. Double kill for Warlight to round that out.
You wanted a poppy for your birthday, right? Here you go. Oh, no, okay.
I said a lollipop.
Oh, man, that did not work out well, but now Inspire, at least the Baron's still up. SK did stop that from happening. But honestly, I think like the best play there from SK would have been just trying to drive by smite with Zac. If you haven't seen it, because we don't see Zac very often, you can fly over the back of the pit, and then you were close enough to the objective to smite it, and then just leave.
Didn't you have that happen to you in a solo queue game the other day?
It was slightly different because, so it was an Udyr who got hit by a Poppy ult, and then it flew over Baron Pit while untargetable and smited the Baron from me. That was incredibly depressing.
There are some really weird interactions. Yeah.
So if you wanted to know if you can smite while being Poppy ulted, you can, because it happened to me.
Oh dear. My favorite one still is the one we saw in LCK, where Tahm Kench eats Poppy while Poppy's charging up her ult. And from inside Tahm Kench, they just go flying back towards their fountain.
It's like a boss battle, you know? You have to fight the boss from the inside. And
oh dear.
Good stuff. But you can also you can do it on the back of Baron Wall. You can do it on the
Morsu
Dragon
just showed
Wall.
bot lane with no TP.
Did. This is being... I feel like we've been in this
he's
situation
not
before.
He's not moving yet.
All right, drive-by.
Now he's moving. Okay.
Now is the time for the drive-by, if there was any time for it.
Oh.
But he's going for the engage.
Oh,
He
he
gets
got
blocked by
blocked!
Sartorius!
Oh.
He actually stood at the side, so because the radius from the W was wide enough, he just straight up stopped it.
Oh, that was so good.
Drive-by denial.
Definitely don't see him rolling at that point.
No.
Or hating. But, man, what does SK have to do? Like, this game's, again, another one that it was, for a while, it was fine for SK, but then they've just exploded this game apart.
Here comes Dotgo with another engage. This may be good for SK as they're zoning away Wendelbow. Unleashed Power will take down the support, but out so many resources just to kill Wendelbow, this push may actually just not stop.
Yeah, I mean, I have to be careful here, though. They are low health. Baron buff for, ever since a long time ago last season doesn't now regenerate you. So you have to respect your health bars at that point. You need to back away, especially against a Quinn, who is going to jump in and go, surprise, I can two-shot people. Yep. It'll be good. But anyway, at this point, with the Baron buff, they maintain it on 4 people. Means they can re-establish their push once again.
Problem is, the only person or 2 people that Morsu can really deal a lot of damage to is 1 Kotsky and 2 Maxwell to a kind of an extent before he finishes Hysterics. Once he finishes Hysterics, he's done. But like Kotsu's not going to build like more defensive stats against AD, so he's the one that Morsu can kill. But he's always so far back.
Oh, he stopped Unlimited.
Unlimited's good. He's fine.
Yeah, he's okay for now.
We live in.
The real problem for SK in this game is they needed Morsu to become uncontrollable. The way SK won this game, or would have won this game, would have been Morsu being too much of a problem that IE can never group, because they have to send 2 people to deal with Morsu. And that hasn't happened.
Yeah, in a big way.
He's not had a bad game, but he's just not been enough of a threat.
But you run a composition like this, and you're declaring that you have to make it work by snowballing out of control with like a pick. Like depending on where the resources go early game, determines your game plan for the rest of the match, and they just couldn't snowball because the victory condition for them was making Morsu unduelable.
Watch Sartorius here. He's just denying the Zac engage, and he gets it again.
And now they just turn on Dotgo and Morsu. Dotgo pops his ultimate, but he doesn't have his passive, I believe. No, he does, but he goes in, but the rest of the team is going to go down before he even comes back up. Now they turn around as Vardax gets chunked out. Warlight will be the one to finish off the last Bloblet. That'll be a 1 kill going over. The Baron buff is still alive. Maybe they can take bot lane as a minion wave is already pushing in, and probably take a second inhibitor before heading back. Sartorius is already going back to base. Morsu was thinking about jumping on top of him. Unleash Power. Maybe onto Maxwell here. Morsu jumps in, but even with the Sterix, will go down. Sartorius with the teleport. He comes back into the fight with the double kill over to Warlight. This could just be the game right here and now. The inhibitor goes down, and now with the rest of the minion wave still being buffed up by Baron, Inspire will come in and clean up the Nexus turret. Looking for another kill onto Suno perhaps, but that's the second Nexus turret, and it'll be onto the Nexus itself. Inspire with a 2-0 week over SK Gaming, completely destroyed.
Completely destroyed is the only way to put that series. SK, I mean, the 8 minutes, at the 8-minute point they were perhaps even in that game. Maybe a little bit later, but they were just, one fight in both games just blew the game apart. And SK just weren't running compositions that are easy to play, like at all. They gave away a lot in picks and bans in game 2. Picked themselves a composition that is far more complex than anything you need to play right now. And the game just goes away from them. There's not really too much more. It's like, that draft from SK was unbelievably weird.
Yeah, it was odd, but it felt like they were so far down in the series. It just felt like they just needed something to try and bring them back up, and maybe like a Quinn that like had a lot of practice on, like Suno being like, I played a lot of Syndra, like I can make this work. Zac in the jungle. They're weird picks that are like pocket picks that they've played a bunch, and it's like they can try and just salvage. But
okay, so here's like my thinking on the other side of it is like, you want to pick Zac. What's the one champion in the game that completely defeats the point of almost everything Zach wants to do with his engage.
I have no stress. I think it begins with P
like,
and ends with Y.
And you leave it
sounds
open.
like Poppy.
You don't ban it, and then you first rotation the Zach before the Poppy is up. Like, it's still available. You could have gone Zach Poppy, and they're not going to take Janna away from you.
Yeah.
Like, I look at this draft, and I get very confused and almost a little flustered. makes me feel a little insecure on this draft, because I'm like, are they doing something that no other team is doing? Yeah, they're doing something no other team is doing. Giving away all the power picks and then taking kind of one for last in Quinn, which didn't have enough of an effect.
It's like you in Champion Selectors, is the meme. It's just like, oh, like the Metagross meme. It's like, oh man. But yeah, you're not gonna take away the Janna. Do you really need the Janna in the composition to make the composition work? I don't really think so. It's disengaged there with engage coming out. Then you have the Sivir for disengage or re-engage.
Yeah.
Put Vardax on a safe AD carry. I like it. But then the rest of the composition.
The thing is, I don't even think it's that safe an AD carry right now. Like, you look at the AD carry options that we've got. I mean, I even would have preferred the Kindred AD carry perhaps there. But for whatever reason, they're like Sivir, who almost nobody else is playing. Somewhere in my mind, there's like one Sivir game in the last 3 weeks, because I remember people talking about it being the first Sivir, but I, for the life of me, can't remember what game it was. But it just had no effect. A wave clear AD carry got significantly far behind on CS as well. Like, there was nothing SK could do in that game, by the looks of it.
You're so right. Like, I would have really loved to see a Kindred there, because then you pop the ultimate and the backline safe for a couple seconds. I think it just go back to that Poppy pick though. Like, just invalidating an entire composition, and like the main engage, like every single time was just blocked up. Even the first time they picked Zach, Rek'Sai was able to stop it coming in with just a
the
knocker.
unburrow,
It's just like, really? Like, there's nothing they can do.
Well, I mean, enough about some of the shortcomings of that game. Let's hear from somebody that was on the winning side.
Indeed, and it will be KozQ on the line. KozQ, how are you doing today?
Hello, I'm pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised after a crushing victory there for you in 2 games. And just going over the games in general, how did you feel about them this week?
We practiced hard, and I think our game plans, like, we fulfilled it. We had game plans, and we did it as planned. So I think it went pretty well.
Yeah, it looked like, especially in game 1, you guys seem to have a game plan very decisively on, like, hey, we want Woolite to be ahead. So that was your conscious thought, is like, let's exploit the 2 versus 2 coming into this game?
But can you ask that again?
Yeah, sure. We were talking a little bit during the game about how it looked like you guys said, look, we want the 2 versus 2 bottom lane because we know that we can do so well from it. Was that the actual game plan coming into this week?
Well, it wasn't. It was also the game, because our bot lane is pretty strong. So we wanted that as well. We wanted to do the 2v2. But the second, we tried to farm up Tristana and then just play the Lulu comp correctly, and then just group and siege like how it's supposed to be, and I think it went pretty well. And the second game, we just want to lane swap to avoid the Janna Lucian lane.
Talking about the drafts as well, it was very interesting from SK Gaming. They picked up the Zac and did the same in the second game, and you just responded to it with the game plan in mind. How did that change how you went into the game? Were you actually actively thinking about, like, how am I going to play against the Quinn and these kind of weird picks, or was it just like you felt like they played into your hands?
Well, we expected a Quinn pick, actually. We expected that they would, because you checked just the match history of the player and stuff, so we expected they would pick Quinn. And our plan was just to lane swap and deny Quinn as well, because Poppy gets counted really hard by Quinn. So we just we were waiting. Yeah, we just lane swapped like you saw in the game, and it went pretty fine, I guess, because we also had a tower advantage. And yeah, that was it.
It was a pretty impressive set of games, to be honest. I want to talk a little bit about maybe looking forward to the rest of Challenger. You guys have faced some of the tougher opponents. You've faced the Copenhagen Wolves. What are your thoughts on your 2 remaining games here as we move forward in Challenger?
I think the 2 upcoming seeds we're going to play are probably beside us. Like, a lot of people think that we are the top 3. So I think they're going to be like the toughest games. And I think we have a good chance to actually win if we practice hard enough. So yeah, I don't know. They are the toughest though, the toughest teams that we're gonna be playing against this split.
Focusing kind of specifically on some of the teams, like looking at Millennium, for example, like the top team right now, what do you think they're doing so well in comparison to the rest of the teams? Because we definitely feel like Challenge has been so competitive this split, but what are they doing that maybe other teams are doing and something that you can incorporate as well?
I just think that the enemy teams play in Millennium's hands. That's what I think that's happening because I don't know, like the jungler, yeah, there is like AFK farming and stuff. Like, I don't know. Yeah, people are just playing in their hands. Is what I think actually.
Yeah. Cool. Well,
the jungler is pretty strong, so.
We looking forward to seeing how your game goes up against Millennium, and the rest of the games here for you in Challenger. Thank you very much for joining us, Kozq.
Thank you.
Congrats on the win as well. But game plans, clear game plans coming into the series. Play them out. Wins the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cut and dry. Like usually there's places to expand and be like, oh, they did this and did this, but game plan, everything, as you said, like it played into their hands as well as Millennium, but it played into their hands in this series. And that's what they did. Is it played it out, and yeah, it was kind of interesting. It's always funny when like League of Legends games go exactly to plan, because usually like you draft something out in Champion Select and you go over it in your mind and how it's going to go, but rarely does it like go exactly. It's just like, oh well, we just got our AD carry fed and we just played around and won. So
yeah, I mean, this is one of these situations where I'm like, well, there's not a lot else.
No, it's not like in chess, and it's just like your pawn just decides to do something random and just go right, and it's just like, oh, okay, that had just happened, you know? So everything was like absolutes.
Are you playing like Wizard's chess or something where the pawns are like moving different places?
No, like it is like chess. Like you tell a pawn to go forwards, and it goes forwards.
Okay,
and that's what happens.
He's playing
the metaphor,
some weird
it's got
kind
somewhere
of
weird.
chess.
I'm going to shut it. Anyway, that was the second series of the game for complete. And while we get ready for our last series of the day, we're going to go AFK for 5 minutes. I definitely need it. So anyway, grab your snacks fast. You won't want to miss a single second of Huma and Maz. welcome back to the European Challenger Series. I hope you're refreshed because we're about to jump into the last match of week 3 between mousesports and Huma. And before we talk teams, let's shoot through the rosters real quick. So spotting on the blue team to kick off the series, it is mousesports, top lane Beansu, jungler Dan, mid lane Sevex with AD carry Tarek, and support Rux. I've got to say, like, Mouse right now, maybe looking like the worst team here. We just saw SK not have a good series. But is that a result of the stronger competition we've had? Because this split has had some really strong teams.
So, I think coming into today, I may have agreed with you. SK in the last series really kind of makes me think a little bit more about that with regards to Mouse looking like the worst. I think they're down there, which is not an achievement. But one thing you've got to look at from Mouse is last week they at least were trying to step up in game 2. Dan had that early game on Lee Sin, tried to get into the enemy jungle, got there, triple buffed, but the blue buff was really the only thing he got as the lead. Like, there was nothing else, there was no second step to that. He fell behind on experience after that as well.
Yeah, that's like the worst feeling, you know, triple buffing and then falling behind in experience and then just losing. It's like, well, it started off well, and like the potential was there and made the proactive play. So that was good, but you need to follow it through. Also, the bot lane, the 2v2 went just absolutely horribly. Tarek and Rux just got destroyed by Masterwork and Handshammer. It was Lucian Janna versus Vayne Morgana, and the Vayne Morgana like land bindings and just won. And like in the 2v2 with no jungler interaction,
it was the one that landed with the minions there, the first one that was like the first kill in that duo lane, where it's like, where Tarek's behind the minions and then steps out and gets bound, and it's like, hello, that's a binding, that's a kill, that's a Vayne getting a kill.
Yeah,
not good.
That bot lane just got out of control, and they swapped up as well to top lane. Anyway, coming off a crushing 2-0 week in week 2, it is Huma. Top lane Whirlup, jungler Santorin with mid lane Godbro, AD carry Holy Phoenix, and support Je Suis Cass. And this team looked significantly better than week 1 as well. Holy Phoenix, for example, showed up, didn't have those weird like short hops with his like Tristana, and just actually did really well. On Kalista, they first picked the Kalista and he just went off, and it was a good first pick. It really paid off. Like, we had that triple kill in bot lane where Morsu kind of like hand-fed them this one. Look, he swallows up the Graves and like, hey, did you want a triple? Here's a triple.
Yeah, it's like at this point they're like, get on Kalista, lock her down. Oh, the key part about that's Kalista, and we're Tahm Kench, Braum, which is like, you know, they have the potential to do it. You just gotta, all of them have got that mini game of like 3 stacks, 5 stacks, like 3 stacks in a Devour. But you know, that team fight was what got the Kalista into the game. But before that, it was all about Godbro's Corki in the middle lane. Looked very solid. They got it on, I think, first pick, and then second rotation they got a Nidalee to go alongside it. So it was like, easy poke comp. Let's run it. We've got the picks. Everything's going to work for us.
They ran the poke comp, and then they ran the Maokai top lane on Whirlup. And I love Maokai as a champion. I think it's great. I play a lot of Maokai, but I don't know. I'm not really sure if I liked it in the composition. I felt like there's other tank picks you can pick in the top lane who can fill a similar role. But he in the second game, he picked Fiora and just went ham. So
I was gonna say there are other tank picks or carries, because Whirlup, it may not have been his Jax, but he brings Fiora to the table. 8-1-4 in that game. Pretty sweet game. Pretty nice game.
I was so excited, because like he's a carry player and he picked Maokai, and like 2015 Marin had like a stint of playing Maokai, and he was just like so good like on in LCK, and he was just killing everybody. And I was like, we're gonna see it today on Whirlup, and then he just went tank, and then just became a tank and blocked spells for people. So
yeah, he did. It's time though.
It is time for champion select. So
let's get into game.
Okay. A lot of priority bans here, I feel. Jax is one of them against Whirlup. We had a lot of specific bans against Mouse over the previous weeks, like Rek'Sai against Dan, for example. Then we saw teams just not ban it and still win. So
one thing that has changed up is Mouse are playing with Nardius in the AD carry role, not Tarek anymore. So no longer is Cedrine in this lineup, at least for this game. We'll get confirmation on whether that is a big change or whether it is a temporary change. But it's for this game, nonetheless, we are in that situation, and it's AD carries that are getting banned out on the second bans.
Yeah, Kalista up against Holy Phoenix, Lucian as well. Very interesting. So already putting stuff against the AD carries. Where do they finish it off? So Alistair is the last ban. What's open to be banned out and picked up? I feel like Lulu goes up in priority when you have you know, Holy Phoenix on your team.
So we're in a Corki first pick situation for Mouse if it stays available.
Corki's gone.
It's
so
gone. Poppy is up. Graves is up.
Cassandra, flex picks.
Jin is not getting
up.
first picked.
Pick it. Ezreal.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa. Okay. That's
okay.
It's not the worst. Like Ezreal first pick is fine if you're just wanting a solid AD carry option right now, but
Sure.
I feel like giving over 2 high priority picks now is a little bit of a... Again, it's another draft pacing thing. Is now you're saying, Huma, you take 2, I will take whatever is the next OP that's left. I would probably expect Huma to go like Lulu Poppy here, maybe. Although that's not the best in coordination with each other, thinking about it.
Well, 1 out of 2. Lulu and Nidalee. Graves is still up as well.
Poppy, Kindred. There's a lot available in this game. So this is what Mouse are banking on. Is like you pick the lower priority pick first that you kind of just want, and then you know you're going to get something from the pick and mix that is left.
Huma picked the Lulu. Nidalee, usually not the highest priority, but when you pick an Ezreal early into the draft, you take away a potential strong poke composition there. And then, yeah, you could pick up your jungler here from Mouse, or just go Grave and flex it. And Brom as well. Has that been locked in? Not yet. Okay.
Now it has.
Now it has.
Brom is locked in.
I just have to lean over and I'm like...
oh, dear. Need to get your eyes checked.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, Graves picked up here, so could flex into the top lane or jungle. Generally seeing it in the jungle. And then Brom and the bottom lane has been locked down. And wow, that's a fast rotation. So Caitlyn picked up. A lot of the AD carries have been banned away. The other one would be like Misfortune.
Yep.
Not sure how well that really does against the mouse composition so far. So Holy Phoenix will pick up the Caitlyn, also along the Janna as well for disengage. So far we've got like poke, disengage, Lulu for Holy Phoenix.
Very similar to what we saw in game 1 of Inspire versus SK, where it's like, let's just go protect our AD carry in a matchup that we are expecting to win. It is a different duo lane though now for Mouse, or at least the AD carry has been changed out. Rux has remained as the support. So now how will they fare is the question. Looking at the solo laners picks right now, so we've got poke, we've got kind of the catch from Braum when you look at like accepting poke and disengage with the ultimate. What do they go for the rest of the map? They have a lot of options.
Yep, they have a lot. They could go for teamfight. And they lock in Maokai and Lux. Okay, so teamfight and pick coming in from the Lux, but yeah, so long range snipes coming in, but definitely more teamfight orientated here.
So they've got a fair amount of wave clear now. They've got Lux, they've got Graves. They got that big potential with Maokai. Oh, that's an instant Fiora locked in. And that is Werlib's Fiora, 8-1-4 last week. Will we see him do the same again? So now what Huma have done here is they've created a scenario where Werlib, if he gets ahead, can always be pushing in the solo lane. I mean, a Maokai's not really going to hold a Fiora when this goes late. Then you've got a 4-person stack of a Caitlyn and a Nidalee who are very good at sieging, alongside a Janna, a Lulu to buff up the Caitlyn. Keep in mind as well, Nidalee, her heal bestows auto attack, attack speed. So that's another added bonus that we'll see here. I wonder whether we'll see like Ardent Sensor Janna. Maybe, so you put like Ardent Sensor Janna, you get the attack speed buff from the heal from Nidalee. All the attack speed.
Ardent Sensor seems so good on paper, but in reality it's like 0.10 like extra like, you know, attack speed, but it's, you know,
it's
every
fine
little
on
counts,
Janna,
you know.
like.
Yeah, it is, but we'll see if we'll let's see if it gets picked up. It's happening. So yeah, jump on Twitter and use the hashtags jump and get in the conversation. I don't know what I'm saying really.
Jump
MOU
and get in the conversation.
Jump up and down and then get involved in the conversation. Get the blood flowing and then
hashtag HMA win. I just want people to be stood in front of their screens jumping.
Yeah, like take a vine of yourself doing it, send it at me, and then that'll be fantastic. Thank you. This has been a public announcement by Pulse. But yeah, I actually really like this composition from Huma. I think it's just really well put together. Like, you have a carry player in the top lane who just goes for a carry. You go for a 4-1, protecting your other big carry in the bottom lane with Holy Phoenix. Godbro is the one who kind of bites the bullet and doesn't have to go for a carry and picks up the Lulu to facilitate the other carries on the team. And that's what Santorin was saying last week as well when we talked to him. It's just like, well, we have all these carries on this team. So someone sometimes just doesn't need to be a carry. So that's pretty much just what he did. So pretty good to see. On the opposite side, Maokai again. Binsu, I wonder how he itemizes, because we saw a Rod of Ages last week as well, which is super interesting, versus like what the Koreans have been doing recently, which has been the Righteous Glory, which is what Maokai was running before we saw him fall off. So
it was. So there's an interesting thing to track, or rivalry to track in this game. So Holy Phoenix, we talked about being, you know, a big Turkish player coming over and joining. Nadius is as well. Nadius played on Besiktas.
He did, with Dumble Doge, I believe.
Yeah, so
10 points to Dumble Doge.
You're in a situation where we've got this very interesting AD carry duel, but it's top lane. There's a duel over the jungle. Santorin gets the worst of it.
Well, to flash away on Willip, they're not on the same page. He'll get locked down as well from the concussive blizzards. Maybe a kill as he flashes over the wall. Nadius does not pick the right way, but lands more Mystic shots onto Santorin as he backs away. That was disastrous. I don't think they can take away the red, but that delayed Santorin a lot, and the double jungle was completely interrupted.
Yeah, they get a big stop onto the red buff start from Huma now. Huma are probably going to have to come and start their blue buff, and that there is a ward still on red, which Huma will know about, and it forces a complete change now, and will delay the ability for Huma to group down on the bottom side. Don't worry about that. That has already gone and passed. In the caverns of time, it is gone.
We are in the future. The future is now.
The technology was there.
It was. Santorin will actually not give over the experience to Whirler because he's so far behind, so he needs to level 2 to clear his jungle now. So Whirler actually hurts a little bit here. So now, basically in this lane swap, Mouse Sports have the massive tempo play, so they will move into the top lane way before Huma managed to get their rotation to the bottom lane with the 4-stack, meaning they actually move Dan slower to the top lane, and actually he carries on clearing the jungle because they're so far ahead, because they don't need the extra person to push it down faster.
They are sending Willib in. Willib's still level 1. This is a really disastrous play.
Just dinged.
Yeah, just hits 2, but he is now leeching experience, of course, as you would expect in this situation. He's going to be behind on experience. Once these waves bounce and Binsu soaks up the top wave, Willib soaks up the bottom wave, Willib will still be behind.
Yeah, we'll just see if they get the bounce. It looks good. Top lane as well. It's recall coming in from Nadius and Rux. So again, they are approximately 10 seconds ahead of the play, I believe, in approximate terms. Mid lane, Godbro versus Sevex in the mid lane. I mean, it's Lux versus Lulu, so it's very difficult for anyone to die, really. And Sevex has even gone heal, so very unlikely for that to happen.
I love your approximation with a fairly exact number.
I mean, 10 is like a round number. It's not like 7.2 seconds.
But yeah, you're talking about a small window, and you're like, no, it's about 10. Which means it's like somewhere bigger than 5, but lower than 15.
Correct. So next time, would you like me to give a range stress?
Yeah, please.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. So it's about 5 to 10 seconds that Miles are ahead of the play here.
I'm going to count.
Ultimately,
if it's outside of that.
Ultimately, it's kind of negated. So we're looking from anywhere from 0 seconds to 10 seconds now.
Binsu's trying to do the camp out and leech experience play, but he bottled it. He bottled it at the last minute. By the way, I'm going to price this right you.
All right.
So it could be anywhere.
That's not fair.
It could be anywhere up to 10.
That's the dumbest rule, by the way.
Yeah.
Like,
it can be any amount lower, but you can't be higher.
That just didn't make any sense.
That's because you're bad at estimating things.
Yeah.
This is why you need a range. You can't go and price this right and be like, well, I think it's somewhere between $100 and $400.
That's totally what I would do.
Oh dear.
Well, I would lose. So far, no one is really losing out. Huma back into the top lane with the 3-man stack and the minion wave stack. Bot lane is just doing the same from Mouse. So they've actually caught up because they're just doing phase 2 where they go into the top lane and take the other tower. And now Santorin will just hang around the same area as them and also take away those wards and, or jungle camps, I should say.
So, I'm going to set Pulse off.
All right.
To elaborate on the second Doran's ring that Maokai has picked up.
Okay, like this is so good. This is so good. So Maokai is like one of those few champions and those top laners as a tank who really benefits from double Doran's ring. Some like ages ago we used to see Doran's ring be like stacked, like 3 stack or like 4 stack, but 2 is just enough for Maokai to spam his Q and basically get all his mana back if he actually last hit those minions. And then you can just continuously Q over and over again. You never really run out of mana. It's specifically good in the one-on-one against a lot of top lanes. So when you see like a tank matchup and a tank matchup, Malphite sometimes runs dry if he hasn't just gone for the corrupting potion, whereas Maokai can continue to sustain, especially if he goes for an early back, picks up the Doran's ring, teleports back into the top lane. You just out-sustain a lot of those other top laner tanks, like Shen and Malphite. So it's just really good for Maokai in those situations. In this one, he can still clear the minion waves and have enough mana to go around the map and generally be at full health, and gives enough damage from his Q and the rest of his kit to actually have his early game damage remain relevant.
Oh, I brought you a sandwich. You were still going?
Yeah, that's awesome. I'll take that. You can take over.
Oh, okay, cool. Right,
yeah.
So I guess I'll get back on with a play-by-play then at this point. Not a lot happened in the last minute while I was out. For the record, I didn't actually go and get him a sandwich. No, he's actually quite disappointed I didn't come back with anything.
You made a hand motion like you had one. Like, I was looking up into the distance while I was talking.
I didn't leave the desk. Where did I get? You think I just keep sandwiches under here? Just like halfway through?
I turned around. You could have left and I wouldn't have noticed.
Wow, that says a lot, Pulse. You could have left and I wouldn't have noticed. Well, Willib is trying to leave and Dan's going to notice.
He already got locked. Dan has already used the riposte in that trade against Beansu. Ooh, all that damage. Do they have the follow? Beansu does have flash though, and so does Dan. They're gonna burn both of them. Actually, not necessary, but it was cool. And Beansu picks up the first blood.
I mean, Beansu had that. There really was no reason for Dan to flash.
He wanted the kill.
But that just frustrates me because that tells you that Maus aren't on the same page. Like, it's a minor mistake, but it's just that kind of thing where you look at it and you're like, oh, you didn't really need to do that.
So the biggest thing after the lane swap is Willib is 2 levels down on Beansu, and is also significantly behind in farm. So if they go in the one-on-one, Maokai actually wins.
Yep. Well, I mean, that happens with a 2-level advantage plus farm advantage.
Okay, with most champions.
And a lot of that is just from how Willib got put far behind early, and then Huma's map movements since have been that top lane got pushed out and Willib had to go with the wave if he even wanted to get experience. That's what forced him further down the lane and caused him to get picked off because he couldn't go bottom lane because that's where Huma had their bottom lane already. And Maus were responding in kind, so they were forced into a standard lane setup where Willib just had to overextend.
And now this is really rough. Double ring Maokai against Fiora. At this stage, like, there's nothing as Fiora you can really do. Like, even if you riposte, if the timing is right, you can just go underneath with Twisted Advance and actually just, like, not even get stunned. The only difficulty is then when Willib hits 6, then he has trade potential, but while he's still 4 and 5, there's really not a lot he can do. One last point on the double rings, and then I will be done, I promise, for the game. It's really nice because with those 2 items being taken up, as Maokai, the way you itemize, no matter what you go with the Catalyst, you never really fill those spots. So Doran's ring remains for most of the game, if not all of the game. So usually it's not slot efficient, but in the case of Maokai, you can make it work.
Okay.
All right, I'm done.
Keep that in mind. You're done? You're completely done? You're not allowed to talk about Maokai for the rest of the game?
All right, all right.
All right, you promise?
Not
even in team fights.
Yeah, just ignore Beans. It's like, you may have gotten that fantastic knockup, but
he doesn't exist anymore in this game. But what does seem to be going well for Maus right now? This is probably the best early game we've seen Maus actually have. They've taken it to Huma from the lane swap. Huma just really got messed up by that Maus invade. Slow down Santorin, slow down Willib. Willib's still 2 levels behind, isn't able to catch up. But look at where Willib is on the map. If Willib can maintain the wave at this point without the rest of his team getting punished, then it may be enough to get back in. The problem is, to freeze a wave in the current meta is fairly suicidal because this is what happens. The enemy team just group, double light binding.
What does it mean? There comes the banana as well, and the sapling will slow down Godbro. Santorin will jump in and jump back out. Dan will take a bit of damage as the minion wave evaporates. Who are definitely on the back foot in this game, but honestly not that much in terms of gold, just experience when you look at the side lanes. However, now Whirlip has gotten a nice freeze and is able to get a lot of that farm back. Yeah, like Huma need time to set up.
It is, however, fortunate that with this double utility setup of Janna plus Lulu, it's going to be very difficult for a tower to die, because you have the Janna shield goes onto the tower, Lulu clears out most of the wave with a Glitter Lance, and from there, Maus can't do anything without going fully aggressive, and then you've got the Janna ult to disengage from, so there are a lot of options for Huma.
Many options. Most of them involve farming currently. Holy Phoenix is significantly ahead of Nardius in terms of farm. Sacrifice top laner, really. Mid lane as well, over Sebex. I just wonder, like, when Maus kind of hit a wall, because once you can't stop bursting Holy Phoenix or Whirlip, then you hit serious issues. Like, your burst comes from Sebex, Nardius, and Dan. And you have lockup from Beansu. As soon as you stop being able to burst those targets because of the shields from Godbro, Cass, and Santorin buffing with the E, with heal and extra attack speed, I don't know what you do.
Yeah, that is a point where you start running out of options.
But they're not there yet.
They're not there yet.
That is the end game for Huma, and then they're still approaching that point.
And we still will run into a situation where Whirlip will scale so that he wins the 1v1, undoubtedly. I mean, you can only put him so far behind with a Maokai that a Fiora won't become effective. You have to basically... Oh, we got it! Collateral damage got it, I believe, over the wall.
That was so many ultimates.
Yeah, I was like trying to figure out exactly what got it, so there was a little less hype than there should have been maybe on a Dragon Steel, but first one goes over to Maus. Nice little steal with collateral damage.
Collateral damage, final spark,
and
true shot.
True shot. I mean, it's... When are you not the best with Smite? When there's 3 ults that all come at the same time.
That would have been Santorin's time to shine if he just smited through all of that. But
yeah, I actually think there was more chance of the ults getting it.
Yeah, like, I don't know what the damage is currently on every single ability compared to Smite, but I don't think it's more than Smite. So if you get the timing right, it's okay. But because when they all use the ultimates at a certain point, you're chunking it down between certain health. So, for example, it's like 1,500 health, and then like one does 300, then the next does 500, the next does 300. Then you do it in chunks, and the next one could be equal with the chance of smiting.
Santorin's smite was 570. Both, pretty much Ezreal ult, like Salt, are about 350. And collateral damage was doing about 350 as well.
Okay.
So, yeah, you're right, the smite was the strongest ability, but just the timing.
The timing.
Timing window.
Like, the way it chunks down from the ultimates is what caused the difficulties for Santorin. But never has a Dragon Steel been so technical. Like, usually you just see like a rain of axe over the wall from Olaf and it just happens to steal it. But in this circumstance it was like, yeah, it was like surgical removal of the dragon from the pit. Good stuff. Holy Phoenix. Just being set up for everything. That was actually cool from Cass, providing a vision so Holy Phoenix could take that on the way. Because before you used to be able to do that, even because the Grump would just would chill there, but now because it resets with patience, you need someone there to keep it in place. Otherwise, it just runs out of patience and runs back.
This is a little treacherous in the mid lane for Godbro. Having to wave clear against 4 people. I feel like Huma could look to just turn on... sorry, Maus could look to turn on Huma right now.
Oh, here comes the Maokai trading potential. Jumps onto Holy Phoenix, but now he's got the help from Janna and the speed up from heal. Running away from the sapling. The sapling slow might have been enough for Beansu to stick to him.
Whirlip is actually back in this game. Just to keep that in mind.
Yep.
He's half a level down now and is getting good solo experience on the bottom side. The rest of his team are fairly confident to just clear through mid. Good block from Rux, though, on the Glitter Lance. Stops the wave clear.
Ooh, the long-range snipe, the collateral damage. Nardius, where's the follow-up? Doesn't have it.
So many shields to deal with, though.
Yep.
Like Cass and Godbro both using their shields on the Lulu, keeping him alive.
There's a ridiculous amount of shielding in this game. Like Sevex as well. If only he was on the other team, it'd be even more shields. There's another shield onto the tower. Holy Phoenix. The damage onto Dan actually as he's retreating.
Oh, here comes Godbro from the TP. Oh,
yeah, the
3-person
flank down is
slow.
actually taking so much. The knock-up, Godbro jumps in with a wild growth, but Huma actually can't really follow up on that.
That was a lot used by Godbro, but it does defend the push from Mouse. And again, it's another situation where for Huma, if they can hold mid lane, you force Mouse into this situation where they have to engage on you with the Maokai. We saw it earlier from Millennium running a very similar setup where they had to engage to be able to close out a game. Mouse do have the Maokai that will be able to do it for them, but they have to be safe while doing it.
The ultimate from there by Godbro was actually kind of good. He burnt 2 summoners for 4. But wait, there's more in the mid lane. The rest of the team was able to push the mid lane, get some damage there. So the deal was even more fantastic. So yeah, well played by Godbro to cash in then and use his ultimate. There is the fan vote, 64% over to Huma. Actually more to Mouse than expected, but they have performed very well in the early game and also well in the... Funnily well in the draft.
Funnily well.
Yeah.
That's some good Inglando.
It is.
Oh, they caught Holy Phoenix!
Whoop, but the shields, and he shrugs it off. He's actually not even below 50% from that. And the Monsoon used for the healing. This is some really heads-up play from the players.
It's buying Whirlib time as well, because Whirlib's over on the side lane pushing that. He's going to get teleported on, so that won't be the tower going to him, but it burns the teleport. Now the rest of the team in the middle lane have a little more room to fight.
Whirlib has teleport, though, so he has multiple choices. He has 2 pink wards off to the sides, so he could jump in behind here. Bintu is now running after, so I think the window is gone, and Whirlib will just walk back to his team. So they don't make the aggressive decision. I don't think their composition is turned on enough for him to go into the fight and make it instantly work, because Holy Phoenix doesn't want 1 item. A bunch of players went back as well, so they may even give up this turret.
Well, Rux is... Oh, double binding.
And Godbro has been caught this time. It's just not enough to save him. Holy Phoenix has been jumped on by the Maokai. He'll be slamming him towards the team with the Arcane Smash. That was a weird sequence of events for Huma.
So what's been happening here for Huma is that Rux has finally realized on the side of Mouse that he should just block the Glitter Lance. And if he blocks the Glitter Lance, the wave clear goes. He just blocks Glitter Lance and any Piltovers that come out, and they're able to just clear through mid lane and push the turret down, and there's not really a lot that Huma can do right now to stop it because this Caitlyn isn't strong enough. She needs the attack speed to actually really be able to do anything. Looking for that rapid fire cannon next, I would assume. But we've got a long time before Caitlyn's in this game either. Like, Huma need extra time. Nardius is roughly where he needs to be. Just got to finish stacking that tier and he'll be good.
Quad Swifties from Mouse Sports. Now Dragon has spawned, so they'll be going for this one, but this is I believe this is the best that Mouse has looked in an early game so far.
Oh, definitely. Like, if not from a statistical point, just from a gameplay point.
Yeah, but they made one roster change, being Nardius over Taric. And usually, like, if you replace like a mid laner or a shot caller, like someone from support, for example, someone who makes big calls, you see big changes like this in terms of like just how they've been playing the map strategically. But usually the AD carry is not the shot caller, so it's so interesting that this is happening. May not even be a correlation.
May not be. Mouse. Oh, Rift Herald
reset.
Does reset. It won't do too much.
Man, Braum is such a good pick in this game. Like, I don't think we stated enough in Champions Select. Blocking Glitter Lance for the wave clear, blocking Nidalee Spears for the poke, Piltovers even, and maybe even a Janna Tornado. Like, there's so many big spells to block in this game from Unbreakable.
Well, this is one of the reasons why we've just seen a lot of Braum in general, is with a meta that's going towards poke. It's just such a good pick. We've always seen it, like a good Braum that can block abilities. Like whenever we see Jace, we see Braum generally, because you just play goalkeeper. If you can block the projectiles, that's really your role done. From there, the only other part of Braum really is knowing when and where to use your ultimate.
Pretty much. Top lane is just being sieged by Mouse as well. Huma
again blocks the Glitter Lance.
I'm not even sure this is good for Huma. They'll jump in and do a bit of damage. The flash is out, so they burn a couple summoners. And they keep the tower alive, but on the next push it's just going to go down. And this push in with the Rift Herald is really working out. You rarely see teams group up around a Rift Herald pickup, but it worked really well there.
Yeah, it did work really well. Again, and it's just from Maus being able to reliably push forward. There's honestly no other solid clear coming from Huma. And Willib, again, was... Because he was behind, now you can look at it and see he's got a big CS advantage from the time he spent in the solo lane. Because he was behind, Willib hasn't been enough of a problem on the other side, just like we talked about with the Quinn earlier for Morsu. Willib is getting there, though, that people are going to have to start dealing with him in multiple numbers, not just Binsu. Because Willib's now got the level advantage, actually, in that trade.
Huma are definitely scaling. It's just a matter of how much they lose before they hit the point where they can make things happen. Like when Willib is able to start dueling people, when Holyfingers hits the ball item and is able to join team fights, which is now. Just picked it up.
It is now.
And then, you know, the rest of the team is just to facilitate the carries. So now we need to see what Huma do, because I believe their composition has itemized enough and has enough time now that they can start doing things proactively or even reactively and make something happen.
Yeah, well, now it's all on the TP bot, apparently. As Binsu appears, they get a tower again, just another time that Maus step up. Huma provide no resistance, and Maus take the turret. This is a lot better from Maus than we've seen, and they're not doing anything that's overly complex in this setup.
That was just a nice map play. It was like they identified the Fioras in the top lane, they had someone in the mid lane clearing, and they just used the TP to use to make the minion invulnerable and carry on pushing the tower while they had the numbers advantage. It was heads up. It's better shot calling that we've seen from Maus than in every other week.
Yeah, it actually is. I mean, Maus just look like a stronger team in this than they have before.
Yeah.
Still think we... I mean, I'm still not convinced, just from an overall standpoint. So much snowballed or rippled from the early play. Nadius is like, I know you're there, Willib. Get away. So much was that ripple effect from the invade earlier, where Nadius and Rux went into the jungle, stopped the level 1. The Huma have struggled with a scaling composition to actually get into the game. The fact that it's only 2 kills kind of makes it not too bad for Maus, for Huma, because even though they've been losing towers and leaving a lot of global gold, it means the actual, you know, snowball hasn't been building too big. So it's not insurmountable yet.
Very true.
Getting close, though.
Close, but there's still a big opportunity.
Also, like,
for Huma.
Some of the key members of Huma have been farming so much better than Maus, because Maus have been grouped. Like, you look at top lane, 189 to 142. 218 on Holy Phoenix to 177. Yes, there is a lead for Sebex. You'd expect that on a Lux. But it means that actually Holy Phoenix has the gold advantage by about 500 in the 80 carry position alone. So he's still getting into the game.
I wonder how team fights will go, because now it feels like it's the time where Huma can 4-1. It's kind of annoying that they lost those inner turrets, but they should be able to defend the inhibitor one super easily.
Dan didn't see the ward. Or at least he didn't stop to attack it, the one in the blue ward in the river. He definitely saw it because he stepped in the bush.
Yeah. I mean, his character saw it, he didn't see it. Santorin. Not quite today. Pushing in the mid lane now. So this game has definitely stalled out significantly over the last like 2-3 minutes. Binsu in this 1-1 against Willib in the bottom lane. Willib is just waiting for his time, waiting for the minion wave to come up. Binsu will stay there as long as there is a Willib there, but he doesn't have TP. So if Huma make a proactive play on the top side of the map, he's not there to help. And
now Huma have gone into tri-lane mode for a little while. It's only until Maus somehow feel confident enough to push an inhibitor tower, which I think Huma are just banking on not happening anytime soon. They're going to expect Maus to go for objectives like Dragon and Baron first, rather than sieging a middle lane inhibitor, which, considering 2 dragons have already gone over to Maus, may not be the best idea for the longevity of this game. We're now 12 minutes away from a potential 5th dragon. It is a fair amount of time away. Would take us just past that 37-minute mark.
Huma are definitely very much in their farm state right now. They're just straight up farming. Like, they're going 1-3-1 so they can soak the they can soak the experienced minions into their carries. So Holy Phoenix gets solo lane XP, so does Whirlip, and they're just gearing up. They're getting to a point where they can reliably win a fight, but they're losing a lot for it. There's kind of a sweet spot where they will have the ability to fight and win, versus them overweighting and then Miles just getting too much and just not being able to win anymore.
So one thing I'm a bit of a fan of just from the statement that it makes rather than the actual build path. BF Sword on Whirlip's Fiora. So as a statement that says, I am going to 1v1 you and I'm going to hurt. Like, I'm going to deal a lot of damage.
That's interesting. I wonder
I
if
guess
he
it's
goes,
going towards BT.
BT, yeah.
That would be my assumption, especially now with the Vamp Scepter, which makes it significantly easier to predict that.
Could be Essence Reaver.
It could be Essence Reaver as well, you are right.
Would we see an Essence Reaver on Fiora? Probably not. But yeah, usually you go a Black Cleaver from here. Miles just finished off the top tower, which was already low. They have the 2 carries in the opposite lanes. I don't know if they can hold. They have Santorin poking from the side. They have Wave Clear from Godbro, and actually it's okay for now. They have an empty lane where Whirlip is just pushing up and taking that tower. Now Holy Phoenix rejoins the team, and Beansu is going into the bot lane. So Whirlip has a small opportunity where he can take the tower.
Yeah, this tower is going down.
Okay, that's good from Huma. And they're still only 2,000 gold behind.
Look at Maus, though. They've gone to the Baron. This is not really a good sign from Maus that they were kind of second-guessing if they wanted the Baron there. Or they were looking to try and catch Santorin and Holy Phoenix. Oh, Holy Phoenix might be caught.
Yeah, Dan with the slowdown, the end of the line as well. So they poke him out. Holy Phoenix still has heal. Santorin has heal. They have all the PO abilities still remaining on Huma. So it's actually not too bad here. Whirlip now going for this blue buff. The rest of the Miles are closing in. There's the blue trinket going down, so they know where he is. Dan will be able to steal this one away. Goes over to Nardius. Feeding a lot of these buffs over to Nardius. He benefits highly from both red buff and blue buff to poke and also deal more damage on that poke with the slowdown. Additionally from Iceborne Gauntlet.
Oh, the BT.
There it is.
On Whirlip.
That's so interesting, but...
He just wants the shield plus the ability to just lifesteal up against this Maokai and just push forward, keep going.
The interesting thing in this one is that Beansu is obviously, he's built to stop Whirlip, so he goes armor. And then usually to counteract that, you go Black Cleaver for the armor penetration, and then it's this cycle of life in the top lane as you have the one-on-one with the Fiora. But he goes BF Sword into BT, which gives you more survivability, so if he joins a fight. But I don't know if it's better for the dueling. I think Beansu might be able to just stall him out now. As soon as he finishes his second armor item, I think he just stops Whirlip.
Thing is, like, I don't think Whirlip is going to be in a situation with that amount of lifesteal and stuff and that side of it that Whirlip's going to die at the same time. I think
he's not going to die.
It's just going to be that Beansu stalls him out, Whirlip goes and heals back up off the minions and starts the push again afresh with the BT shield. So I think that both sides of that are this weird thing that we don't normally see too much. But we'll see exactly how it goes for Whirlip. He is significantly far up on CS now and has the level advantage still.
I mean, this is all just predicting what we assume is going to happen. But, like, this never usually happens, so... we'll see it in action at some point in this game, I'm sure. Big minion wave in the top lane. And Dan is the one to stop it. Opening here for Huma, perhaps? Beansu has Righteous Glory.
Whirlip still has his teleport. The problem is, Huma can't really get an engage.
Yeah, I think we almost missed a beat with the amount of wave clear that Miles have. Like, Lux ult being on a fairly low cooldown, Athene's being easy to pick up early. Santorin actually getting locked up and takes another bit of damage. Beats with a flash and the engage. The ultimate will be coming up right about now, and now they'll continue the chase. Holy Phoenix on the retreat here. There's a flash forwards. Binding lands onto minions, not on their key target, but the slowdown onto Cass. He takes another one. This one will be shielded out. And now Huma are able to disengage, get back to their turrets. Whirlip is in the bottom lane by himself, has the teleport to get to his team if needed. That was a fantastic pick onto Santorin.
Yeah, it was a good pick on Santorin, and honestly, with Huma not having the ability to engage, there's almost no way of them actually picking and choosing their fights. It's all on how much do they get kited and poked around. You can see now Holy Phoenix is trying to just deal damage, but in the earlier fight, Binsu is too tanky. Not only has Binsu itemized against Whirlip, he's itemized against Holy Phoenix. The two damage threats coming from Huma are both AD. And there's no real way to get through this armor.
Additionally, Binsu still had his teleport, so he just teleports down, the tower doesn't even die. Even if he didn't teleport, that was not enough minions for Whirlip to take the tower regardless. He'd have to wait for another minion wave. There was only 3 caster minions remaining. So this is just kind of going bad to worse. They have significant CS advances in top and AD carry, so they're stronger than their counterparts, but it's easier to itemize as a tank versus a damage dealer, at least just a stall while sitting underneath a tower, that you don't need to have a massive CS differential against your opponent.
That is very true. Also helps when you got an ult. That's like,
yes.
damage
reduction! This will
Nice.
be nice, yeah.
So, Huma on the top side of the map. Maus are like, okay, Dragon 4. 6 minutes to go, boys. That's all we need. And Maus are playing like Maus played when we saw them play Team Dignitas EU in the Challenger Finals.
Kinda, but sort of, but not really. I would say like the counterpoint would be like they are doing more. They are actually pushing in lanes, they are sieging, they are making good strategical plays, but versus what we saw in the finals, which was, let's go fight for Dragon. All right, we'll see you in 6 minutes.
How many times in this split of EU CS or EU LCS has a team realistically played for 5 dragons, like Maus are kind of doing right now? It's not the only thing they're doing, but they're certainly not like actively moving forward in every lane. Like they're not actively looking to close this game out yet.
So I'd say like they're not proactively being like, we must take every dragon. They've taken it because it's there and Huma have not contested.
Right, but at the same time, I mean, like, it's not as if Maus are pushing to win this game within the next few minutes, even though they do have a bit of a lead. They've not been focused on getting their gold lead further ahead, which isn't inherently a problem. It's just, it's a slower paced game, which, oh, that ward doesn't spot the ward in the back.
Well, they're reactively going for that win condition versus proactively going for it.
Which is what Whirlip's going for, because he's trying to split push through in the bottom side.
Yeah, again, very few minions. He'll be tanking it up.
That's how this game could be won for Huma, is Whirlip actually pushing through, because he's creating enough map pressure that it's forced Binsu to recall.
He jumps on, that gets parried. Binsu has messed up this trade, and now he's running away into his ally, but Whirlip should be able to get these vitals off. If Binsu can get near his wall, though, and CCs him up, did not get the healing off. Binsu was constantly moving away, so he couldn't hit the vitals. But that was 2 members committed. There's no punish from Huma yet, and I don't think they can. Sebex looking for a pick off to the side. Holy Phoenix is looking to go ham. Is leading the pack, actually, and has all these shields on top of him. He needs to be the carry that Huma need, but don't get it off right now.
Is it the one that they deserve at this point, though,
I don't know.
From this game? I mean, they picked a tricky comp to run with this Caitlyn, the late game, with the split pusher from Whirlip, and you can see Whirlip is by far and away past the flame horizon on Binsu. But he's strong enough that he draws 2 people now, and that does create a problem. If Huma can deter this Baron, if they can stop it, Huma still could look to turn this game. They're on to Godbro.
Godbro has been initiated on, uses the Wild Grove on himself, and Holy Phoenix is just struggling to get through the front line. A disengage perhaps in here, but not going to happen. He goes out of the fight. Double kill for Naudius, picking up those 2 kills off the back of
Where does Whirlip
fight.
go? He's going to try and end.
Teleporting. He's going into the bot lane. He'll be drawing pressure. There's no one down from Maus, but I believe someone...
It's on Santorin.
They need to stop the recalls.
If Santorin can somehow steal this, can he get a ward in?
How much do they lose?
The ward's there. He slowed Maus down. Oh, they're going to catch Santorin.
Santorin goes down. This will be the Baron picked up. Now they have the enhanced recalls. And that inhibitor's dead, by the way. That is just a visual bug. And Whirlip just can't get anything extra from that. The enhanced recalls and the home guards, maybe, if they knew where Whirlip was recalling, they could have stopped him.
Yeah.
that was like the darkest timeline for Huma right there. Sanchorin trying to stop the recalls, but gets CC'd up behind the pit, dies, then they go for the Baron.
And at this point, this was the replay of this. So Godbro, again, a little caught out. This is the second or third fight that we've really seen that happen. Second time Godbro's died like this. And it makes it so much more difficult for Holy Phoenix. He just got clipped by the corner of the Braum ult there. Tries to flash out, can't get away. Blue build Ezreal, too strong to get away from. Santorin bided his time for so long, but Maus are like, well, we can just sit here until you show up.
Yeah, light binding. And they get the pick. Yeah. Also, Maokai is very annoying to get away from as an ADC, because like even if you jump over the wall, if you time it right as Maokai, you just follow them with Twisted Advance. That's when we've gotten those super long range Twisted Advances we've seen in the past. Huma, in this fight, I'm not even sure they win 5v5 anymore, but we haven't seen a 5v5, so we can't really tell.
What we can tell, though, is Willib has been doing everything he can to try and hold this game for Huma. Holy Phoenix is trying to deter. This is aggressive positioning by him. Actually still has his flash up. He actually E'd over the wall in the last engage.
So this siege is very difficult for a plethora of reasons. The first is the traps, so they can't step up with the melee champions. The fact that the inhib is also down for Maus, so the super minions pushing every wave that they have to deal with on top of the Baron minions. Godbro is going to take a bit of poke here. There's the ultimates coming in, the long range from Nardius and Dan also chiming in. Maus are also taking the difficult option. They're pushing in the bottom lane where there's an open inhib in the mid lane. And over time they're eroding this tower. But I'm not sure if it's worth the time. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, look at where the wave is back in the mid lane. So they'd be kind of forced into that backdoor prevention without the minions there, reducing the inhib. It still would go down, but Huma would have a better chance. So Dragon is about to come up. Oh, that's a big catch.
Riposted. Whew. Unfortunately, it's just we cannot riposte Laser.
TP from Godbro, just to make sure that they can contest this. This is 5th Dragon for Maus if they take it, so they know they have to fight here. Just Suicast is still so low on health.
Oh, Willib actually gets out of there and is trying to retreat, and I think he'll manage to get him. Good Howling Gale in from Suicast, set up there. But they're still trying to contest this, and Willib took a lot of chunk damage. And this Dragon is going to die very quickly. It will be down. And now it's gone. And now they go for the engage. Oh, Sanchorin manages to pick it up. And now they go for this fight here. Rooks is just hanging around in the backside. That's the first kill onto Willib and Santorin. This is not looking good for Huma as they get chased down. Holy Phoenix tagged out by the Mystic Shot. Trying to get out of here desperately. Just Suicast slowed down by Sebex. And now he should be taken out. Just needs to land a binding or even just wait for the bomb once again. And he's being chased in. There's another kill. And Godbro and Holy Phoenix just cannot hold this. This is actually Maus closing in for their first win in this series.
So they didn't get the 5th Dragon, but it looks like they might get the win of the game here. Still 25 seconds on Santorin and just Suicast. Willib even longer is due up very soon. Maus are going to take a lot from this. They will triple in here. They're onto Holy Phoenix.
Flash and the bind from Beansu, and the follow-up is enough to instantly pop Holy Phoenix. He does not have the team built around him to help him out. And now the Nexus turret will be going down. Godbro, there's literally nothing he can do about this. And unbelievably, Maus is taking down Huma here. They go for one last fight. This could be potentially good for Huma. Not if Sanchorin gets caught like that. Now Willib comes out. He has to pop his ultimate, but Nardius is just ending the game. Now Willib cannot proc off his ultimate. Only gets 2 vitals before everyone closes in around him. Everyone is so low from Maus, but it's not enough that they can do. And Godbro doesn't have any carries left. The Nexus will just be going down as they also take out one last kill. Maus with the win over Huma.
And that was a much better performance from Maus than we've seen at all, really. Yeah. I mean, Maus have looked way better today so far than they have in the last 2 weeks. Huma playing a difficult composition to run. We said that in game 2 with the Protect the Tristana earlier from Inspire, but this time it just didn't work out for Maus. Their utility just got caught out so much that you didn't have the shields and the heals and all of this boost around the Caitlyn. So, I mean, Maus with a deserved victory.
Yeah, I mean, the composition made sense from Puma. They were leveraging their strong talent in the side lanes and in mid lane as well. You have these big carries, you put a composition around them, you make your carries super carries, and then you win the game. They got ahead in their lanes, they had significant farm advantages, but they fell behind. What they lost was a bunch of towers, so the gold went over to Mao's, and they were able to also pick up dragons on the side, which ultimately did kind of played into it because Huma had to fight them over the 5th one, but was just because they lost so much from getting this composition to scale up to the point where they could use it, that they lost too much during that time. There was a small window where Huma had the chance to like group up fight, and it looked like Werlib could have a good split push, but that didn't pan out, and from there, they lost the window closed, and the game just kind of ended.
Yeah, even taking away that 5th dragon, and it just wasn't enough. I mean, they threw so much at that dragon fight that it was kind of all or nothing at that point for Huma. It was like, well, we either steal it and somehow fight, or we let them have it and lose the game 100%. So it was a damned if you do, damned if you don't at that point. But they couldn't get Holy Phoenix into the game quite quick enough.
Regardless, impressive by Mouse. Their first win so far of the spring split. So we're going to head to a quick break while the teams regroup. So don't touch that browser. We will know if you do. Welcome back to the European Challenge Series. If you're hearing this, then you didn't touch your browser, so great job.
I mean, I would have alt-tabbed in the break, probably.
Yeah,
which means you'd still hear it, but...
That's true. And does that count as touching your browser though? Because you just alt tab with the keyboard and you didn't touch it with the mouse, you know?
I mean, don't touch your browser to me is like, oh, better
Hands
not
off.
touch anything.
Yeah. Well, you would have been scumbag. You would have gamed the system. Our viewers did not. They did. They rejoined us. So I appreciate that. However, Mouse, yeah, but Mouse, sorry, I shoot you down there like
it's
harder
fine,
than
it's
harder
fine.
than I really wanted to.
You're not loyal at all. Like,
but yeah, Mouse in that last game, man, like that was so good. Like I just did not expect that. Like I was looking at the lineup of games today, and that was not the result I was expecting. Mouse just coming out of the gate with like actually good game sense and like making the right choices throughout the game and reacting to a composition from Huma in the right ways at all the times in the game was just good.
It was a lot better than we've seen from them. It's kind of one of those games where I think if you're against, like, Millennium wouldn't let you do that.
Sure.
I don't think Huma from last week would let you do that, but what we're seeing or what we're noticing is Huma seems to be a very 50-50 team. Is like either they show up and they're crisp and they're clean and they win, or they're just not quite there and you know, they don't have the same bite that we've seen from them. So it's very interesting that they can have these very wildly different games. And Mouse pick up a deserved win from it. It was a longer game than we've seen from most games today. But I guess that's kind of just what happens if your early game goes so well, and then you get dragons, and then you're like, okay, well, we're going towards 5.
Yes.
And Mouse got there, didn't get the 5th one, but
that is how the cookie crumbles, I guess, in that one. We do have a replay, though, from that last game as we set up for this next one is the base attack, which is literally just only deaths for Mouse.
Yeah, it's the only real deaths of the game for them. So you can see it's Mouse 13-1 on the scoreboard here. Decent spot to be in.
Yeah, pretty decent. Finish off the Nexus, picking up a win against Huma in week 3. Not too bad.
Not bad.
Pretty decent.
It also puts a bit of a dampener on some points here. So we were talking about how Millennium, if SK and Mouse both lost 0-2, are definitely in playoffs because they can't catch 9. Now it makes things complicated for Huma because Huma now can't take 3 points from this series. Mouse still can. So Mouse still have their playoff chance alive.
Yep.
Just depends. Depends on how it's going to go.
It really depends. Could actually see a 1-1 here, but we'll just have to see if we get into the next Champions League very shortly. Right about now.
That was good.
Perfect. So, in terms of picks and bans, like, I kind of want to see Huma just go back to, like, their more loose style, which was just like, we're going to pick what's good for our lanes, and we'll just kind of win.
Yeah.
Rather than just being like, we're going to scale to a certain point, activate, and go. Because they got shut to that point. They got shut off.
I think, you know, we talked about how Huma have 3 carries, right?
Yes.
And I think when you put a lot on 1 carry, when you have the potential of 3, I mean, Willib was doing fine as well.
Sure.
He was actively split pushing. I just think it seems like a bit of a waste not to try and carry from all 3 if you can against an opponent that you would expect to not be able to cope in the laning phase. But I mean, Sebex did a decent job shutting down Godbro. Godbro was on Lulu, so I mean, it's not like he was going to be too effective in that situation.
Sure. I mean, you think about the team as a whole. Santorin is a facilitating jungler for a lane. Willib carry, Godbro carry, Holy Fingers carry, and Shisui Cass will set up the carries. And Godbro just being put on the Lulu, yeah, takes away from that. Santorin also being on the Nidalee, where he can't really facilitate. He just farms, builds, and then joins fights when they happen, unless he can get CC from the rest of his lanes, of which there was not a lot. So yeah, I would like to see them go back to their strengths, you know?
Yeah, we haven't really touched on the picks and bans yet. We are already first rotation through. Alistair, Lucian, Rise on the side of Huma. So pretty much just wanting to get out most of the stuff. Rise is the new one here for Huma. Rise wasn't banned last game. Jax, Kalista, Gangplank, nothing too surprising there from Mouse. And the Corki first pick, of course. I mean, it's open. May as well take it. It is a flex. Could go mid, could go AD carry. Godbro and Holy Phoenix both seem like players to me that would be happy to take that.
First rotation, Ezreal and Braum once again is very interesting. Nardius had a really good game on that champion. He just fulfilled a role and played it well. So Ezreal again going into that role. Nidalee would be left up, so that could be potentially painful from the jungle from Dan if Huma leave it up. Because last time it was more of a denial pick than anything else, because Graves was up. There was pretty much all the junglers are up, so Santorin could have gone anywhere. I kind of want him just to go for a more Santorin jungler than going
something
just
that just sits back and is just like, well, I'm gonna support everybody.
Ooh.
Well, that would do it if you went for it. That's not a Santorin.
It's like the Sonic Q reaction. It's like,
is like, I don't think Santorin is a rank up player.
Yeah,
like,
I
at least
this.
not to fit in a 3 carry team. At least if he's trying to snowball 1 carry, sure. Trying to snowball 3 carries, maybe not so much.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Poppy into the top lane for Whirlip. I like it, and then with Rek'Sai in the jungle. Sets up his lanes, also will be able to track the enemy jungler, so it's just perfect for the team. Like, you lock them down into one-on-one matchups with your opponents, and then that's your role.
Still on the dual flex, could be Poppy support, could be Corki mid, could be Corki AD carry.
Correct.
So there are still a lot of options available for Mouse, for Huma. Mouse have to react in kind. They got jungle top and mid that they're looking for. I doubt we'll see Ezreal mid. We've only seen it a handful of times, and it's not amazing. So it's now on Mouse. Where do they go? They've got the Ezreal. Do they look for that Nidalee you were talking about in the jungle? It is available. Is a decent matchup into Rek'Sai as well.
Gives you double poke, and you can pick like a wave clear mid like Victor in the mid lane. Oh,
whoa!
They lock in the
you
Jace.
Go full poke.
Yeah. So Selfie actually ran this recently in the mid lane. Actually pretty good. Like it's just more poke, so they have triple poke setup with Braum frontline. What do you build? They could just pick the Maokai again from last game.
Yeah, I guess you could. It gives you the engage that we've seen lack in poke poke setups.
What else could you run in the top lane? Shen could be okay.
Yeah, Shen could be okay.
Then you get a 4-1 with wave clear and poke and Shen in the side lane.
Seems pretty good. Huma on the other side, what are we looking for? Still either AD carry or mid lane, and then top or support, because we're flexing. We have a lot up. So for Holy Phoenix, does he want the Corki? He has played it. So has Godbro. Both players have played the Corki already. That's a Quinn locked in.
All right.
And a Thresh.
Let's shuffle this about stress. So
it's Corki AD carry.
Yeah. It will be Rek'Sai jungle.
Yeah.
So that means Quinn will go top.
Wait, no, because it's Poppy top, because it can't be Poppy support.
So
because of Thresh.
So where does Quinn go?
So Quinn goes mid lane. So this is what FLICKR did.
Okay.
It's the Quinn mid. Now into a Jace matchup, which Jace in close quarters relies obviously on auto attacks because he's just like a kind of a hybrid marksman where you have poke plus hypercharge. So this blind is going to do a lot of work in the 1v1 Godbro versus Sebex. So that's pretty cool. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
That is such a diverse lane. Like, you so rarely see Jace and then also Quinn, and then they're both in the same game. So this will be a very fun matchup to watch. We used to have so many mid lanes right now, which is just like farmers or facilitators, and they just kind of, even if you pick one, then you just don't really get anything that happens because one sits back and they just farm and you can't gank them.
Yeah.
So this will be cool. Oh, okay, Maokai as well. So I was thinking about the Shen, but if they just want to group up and then have the Shen block whoever's top lane, then it makes sense. I was thinking for a second it was Poppy, but I
think the funniest thing about this mid lane matchup though is the fact that both run exhaust, or at least I kind of expect them to both run exhaust, because it's just like, well, we're not going to trade. We're going to do this and then exhaust and then walk away.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good exhaust targets as well in this game. So Suicast actually opting towards the Ignite. We'll see if that carries on into the game as well. So not going with the double exhaust, which Miles is running with Rux.
But then I feel like in this setup, they're like, okay, let's just get kill pressure.
Yeah.
We hated the last game where we had the Caitlyn in the 2v1 situation in the lane swap. Let's go for the 2v2. Let's go for kill pressure.
Yeah, it's very different. I'm glad they've swapped it up. This is very much a different composition from Huma in this game. So yeah, we just have to see how it pans out in game. I wonder how the early game is gonna.
Doesn't have the best synergy though, overall.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a weird, janky kind of composition. Godbro has the ability to roam with the Quinn ultimate. You have the teleport and the Poppy. So there is a potential for the 1-3-1 with Thresh there for protection, with Rek'Sai as well, can use her global to cross. So it's a weird comp, but it is actually kind of you know, put together in a way that you can see the different pieces. And on the other side, it's Poke. So
yeah, pretty much. Poke with frontline. This is yeah. I'm trying to think of the right word.
Well,
like,
I mean,
it's a Poke comp, you know?
It is. It's just a straight up Poke comp.
But it has like different elements in, like for example, Jace now being slotted in, where we're seeing a little bit more Jace now for those compositions, and you have Poke both AD and AP and slow.
Yeah. It's got engage potential as well, so when you step up to a tower, if anybody's low and is just sitting around stupidly behind you can dive in there. But dive in on Twitter and use those hashtags HMA win or MOU win. Hashtag MOU win at LOL eSports. Let us know who you think is going to win. Will it be a 2-0 or will it be a 1-1? Can Mouse get their second win of the split?
Yeah, could get another 1-1 here as we get into our third week. That would be very interesting. Yeah, this composition from Huma, like, is interesting, as you mentioned. Like, it's kind of pick and mix, but has like synergies within like some players. So like, some champions synergize together, and then it's more like skirmish based. Yeah. So Mouse with Nadia's back on the Ezreal. It was such a good showing last game. Nadius as well, if you've just joined us, replaced Taric from last week, who was formerly Cedrian. So
yes,
Nadius is now stepping in. And probably felt pretty good from Nadius because of that old rivalry between him and Holy Phoenix as well, coming in from the TCL.
Yeah, as we talked about, both Turkish players. I wonder whether we'll see the level 1 play come out, or at least something tricky come out from Mouse, because last game they went aggressive onto Centaur and Werlib when they were trying to double jungle. But it looks like Huma have read the play on the lane swap, and they're looking for that 2v2. Because you can see the setup, they're heading topside. They are going to start Gromp as well. That's what you do if you're expecting the lane swap. Or at least when you're expecting a 2v2 is you'd start the camp.
Correct. That's just Recast taking this one, so pretty standard. Everyone's doing basically the same thing here. We'll have the duo lanes go Australia and go back into the top lane. And then Holy Phoenix just Recast. So Nadius will actually get the 2-on-2 with Holy Phoenix this game, so that should be fun. And then, yeah, junglers are just going through the jungle, farming this one up. Werlib will be tanking some of the damage using his passive. But mid lane is what we were talking out of Champion Select as one of the main lanes to keep an eye on. We've got Bro on Quinn, just hitting level 6 as that minion was dying, so he was trying to get the level 2 punish. Didn't quite get it all off onto Sebex, so fairly even. He took a little bit more damage. But Sebex has not popped, he's not popped his biscuits yet.
Yeah, he's even studied longsword biscuits as well. Not opting for Doran's blade, which sometimes we'd see. So again, just kind of wanting to speed closer to his first item. What it will do is mean that his actual his health will be lower, even though he has biscuits to heal it up, so his effective health is not too unchanged. His actual upfront health is just lower than when if he had a Doran's blade.
Yeah. Godbro just throwing up the W there, the heightened sensors, just to see if there's anyone else to the side. The great thing about Quinn going mid lane is that if you pop it in the middle of your lane, the middle of the mid lane, then you can see both sides and potential gank pass from every single angle. So it's actually really, 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 really good.
Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Looking at bottom lane, Werlib and Beansu. This time we get to see Poppy into Maokai. Last game it was Fiora. Now we get to see whether a hammer can take down a tree. Lots of hammers in this game, actually. Because Sebex has a hammer as well.
Yeah, a transforming one.
Yeah, but Sebex is running Thunderlords, which you may say, seems standard on Jace. You would be mostly correct, but Selfie, when we saw it in the LCS, was running Storm Riders. And was able to, once he popped a Q, you know, hit somebody for 30% of their health, chase on, follow it up, to the skies, get the kill. Selfie went kind of huge in that game. I think he had like 9 kills.
Yeah, he got a lot of them towards the end. I remember he picked up a triple.
Yeah.
He was like 5 and 4, and then picked up a triple, and then they finished the game and picked up more kills. Yeah.
But Sebex is certainly going to hurt with that Thunderlords. It means his lane trading is so much more effective. Just hit Hypercharge and 1, 2, 3 Thunderlords.
Bam, and then you get it. Yeah. very easy to make that happen. But as you get into the mid and late game, oh, bot lane though, Whirlip, Santorin, both with the CC chain. Beansu just get out alive but has to flash away from it. But when you get into the mid game with Zebex, it's harder to get the Thunder Lords to pay off because you're so far back using the Shock Blast for acceleration gate that, I mean, it's 1 attack, it's not 3. So
it's only the 1, and of course it's only a 3-second window.
Correct.
So it means that actual, you know, Keystone Mastery will be less effective if he's not in auto attack range with that hypercharge.
Indeed, so we'll see how that goes into the mid game. But yeah, Storm Raiders is such a good mastery. And I love seeing it on different champions as well, like GBM with Storm Raiders on
the Zilean.
And Zilean.
Oh,
yeah.
can't kill you in the Zilean, man.
Nope. Like you land 2 bombs and you are guaranteed to run away. Like there's no way. Or you can like chase after as well. It's really, really cool. People who can utilize it. So I do want to see a little bit more of that. But if you just want the damage here, then I can understand it.
Along those lines. Again, not game related.
All right.
In the last game with the Caitlyn, I was waiting for Holy Phoenix to like check over a wall with a trap, so I could be like, can't bait the Kate. Didn't actually work out that way because he actually got baited. So ended up dying in a couple of fights there.
That's unfortunate.
I know. It's just when it doesn't pan out, it's so sad.
You just gotta keep it in the bank though.
I know, but that's why I'm using it now. It's like investment, so that it's like somebody will latch onto that and use it in the future, and the payoff will be huge.
That's more like just using it and leaving it on the street for someone just to randomly like, pick it up and be like, oh yeah.
Hey, look, I'm a good Samaritan.
Okay,
what can I say?
All right. Holy Phoenix and FLICKR in the top lane. Just pretty much even. They haven't even popped a single potion yet. Neither of the AD carries, so you can just kind of get a sense of the lane from there. Cass looking for an easy hook onto Nardius, but very easily read. At bot lane, Beansu is actually level 6, so he'll jump onto Whirlip. He's not going to kill him, but as a sad sapling. He won't kill him, but he'll be able to put a little bit of damage down.
I love the sand saplings, mate.
Yeah.
Oh,
hook onto Rux just as the minion was dying. That was so well timed. We're backing up behind the turret now.
TP coming in from Whirlip as well.
Looking to close in. Rux is continuing to run away. He'll flash alongside him. There comes the ultimate. Keep his verdict now moving into Dan as well. He tried to pounce, but as he gets interrupted, Huck dodged out by Nardius. Had to use his flash for that one. Now Godbro coming in from the mid lane, roaming alongside Zebex. Pops behind enemy lines. He's hunting.
Godbro can just go back mid now and just push that lane out, is what I thought he was going to do initially when he used his ult. Now he has actually gone down that way. Nardius and Dan are still on the top side. Humor are looking patiently, quietly.
Patient bear will wait for you. Oh, no, Whirlip's no longer patient. Nope. They're looking to go on Nardius. He has no flash. And he'll just be slammed against the wall, tries to arcane shift away, but Santorin is there to meet him. Cat as well does not want to take this kill. And now Dan is also caught in the thick of it, will be taken out. Hook, land onto Rook. The body block is there, but the bodyguard will die along with the person he was trying to protect. And it's just a matter of who's going to pick up the kill. Last tower shot to Godbro. That was an execute. No one tagged him.
Oh, that's so sad.
Feels bad man. .jpg.
Zebex is just going to push mid lane at the same time, but this is the Huma we were kind of expecting. The ones that's playing a little bit more loose, a little bit more free, and are able to utilize the power when they have it. Like this Corki early on are able to put the damage down with the Rek'Sai, tunneling under to get the setup. Let's take another look. This was Nardius at the beginning of this one. Doesn't have his flash, doesn't have his heal, and doesn't have his life at the end of this one. Godbro comes in onto Dan, and again, this is his Huma grouping. They're utilizing the speed of the Quinn to go from mid to top, back to mid, and back to top again. I can't believe Godbro didn't get tagged. Oh, if Cass hadn't have blocked that. If Cass hadn't have blocked that, that would have been a kill going over.
Godbro took 4 tower shots from 100 to 0. That was all from that one tower.
That's sad.
The package from Holy Phoenix. Nice reaction times by Zebex.
Yeah.
Saw the Corki flying in. It was also just Cass maybe being a little early on that one.
Yeah, he was also on a ward.
Okay, I'm less impressed. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Decent flash by Zebex. 5 out of 10. I was preemptively giving it at least an 8.
What if he was on Rise?
Probably 10 out of 10. Thanks for the suggestion. It's just Cass in the top lane here. Just clearing away the ward. He's up against Maokai, so he's not going to be able to stop him.
However, mid lane, will Sebex be able to stop Godbro in this game? Already 1 kill on to Godbro. And it's been a faster game, this one. 4 kills already, pre-10 minutes. Willib is going to see Dan, and then Dan's going to think twice about this, back himself away. Vision control is kind of split between these two teams. You can see bottom side has got a lot of vision in favor of Mouse. Top side is in favor of Huma, so just, you know, utilizing the fog of war. Use the information that you have to infer where everybody is. If there's nobody on your wards, they're probably on the other side.
Yep.
It's always a good sign.
The powers of deduction.
I know,
if they're
right?
not in this one place,
all right, Sherlock.
and they can only be in another place, they're probably in the other place. No problem, Watson. It's just elementary.
Is this the BBC version of Sherlock, or Elementary, the awful American version?
I actually didn't watch it because I heard so many bad reviews.
Right,
I was
same,
just like,
but
I was like, Lucy losing that, but I'm not sure that's enough of a selling point for me.
Why should I watch this over like a Benedict Cumberbatch?
Right. Robert Downey Jr.
No, that's the film. Robert Downey.
What? Like those two compared to the American version? Are you kidding me?
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying it was in the one with like Martin Freeman.
No,
like,
no.
I don't remember Robert Downey Jr. being in the BBC version at any point.
He played Molly. Top lane is actually getting wrecked by Huma. They have just accelerated this game so much. Oh, Beansu got hooked, but he's just recast. The team is there to back him up, but Willip is there enough for them to zone him away. That hook was almost big. Had the team not been there, they're doing fantastic for Huma. Nadius, the standard split push, but there is a Quinn in the mid lane, so it's going to result in this one-on-one. Godbro will probably wait until this minion wave moves away from him so he doesn't take the minion aggro and then go for the one-on-one. Here comes the instant teleport. Godbro needs to get this and get out. Nadius jumps towards Beansu as he teleports in. Godbro, it's not in time. He tried to get out. Beansu with a flash and the lockdown. Nadius may die regardless. Willip is here to clean up the mess. That is a broom, not a hammer. And that is a 1-for-1 in this game.
Oh, man. Godbro, come on. You know it's a long channel. It's like, what, 3 seconds?
Yeah.
You've got to stand still for that? That's just overconfidence. His overconfidence was definitely his weakness there. And Huma, I'll try and clear out this middle lane. Oh, they save it on low health.
It's still alive, and that's what counts, because it didn't give gold over to Mouse. But on this next push, it may go down. They do have the 3-man stack now from Huma, so I think it should be alive for the foreseeable future. Beansu going back into the top lane, bot lane rather. He should be able to stop this minion wave and push. Yeah, attack was basically 4 HP, so that's fine. I was going to take a look at the item builds, but Santorin is going to stop me. I was looking for the Prey Seeker, knock up onto Beansu, and Godbro is here as well. Willip also following up. And is a bit more damage that has been exposed, but he doesn't get the final auto attack down, which would have been enough damage as Willip does the extra bit that would have sealed the deal. But Godbro was a little too low, also not on the same page. Willip charges up his ultimate. Maybe would have liked him to hold on for that a little longer, but there was no minion wave, so there was no point.
At this point, Huma trying to make picks onto Beansu with that Quinn ultimate. Godbro just trying to pretend he wants to nest. Turns out he's actually a woodpecker. It's just going to annoy the tree for the most part. But Mouse still hold on. Beansu didn't die there. They didn't really get anything on the side of Huma. Didn't even get the turret.
Flash, Flay.
Cass.
And Cass no longer in a good position. And that is just the close-in. That was, just not reading the map and knowing where Mouse were right there. As simple as that.
It is as simple as that now. Mouse are grouped mid lane. This is where they want to be with this kind of composition. You've got the Nidalee, you've got the Ezreal, you've got the Jace. It's all good to be in the mid lane right now, poking away. The tower's super low health as it is. Huma likely don't have the wave clear here to hold it, so they are going to back away and get that turret up.
The Sapling will give its life here. Oh, no. It's good. Sapling is still alive. And Mouse are too. So they take the tower. And Beansu will probably go back into the bottom lane now. What's he built? So gone for the Catalyst. So he's still open to being potentially bursted by Godbro. I'm not sure if Godbro has enough burst now, actually. That there's like... yeah, I 180'd on that one very quickly. Because I was just like, double Durans and Catalyst and Ruby Crystal. No, he's good.
Damn, it's a new game. You can talk about double Durans again.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Reset.
Don't.
I don't think I have any more interesting facts yet.
Wait, you had interesting facts?
Yeah, at least 1 out of like the 7 that I had were interesting, I think.
Okay. If you say so.
Win.
Oh, that feel when Centurion pops his own Razor Sharp buff on a pink ward already.
That was already being taken.
That's sad.
The worst feeling. But they will get the Herald out of it, so it's not too bad. But if only he had it, he could have cleared 2 wards there.
He could get that one, yeah. He could get
that one in the pit.
Oof. Man.
Actually, the worst.
I don't know why that annoys me so much whenever that happens. Whenever I see that happen.
Because you use the smite for the buff, that's why.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
It's the commitment.
It actually just, it's one of the things. Oh, okay, it was timing out. Yeah.
It's the potential loss, you know?
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you. Especially the fact that, you know, you pink wards, you got to buy them, and then they sweep out a small area, so you use Razor Sharp to sweep out another area.
Just jungler things.
Ah.
I like Sancho was attacking, burrowed, and then couldn't see the red buff anymore. So he just like walked in a circle and was like, oh.
Well, as long as it hits me at some point.
Yeah.
It's
the self-blind. Actually thinking about that, yeah, Godbro with Blinding Assault is able to blind. So is Nocturne in a way, and Graves. I didn't even think about Rek'Sai self-blinding herself.
Self-blinding.
Yeah.
I don't really think that gives a strategic advantage.
Oh no, not at all.
Like,
I don't think there's any circumstance in which Miles could force Santrin to burrow, unless maybe he wanted a regen.
I mean, if he wants to tunnel away, but
true, but he doesn't need to be burrowed for that.
True, yeah. Well, not if he's got a standing.
Yeah, if he's got a standing one, but if he wants to create a new tunnel, that's true.
I was like, how does he tunnel with
hacks? Bottom tower goes down over to Huma. This game has been weird over the last couple of minutes. It kind of like, it stalled out and then we got weird.
I was going to say, I think the game has been a little bit weird and then we've gone a little bit loopy in the last few minutes. But HMA, Huma, are getting loopy themselves with looping around on this bot tower, the mid tower. However, mid tower is exposed here. Okay,
so here's what happened over the last couple of minutes. So the teams, Huma made a couple mistakes where they were trying to make picks. And then Mouse punished them, and then they were like, we probably shouldn't do that again, so we'll rotate, try and get this. Oh, there's someone there, we can't take it. Then they roamed and actually got a tower somehow. And also that just happened again in the mid lane. They just beat Mouse to the punch. Now in the top lane, Boonsu potentially called out. Godbro has popped his ultimate, so he's on the way, and he's on the way very quickly. He should be able to catch him, Prey Seeker, so they got the vision. And Godbro is here. Boonsu will probably just have to turn around and deal some damage. It's just not enough damage. Nope. Godbro dropped fairly low though. That's more than I was expecting from Maokai. This will result in the Dragon going over to Mouse though.
Yeah, however, will Huma continue pushing here topside, or will they bring everyone down towards the mid lane and leave Godbro up there on his own?
Will they stay or will they go?
But they're not pushing it fast enough. They're never going to get an inhib tower off this. From the speed they're actually going, they've given Mouse too much time to react. So now they're forced to commit to mid lane, which they could have actually done a lot quicker.
This is an odd situation to be in now. Whirlib hits one back to base, but Sevex is still there. There's no minion wave. Godbro actually went back to base, so it was actually only a 4-man push. They ignore that. We are in the future. Timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. We are. I was trying to think of something to follow on from that, but...
Something, bow ties are cool. Take a look at the fan vote, 63%. So Huma losing a little bit of fan confidence. Definitely thought it was going to be the 2-0 coming into this week based on prior performances from Mouse, but...
Be very quiet. Or Nadius can recall.
Boring. Like, I was really hyped for that.
So was Godbro by the looks of it.
Round two.
No! I mean, they know he's there. He's not going to get anything from this. Like, what are we going to do? Watch him farm with his ult? Like...
It's the ultimate mind game, though. It's just like, well, he wouldn't go back in and ult again.
Would he?
Oh, would he?
Oh, dear. You can tell what type of game it is, where, like, that's a highlight.
Yeah.
Godbro ulting in the bush in the bottom lane is one to watch.
Well, The poke is intensifying from Mouse.
Well, the problem with the poke from Mouse is they've been biding their time waiting to get to this point where both tiers are stacked and they can actually group and siege, but they're playing from behind, and playing poke from behind is very difficult because you have to have the presence to be stepping forward, to always be going forward with poke, to use it at its maximum effect. The other option is poking into objective areas, like Dragon and Baron is very easy, but then you're playing a risky game of hoping they don't rush it down before you.
Oof.
As Drillot comes through as well.
Poke. Dan jumps in, and Whirlib's there. He jumps heroic charge into the wall, but I don't think he actually got the stun off. There's some janky mechanics went on there. Ultimately, no one dies. The poke will come out. And Valor to meet Godbro with behind enemy lines. He'll be probably cycling towards top lane now. I don't know why I said cycling. Because he's been carried by a bird, he's not on a unicycle.
It's actually like, have you ever seen those races? Oh, this is going completely off topic.
Yeah.
You know, like the Red Bull race where everybody has like a pedal bike and they go off the pier? It's exactly like that.
I like the minion wave here right here. Oh. Hey-oh. Okay, he's good. Well, it's so funny in those situations, like in a defensive situation, you can actually just use your ultimate to kick away the minion. But then it gets really bad in like 12 to 15 seconds where the next one comes in, and then you just get double the minion wave. It's like, oh, well, it was good for like that 10 seconds or so. But
yeah, future Whirlib is not going to be happy with past Whirlib on that one.
Yeah.
At least it's only a short gap. Like, oh, dear.
I wonder if you knock minions away. No, they always go back to base. I was wondering. Oh no, there is a certain angle. I was wondering if like you knock them away into like a jungle and they go into another lane. Yeah, they just walk back in.
That would be really funny.
Because you can do that with like super minions when they're filing into your base when you're on the other team, and you could just drag them into a different lane.
I'm trying to think. I don't know whether
I don't think so. I think the code is just to go back into the same lane.
Well, no, because it knocks them what 3,000 units, right?
Yeah.
On max, I don't think 3,000 units is enough to break. It would depend on the angle.
That's what I'm thinking.
Like, because they do go directly back towards the fountain, right? Is in a straight line.
All right. So someone who's watching the stream, go into a custom game on a second monitor and research it for us. We will wait.
Yeah. Well, Santorin's not going to wait.
No, he's looking for the kill, and this just accelerated. Huma just taking the middle tower. Beanzu is just kind of out of position. He's just chilling in the top jungle, now going into the top side of the map and farming the minion wave. He has TP if a fight erupts, but Huma just kind of bobbing about the map and just taking stuff.
Godbro's just gone from that bicycle you were talking about onto a Harley Davidson.
Yeah.
The ramp for this one up. In comes Beanzu, though.
He doesn't have any extra movement speed, but there's a Righteous Glory. He did get slowed down as soon as he came in, and the True Shot Barrage comes out, and he gets the lockdown onto Cass, and they'll get the kill onto Cass as well after that. The Shock Blast doesn't land. Who's that behind them? It's Whirlib. Of course it's Whirlib. Whirlib was not on the same page as his team. They were disengaging, and he wanted to jump in. He's got no ultimate, and he'll go down. 2-0. Slight overextension by Huma. Good punish by Mouse.
Yeah, really good punish by Mouse. They managing to turn that one around with the nice teleport play from Beanzu on a ward that was behind Huma. And this is why you pick up the Maokai, is it gives you the engage potential with this poke composition, which typically they lack. And just having the ability to follow up is very effective here. Like, look at this. Huma just react as it goes through the Braum ult, does enough to at least disrupt some of Huma here. And then they can't kill Beanzu on the front line. They've got a lot of damage, but a lot of it's just kind of thrown to the wind at that point. Whirlib had to use his ult already. And as you said, communication not on the same page. Whirlib gets dropped in front of the dragon.
Deaded. Sebex has not really needed to use his exhaust this game either. He's never really been in a situation where Godbo's been closing in and needs to exhaust him to stop the burst, and never been in range of Holy Phoenix to use it either. I think it was Willibit for that fact. Like, Sebex can just knock him away with Thundering Blow, and it's just like, fine.
Yeah, so rather than the whack-a-mole we may have had with melee form Jace, turns out we're actually playing Duck Hunt with Sebex and Godbro at this point.
Oh, that's so accurate. Godbro is in his ultimate. He's got that movement speed. Now the poke battle starts, and of course, who's going to win? The poke team, Mouse. Santrin's just soaking all the poke up. But actually, Mouse move away from the dragon. and back into mid lane. Interesting. I guess the minion wave was there and they're trying to clear it out just in case Huma decides to go like brute force mid lane. But Mouse want to be in a situation where they can poke at the dragon.
Yeah, like this is good for Mouse. Oh!
The
They
steal
steal
out from
it.
Dan! Warleb's kind of in the pit and he knocks away Brom. He's out of there, but he takes a lantern, so he's good to go.
Double movement traveling there on Rux. There's a bit of a weird animation with the stop-start of the hammer, but then I guess physics on a yordle-wielding, hammer-wielding yordle, yordle-wielding hammer.
Well, Poppy does like act like that in game because it's just like, oh yeah, my hammer likes hitting people. So
that's true.
You know, like,
maybe it is like
does
Thor's
actually
hammer,
work. Yeah.
Where
It's just being dragged along for the ride.
now I've got the vision of like a Poppy hanging from the hammer.
Yeah. Like Quicksilver being dragged. Yeah. That's exactly how it is. Santorin is there with Willip. Nice CC lock. The CC layer is really nice, but they just don't have enough damage behind the CC to really kill Rux. Now Nardis and Dan are there, and they're walking into a small corridor where they have poke. So they have to disengage.
Godbro once again ults himself, doesn't opt to go top lane to push back what is starting to stack up, but right now this game, like, the side lanes have been neutralized.
Beansu, he's been slammed against the wall, and they're saying they have enough damage to the whole team there. Oh! Oh! The Ludens!
The Ludens. Wow, Pulse actually just like half died at that point with that Ludens. I'm actually laughing more at the reaction.
No, I just didn't think like Ludens from a spear hitting someone random would pick up the kill.
Man.
Dan also caught out by Godbro. He'll flash away. Nardis over the wall. Rux has been caught out, and he's away from the team. I don't think he's actually in range to use stand behind me, but will get away. Sebix from the side lands the damage. Gotta be honest, his damage is less impressive than I thought mid-game Jace would be, but...
Well, he's gone Ghostblade here, so it's, again, all about getting in auto-attack range. He's running Thunderlords as well, so I can't really catch up with that. And isn't very likely to get that Thunderlord's proc without stepping forward with Hypercharge. He is at rank 6 on both Q and W. Of course, Jace no longer ranks up his ultimate, just has 6 ranks on Q, W, and E.
Yeah, that's a funky change, but he's the only champion who has 6 points in his abilities now.
So, Beansu got blown up. This is right as Pulse had a bit of a moment where he turned into a Wookiee.
Yep, went full Chewbacca.
Yeah. You never go full Chewbacca.
Yeah, I mean, the viewers can't see me now, so
that doesn't
I
mean
could
I'm gonna
be
let
a
you
Wookiee.
win.
Actually, like
anything.
Actually, just how I look in real life is just like a skin suit, and actually underneath I am a Wookiee.
Our cameras and makeup do a really good job of covering for that.
Indeed. Good stuff. So Huma, after that trade, do actually pull ahead in this game again. They've actually been ahead for a lot of this game, but it's kind of been odd because like Mouse have managed to catch them out sometimes and they've stalled out, and there's been large gaps in time where neither team can really do anything, but Huma still have the advantage. But they're just like looking for places to extend their advantage. Like this one, onto Sebix looking for the takedown, but Santorin actually dies. I believe he just died during the Dark Passage, and Godbro would jump over the walls, just Sweet Cat's trying to get away here as well. And the chair does not land on the Godbro. He'll have to juke back and forth, but he's already used the flash, so he can't get away. A nice 2 pickups by Miles. Again, just another punish on the Avarice from Huma.
This game is spiraling out of Huma's control. Mouse is still behind when it comes to a gold lead, but you look at the tempo of the game over the last 10 minutes, it has drastically changed in favor of Mouse. Now they're going for a Baron. They have fairly quick Baron clears. Santorin, where's his closest tunnel? I don't believe he actually has one anywhere other than mid lane. He's pinging on it to say he needs a lot more time to come from the rest of his team. Huma are going to try and close in as this Baron is dying. It's regenning though.
Yeah, 3 versus 4 though, and Sebix is dropping low, but Beansu, how much can Holy Phoenix do? He needs to be the hero that they need. Nardius gets slammed against the wall with Warleb, and Santorin also there with the lockup, and he was the hero. Triple kill for Holy Phoenix. Now they move on to Baron, but it's all on Rux, and they don't know he's there. He doesn't have ultimate and doesn't have flash. I don't know what he's planning on doing, but if he lands the Winter's Bite and steals it, it will be the greatest play of the year. Oh,
well, it's going to take a while.
Oh.
Yeah, Godbro's gone in.
Brom versus Quinn. Brom is losing quite badly. And he's CC'd. He may get... Nope, he's dead.
And in that fight, that was really weird from Maus. So they go into the Baron pit, and there's just this moment where Baron hits 4k health that Maus are like, do we do the Baron, do we fight? Not really sure what we do here. So Nadius kites around, and Maus just stopped doing damage to the Baron, but is stuck in the pit, taking damage from it at the same time. Like, and Holy Phoenix is just like, okay, I'll take the Baron assists on this. Like, I have enough damage for this, and that actually is going to make this game swing all the way back in favor of Huma right now. Baron buff should be enough for them to close out at least the first inhibitor of the game. Maybe not on this push, but when they readjust, they should be able to get one.
When we look at damage graphs and stuff, I wish we could see how much damage Baron dealt, because he dealt damage at the same time Holy Phoenix was dealing damage to the 2 carries at the end there, and they just lost like a quarter of their health at a time every time the auto attack and the Baron damage came in. So I couldn't tell who was coming from. Like, it was probably equal parts, but because it was Baron damage on squishies, it's so much. Yeah, I actually think Baron was MVP of that fight. Probably dealt like at least half.
For sure. They were taking a lot of the splash as well from like that was a lot on Baron from Huma. But then that's the thing, is like, if you're not confident enough to take that Baron quickly from Maus, then it's not the right option.
Nope. Need to get that Baron damage per minute.
Oh.
God, bro. Does not land the Q. You want to land the Q first so they become vulnerable, and then you auto attack, and then you E an auto attack so for the maximum damage. Ooh. Or you just shoot them in the face with your hammer.
Oh, load up that NES cartridge. We're playing Duck Hunt. Oh, it didn't work. You got to blow on the cartridge.
Yep.
Had that error.
Reset.
Yeah.
Godbro's out. He almost has exhaust as well. So if he's run into a similar situation, Sevex will not have the same burst. Likewise, Sevex still has his own exhaust, so they'll be in this awkward situation where they exhaust each other and neither of them do damage.
I can't wait to see that.
Yeah. This is like the worst shock blast is just like 10 damage. Well, it's not that bad. Like the damage reduction is like 40%. But
it's not like 100% damage reduction, but
99% damage reduction.
I mean, it's a fair amount, but oh,
this could be a big ultimate.
Big amount of damage, but
through the goalposts. Ooh, Dan, that's actually horrible. He just threw that spear while blinded, so he was like, well, literally a shot in the dark. Bot lane now being sieged in. Really nice setup by Huma. They've been setting up all the mini waves so they can now siege. Bot towers dropping low. That was a big chunk of damage. And Whirlip, great uses of the ultimate there. It's only got 1/3 cooldown now. He didn't actually use it to hit anyone back because they didn't want to go for the fight immediately. So, nice keeper's verdict.
Maus are holding for now, though. They lose the inhibitor tower. Do not lose the inhib yet. And I'm going to take a look at how long. Only the Runic Affinity extra time on the Baron is active now for Huma. It's only Santorin that has that buff. So it is coming to the end. So Huma back themselves away. Don't get the inhibitor off their Baron. That is actually potentially the thing that'll allow Maus to close this game. I mean, Maus is still behind. They're further behind now than they were before. But what I mean by that is Maus have been holding on very well. And it's difficult for Huma to go aggressive because they can't reliably go in multiple lanes. Godbro gets poked out by Sevex too effectively. Whirlib can't get enough done on his own to hold a solo lane. So they have to try and brute force something. And Maus have done a good job of just laying down defensive poke time and time again.
Problem is, when you try to brute force with this type of composition, and the specific objective they're trying to go after is like inhibs or inhib towers, and you're in like a bottleneck, where Maus is like, well, I just need to shoot my poke in this kind of general direction. I'm going to hit something. It might be a minion, but I'm going to hit something.
Also, you look at the vision control that Maus have topside. Like, there's no way Huma go through that jungle without being spotted all the way. It allows Maus to quickly just reposition through their base. Because they're not defending any of the non-base towers, we've got to the situation where with this setup of warding, it's actually faster for Maus to rotate somewhat than Huma. It's about the same amount of time, because Maus will spot Huma as they enter the jungle, as opposed to when they're in the jungle already crossing, so it's not the same as like lane to lane crossing.
This is also the most like toxic poke team to go up against, because like Nidalee with Rylai's and Runic Echoes means you hit a minion and you slow everyone around that minion if you get hit by the Luden proc. And then plus you also have the slow in from Nadia. So if you get slowed once, it lines you up for all the rest of the slows, and you just are permanently slowed. It's actually really horrible.
Here you can see there is the reposition, but this is actually a lot better from Huma. They brought Godbro up here through the vision and drew all of Mao's up because Mao's figured they were sticking together as a team. And it means that Huma have now been able to go bottom lane, but they didn't push fast enough. Mao's have repositioned.
I love the pickup by Whirlup here. ZZ Rock Portal has been picked up, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
If he actually just sticks it in a side lane, because the problem with Mouse is their poke is great, but they can't actually step outside of the base right now, so they can't actually clear the ZZ Rot.
Pulsey's going top.
He is. He's going to place it down probably in that bush.
He's placing it.
Oh, he actually placed it in a funky place.
Go.
So that will just permanently push now. Now he can join his team, and a minion wave will hit the top lane. There's a double minion stack, plus those Voidlings, which will reach the tower without decaying, and will take the tower by themselves, because when they reach towers, they explode and deal X amount of damage. It also scales from the maximum health of Poppy, and Whirlup's only really been stacking HP this game.
Yeah,
so,
427.
Yeah.
So that's what's going on with that ZZ Rot portal. If you can't push alone, get one of them, grab yourself a banner or command.
Actually, here comes the pressure from Huma, and this inhibitor should be going down. Miles, the onus is on them to do something. Whirlup is channeling up the ultimate. We'll stop using it, and now the inhibitor is out of the equation. Now trying to chase after. Godbro channels up his ultimate, is out of there. And the pressure caused by top lane. Ooh, that's a big chunk damage onto Holy Phoenix. But top lane, Jace is only now going up there. And those Voidlings were actually hammering over that turret health. I actually need to take a look at that real quick.
It's half health, under half health.
It's about 1/3 HP just from that ZZ Rot.
Oh, look at this. Voidling cam. Look at it do work.
That's actually perfect. We can just leave that there for the rest of the game.
Look at it do work.
Look at it. It's just like a comedic item, because for such a long time it was kind of a joke, and then actually became good.
I would love to see the point of view of it. Nevertheless, there's an engage.
Rux is quite tanky, but he's still taking it down. The flash, the knockup from Santa, and then now the team will close in and pick up the kill. In the backline, Beansu is going for the engage, but it's already 4 versus 5. This could be the final nail in the coffin. Double kill in for Holy Phoenix. He is still unkilled in this game. This could be more additional kills. Valkyrie aggressive. That's such a big crit. There is the triple. This could very much be the quadra kill. Scumbag Godbro with the kill onto Dan. That could have been another penta and padded his stats, but Godbro wanted the glory. 5-3-5 mid lane Quinn. Of course it would be. And now this will be the end of the game, with the Nexus turrets going down, and Huma even up 1-1 today against Mouse and pick up a point each. But it was a hard-fought victory, and Huma, they line up, they shoot the cannons. Fantastic.
That was a lot better from Huma when you look at the overall result and the overall kind of feel of the victory, but the problem was it was very slow. Real slow game between these two, and it's just because Huma could never continually go forward. They weren't strong enough to do multi-lane pushes, and the defense was just too strong with the siege coming out from Maus, which resulted in this stalemate for a good like 15 minutes of that game. But ultimately, the Baron was one of the big tipping points in this game between these two, and Huma managed to close it out from it.
I mean, that's pretty much it. Baron was like the big thing that turned the game, because Mouse, if they had taken that Baron, like the game would have probably stalled out, and maybe they could have carried on going, because there was a moment where that game was starting to swing in Mouse's direction, where Huma simply could not siege. Like, they just couldn't group up and then get hit by the poke. But as soon as the Baron happened, yes, it took them a long time to clear out, but ultimately it was just delaying the inevitable from Mouse, because while they could poke, they are going to lose structures slowly. It's just like, how long is that going to take? And that's just generally how the game went. But yeah, that was sloppy for sure by Huma, even in the win. And I think the point that you made in game 1 with the inconsistency from Huma could be really big throughout this split. Because if you are consistent in 1 week, but then inconsistent against a team who was at the bottom of the table with 0 points, and you can't pick up wins there, then how are you going to deal against some of the better teams? They've already gone against Millennium. But there's still like a good couple that are in the pack still that they had to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game that Huma would have looked at and gone, okay, we're 2-0 this week.
Yeah.
And put that in the bank and just been like, okay, well, let's not worry about that anymore. Let's just keep on moving forward. The problem is now they only get 1 point from this. Maus get the point as well. it puts them in a situation where, unlike Millennium, where Huma were potentially eyeing up a playoff spot in today's series, getting to a 6-0 point, it now kind of raises questions. You're looking at that mix of Inspire, Copenhagen Wolves, Huma, all in the same points region. So there's a lot still that's up in the air.
Yeah, for sure. And now those games have been locked in for week 3, we can actually see where the teams are in those standings and where they are after today. So Millennium is still at the very top, undefeated 9 points, with Inspire and Copenhagen Wolves behind them. There you can see Huma actually tied with Copenhagen Wolves now. And at Mouse Sports, just edge ahead ever so slightly above SK Gaming, who are right at the bottom. But do remember to join us again next week for more Challenger action, as we'll be starting off the day with Inspire versus Millennium, and that'll be another best of 2.
Then we have Mouse and SK trying to separate themselves at the bottom of the pack before Copenhagen Wolves and Huma try and sort out some of the mid and top end of the pack troubles between the teams. But if you missed any of today's games, want to study what the players are doing with runes and masteries, anything like that, you can catch it all on lollysports.com.
Yeah, definitely want to check out the runes from Godbro in that game. I want to see what mid Quinn is actually running. But tune in Wednesday night at 5 PM PST or Thursday 2 AM CET for the latest episode of PTL. Then right after that at 3 AM CET, our North American counterparts will be kicking off week 3 of the North American Challenger Series. And they'll be starting the day with Dream Team taking on Apex. And with that, we do close out the day and another week of the European Challenger Series. So from myself, Stress, and the Challenger broadcast team, thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you next week. You carry on trading, and then once you want to run away, you just can't. Soren, the ultimate coming out. Nuzlocke's trying to block the ultimate, but it's taking so much damage by himself. Pranoy jumps in, is already picking up one target, takes down Pretty, and the flash comes backwards from Hansam, and he burns both the summons for that. But Kaze wants blood. He comes in with a Keeper's Verdict, but has been CC'd up coming in from the gravity field, and it's this one-man army with a shutdown. Moving on to Pranoy, looking for the triple. Scumbag Masterwork picks up the kill. 4 for 1. Kaze taking the team on his back, and I was wrong at the start of the game when I said I don't think he could carry.
If SK can get the drive-by from Duckgo, he wants to go straight in.
He's going to land it onto no one. Sartorius just block it up, but then there's the ultimate from Duckgo. He'll be CCing everyone down, but there's no team to really follow up on that. And now Duckgo is caught up by himself, now going into his passive, and he'll be reconverging, but it's just not enough. He doesn't have the time, and Vardax is on the front lines by himself. Sartorius has been thrown into the rest of the team. That was not a good Monsoon, and Suno will block some of the damage, but collateral damage on the overkill. Double kill out for Warlight, 4 for 0.
Right now, this game, like, the side lanes have been neutralized.
Beansu, he's been slammed against the wall, and they're certainly have enough damage to the whole team there. Oh! Rux is quite tanky, but he's still taking it down to flash the knockup from Santa, and then now the team will close in and pick up the kill. In the backline, Beansu is going for the engage, but it's already 4 versus 5. This could be the final nail in the coffin. Double kill in for Holy Phoenix. He is still unkilled in this game. This could be more additional kills. Valkyrie aggressive. That's such a big crit. There is the triple. This could very much be the quadra kill. Scumbag Godbro with the kill onto Dan. That could have been another penta and padded his stats, but Godbro wanted the glory. 5-3-5 mid lane Quinn, of course it would be. And now this will be the end of the game.